The extraordinary variety of plants and animals on Earth make our planet unique. In its harmony and balance, the spectacle of nature is born of an age-old evolution that has endured almost as long as the Earth itself. To date, scientists have discovered nearly 2 million species. But this represents only 15% of life on Earth. Huge swaths of this planet's biodiversity are completely unknown, especially in our forests and oceans. Biodiversity produces oxygen, provides food for plants and animals, and helps to purify the soil and water. Our forests and oceans play an essential role in regulating climate, allowing billions of organisms to celebrate life on Earth. But this fragile balance is threatened.
Our lives depend on biological diversity. Species and ecosystems are disappearing at an unsustainable rate. We humans are the cause. We stand to lose a wide variety of environmental goods and services that we take for granted.
Researchers believe that the Earth is undergoing one of the most significant mass extinction events in its history, caused by our civilization. Our expansion is affecting the ecosystems of all other species.
We are changing our world, and species are disappearing.
As humans, we can have a drastic effect on this planet. We can't just do things and not think about the long-term consequences.
It's a serious issue. We need to change minds and change attitudes towards nature.
Human impact on biodiversity has greatly increased since the start of the Industrial Revolution during the 18th century. Massive technological and economic development have driven the expansion of our civilization across the planet. The Earth's population has grown from 700 million to 7 billion in less than 300 years. Worldwide, humanity has become a phenomenal force. Greenhouse gas levels have not been this high for over 1 million years. We have stripped large predators of their territories by confining them to reserves or by destroying the world's large forests. All over the Earth, plants and animals are increasingly struggling to coexist with humanity. Every day, nearly 130 species go extinct, probably one of the highest rates of extinction the Earth has ever seen. For several years, the oceanographic schooner Sedna 4 has been sailing the world's oceans. After expeditions in the Arctic and Antarctic, its crew has now embarked on a 3-year voyage around the world. During their mission, 1,000 days for the planet, they will meet with scientists who have dedicated their lives to protecting biodiversity. Mission leader, Jean Lemire.
We set sail for Central America, a region with one of the highest diversity of species in the world. The preservation of habitats here is vital to the survival of thousands of species of fish, reptiles, and mammals. Here, the many many shapes and bright colors of biodiversity stimulate our desire to protect them even more.
In Costa Rica, the team sets off in search of one of the last big cats of the Americas. These top predators in the food chain help control populations in their ecosystems. Scientists call the jaguar an umbrella species. By protecting it, the balance among all the other species that share its habitat is also protected. Unfortunately, the jaguar is threatened. Humans hunt its prey, and farms, ranches, and ever-expanding urbanization are fragmenting its territory. In less than a century, the jaguar's habitat has been cut in half. Today, it is confined to pockets of land that are becoming smaller and smaller. Maintaining connections among these pockets of land is essential to the genetic health of the species, because jaguars are part of a single extended family that stretches from Mexico to Argentina. In eastern Costa Rica, a reserve has been created to protect one of the jaguar's habitats. This is a private reserve that regularly attracts scientists such as biologist Jose Gonzalez and Jan Schipper. They have dedicated their lives to protecting these big cats.
Nice spot.
Yeah. Oh, look at there, look at there.
Oh, yeah.
Those are jaguar marks.
Wow, even there.
All the way up.
So that's a good spot for jaguar.
This is a perfect spot. Yeah. This is the place we're shooting.
A jaguar has marked its territory by scratching a tree.
Get sunlight direct to it, and then the lock.
Installing a motion sensing camera will record the passage of jaguars and photo ID them. Using photographs over several years, researchers have shown that the reserve is frequented by about 14 jaguars. And videos highlight the problem of jaguars coexisting with local farmers.
Oh, look at that.
Oh my
What's
God.
this?
That's definitely a cow, and that looks like Cora.
Yeah, that's Cora, for sure. That's amazing.
That's amazing. Wow, see the power in his jaws?
Wow.
Wow.
With the strength of the animal.
Yeah. So I suppose that, you know, when a jaguar cut a cow like this, it brings lots of conflict.
Yeah, because that's the basis for conflict, people hunting jaguars in revenge. But on the other side, it is also a consequence of problems because people is hunting the prey base. So that's why they go out and hunt cattle, because they don't have anything else to eat.
Jaguars are more and more threatened because the increased conversion of virgin forest into livestock pasture reduces the prey available to them. The reserve has an area of about 100 square kilometers, which is not enough to support the jaguar population. Today, the reserve is bordered by a nearly continuous succession of pastures and cattle farms. The jaguars find it difficult to move among the isolated pockets of forest.
You can see there's only little patches here and there of forest with agriculture, clear-cut areas for cattle and so forth. Pastures obviously has very little value in terms of a jaguar being able to cross. So we don't necessarily need continuous virgin forest from here to the coast. We just need a mix of forest types along with different types of more sustainable agriculture to connect it. And that's a lot easier to sell that to landowners instead of saying, oh, we need to take your land away and put it in conservation.
The challenge for scientists is to protect the jaguars when they leave the reserve's boundaries. To do so, they must establish migration corridors. In this way, they hope to convince farmers to preserve sections of forest on their land that allow the big cats and their prey to move about their territory. But first, they must capture one.
We use some pheromones to attract the animals.
By equipping a jaguar with a tracking collar, the scientists will be able to precisely monitor its movements.
And this is the trap. So it has a little mechanism like right in the bottom. We're gonna check it right now just to see if it's working fine. If jaguars disappear, what we're gonna see is just overabundance of many other species, probably changing entirely what we know as biodiversity right now. So it's a huge change that is gonna occur. That probably also works when you don't have sharks in the sea. The entire community changes.
Large predators are threatened all over the world, both on land and in the ocean. In recent decades, populations of sharks, tuna, and swordfish have declined by 90% around the world. During this same period, fishing intensity has increased dramatically. More and more, ecosystems are suffering the consequences of this overexploitation. In the coral reefs of the Caribbean, large predators are increasingly rare, which has weakened ecosystems and opened up a niche for an invasive species. The lionfish. Biologist Tim Pusak of the University of Oregon has studied this phenomenon for many years.
So lionfish that naturally live in the Indo-Pacific have been taken from their home by humans, brought over to the US because people like to have them in their aquariums. They're beautiful, stunning fish. It's great to look at them. The problem is they like to eat, and they like to eat a lot. So they'll tend to eat all the other fish that are in the aquarium, and so people just release it into the ocean.
Lionfish have begun to proliferate in Caribbean waters. Genetic studies show that the population began with only 6 individuals. Scientists are now studying the consequences of their presence in the food chain.
It appears that they can eat prey items that are up to about half their body size, which is rather large. They eat every and anything they can get their mouth on. Studies have found that a single lionfish could reduce the number of small coral reef fish by about 90%, so they're having a drastic effect, much greater than any native fish would have.
The smaller fish eaten by the lionfish generally consume large amounts of algae. With no fish left to eat the algae, they proliferate to the point where they suffocate the reef. The lionfish adapted quickly to its new habitat, and this fierce predator has taken advantage of the weakened ecosystems.
Populations exploded since the 1990s and now extend throughout the Caribbean, into the Gulf of Mexico, up the eastern seaboard of the US, and working their way down the coast of South America.
The remarkable adaptation of this invasive species to its new environment, combined with the overfishing of large fish, has weakened the health of coral reefs in the Caribbean. Panama has not been spared the influx of invasive species, which are weakening some of the world's richest ecosystems. These ecosystems are home to nearly 50% of the world's amphibian species. Frogs occupy one of the most important niches in the food chain. They consume large amounts of harmful insects and serve as food themselves for many species of reptiles, birds, and fish. In the field of medicine, they have also led to the development of antibiotics and are important in cancer research. Over the past 250 million years, they have withstood many catastrophes affecting life on Earth. But today, frogs are in trouble. A mysterious disease is attacking them where their numbers are highest. To make matters worse, these frogs are also weakened by insecticides and habitat loss. In just a few years, over 100 species have gone extinct. A few years ago, biologist Edgardo Griffith used to come to this river to study frogs.
I used to find 56 species of frogs around this stream alone. And now can't hear anything, really, you know.
The cause of this sharp decline? An invasive species. A mysterious fungus called chytrid has invaded the rivers of Panama's mountains.
The fungus arrived in 2005, killed 90% of the amphibian community, and in some cases 100% of the individuals of certain species. Came, kill, stay, and at the same time it's moving eastward, but it's also coming up from South America.
Found in Mexico as early as 1972, the disease spread to Central America. Other infection sites have been found all over the world. Today, over a third of the world's 6,000 known amphibian species are threatened with extinction.
To me, I used to be a field biologist. Now I think I'm like an extinction biologist.
For scientists, time is running out. Edgardo and his colleagues are trying to capture living frogs in the hopes of learning more about the disease. They organize regular searches in Panama's rivers. Chytrid is spreading at a rate of over 30 kilometers per year. Scientists are trying to understand how it spreads from region to region. When a species nears extinction in nature, scientists often have no other choice but to remove the few survivors from the wild.
This one might be one of the species that we need to focus more into it and see why they survive, you know.
The last remaining individuals of many frog species are today conserved in sterilized containers, isolated from the outside world, where the dangerous fungus threatens their survival. Like Noah's Arks, these containers are only a fragile and temporary means to preserve the genetic heritage of dozens of amphibian species. But this is the best that scientists can do.
Some of them are not dealing with putrid yet in their populations, but we know it's going to get there sooner or later. So we're trying to rescue as many as we can, try to breed them, try to keep them healthy. This might be the last one, so it's a huge responsibility for us.
Yeah. In the name of all the frogs dying on the jungle floor, the search continues. Long considered among the most ideal frog habitats, Panama's forests are now a real threat to their survival. Today, this unprecedented epidemic is threatening the ecological balance of ecosystems around the world. In the Cayman Islands, it's increasing human population that is harming habitats. Over half of the original environment has been destroyed.
The population of the Cayman Islands is doubling every 12 years. What that means is the footprint on the land here that's taken over by humans is doubling every 12 years.
This habitat reduction is disastrous for certain endemic species, such as the blue iguana. Found only on Grand Cayman, it is considered one of the most threatened species in the world. As the island's largest herbivore, the blue iguana eats large amounts of fruits and flowers, which helps to disperse plant seeds over large areas. This is vital for maintaining the island's delicate plant diversity.
In 2002, we did a very detailed survey, and it was the most depressing survey I've ever been involved in, because all of the places we used to see iguanas, there were none. We think realistically it was probably more like 12 left in the wild, and they weren't finding each other to breed. So the population was doomed. It was functionally extinct, as we put it, technically speaking. They were there, but there was no future.
In 2002, Frederick Burton left his job to dedicate himself to the recovery of this species. Through trial and error, he learned how to hatch baby iguanas in incubators, far from their natural predators.
When they hatch, they're tiny, they're about this long, but they grow very, very fast. And by the time they're 2 years old, they're naturally predator-proof, effectively. They get too big for the native snakes.
Oh, this is the captive facility. You have a few hundred iguanas.
The young iguanas are given refuge at the Grand Cayman's Royal Botanical Park. Breeding adults, responsible for the proliferation of the species, are also kept here.
They have a need for a lot of space. I mean, we found this out. Originally, when we built this facility, we thought this was all we needed. And then we discovered they needed more space. We studied them in the wild, and then we found out, whoa, an animal like this would probably have a territory of maybe an acre or something like that.
We have the
2-year-olds that we're going to put out. So Jean, these are the cages where we have the 2-year-old iguanas, the ones that we're getting ready to release into the wild.
It is now time for these young iguanas to take their true place in nature. But will this new captive-born generation succeed in recolonizing Grand Cayman's weakened environment?
Next one.
Nice.
So you will sleep there for tonight, right?
Yeah, they'll be hanging in the backpacks, the same backpacks we're going to take in the morning. So they'll cool down and they'll be fine.
Ready to go.
After years of effort, Frederick Burton convinced the government to establish 2 protected areas on the island, where he can now release his young iguanas.
So Jean, we are on the boundary now of the Collier's Wilderness Reserve. This is the protected area on our left now. It's not huge, but the island isn't big, yeah?
By protecting the reserve from the assault of development, Frederick Burton has protected more than just the iguanas, because dozens of other threatened species also live here.
We will get rid of our packs here and we'll just take the iguana in. Here you go. Here's the box. Oh yes.
Whoa.
So now he will spend all night inside this box. All night he will sleep in here, and in the morning at first light he will come out into this strange world. And the population has gone from about 12 now to about 650, 700, somewhere around there.
A human initiative saved the blue iguana from extinction. Years of effort and protection have resulted in a protected area adapted to these animals' needs. Frederick Burton now hopes that these winning conditions will allow the most threatened reptile on the planet to begin breeding in the wild again.
The perseverance of Frederick Burton is inspiring. It proves that sometimes the efforts of a few dedicated people can make up for the abuses of society.
Sometimes evolution itself can put a species at risk.
All right.
Over time, a species can become isolated on an island, like Escudo de Veraguas, off the coast of Panama. Biologist Bryson Voirin has dedicated his life to studying what some scientists believe is the rarest mammal on Earth, the pygmy three-toed sloth. These sloths live in one of the world's most productive and most useful ecosystems in terms of biodiversity, the mangrove forest.
No, that looks like mangrove. It's not. It's really shallow.
In the tropics, mangroves protect shorelines from erosion, and they provide food and shelter for many threatened species.
Oh, hey, look, it's eating. There's a sloth right there. It's a female. Yeah, she's eating a leaf. She's got it right in her mouth.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Oh, she's got a baby. Let's see if we're real quiet. Maybe we won't. It's one of the rarest mammals on Earth, and there's 2 of them right there.
The pygmy three-toed sloth is found only on the island of Escudo de Veraguas. Discovered in 2001, it was immediately classified as critically endangered. Recent studies have indicated that this sloth lives exclusively in the mangrove, making it even more vulnerable, because worldwide, mangroves are being affected by climate change and human development. At current rates, they could disappear entirely by the end of the 21st century. Bryson Voyerin is concerned about the survival of pygmy sloths because studies show that there are only 63 of them. During his last expedition, he attached radio collars to 10 sloths. Bryson expects to find them in the mangrove because the animals move very little and use the natural camouflage of the mangrove to avoid predators.
Oh, wow. There he is, right there.
Right there, in the mangroves again.
Yeah, he's still in the mangrove, so he hasn't really gone anywhere in the past month or so.
In the days that follow, he finds 9 of the 10 pygmy sloths, all in the mangrove. But the team is worried because one is missing.
Sebastian.
Jean.
Hi, Jean Sebastian.
Hi, Sebastian. Yeah, we're just at the end of the mangroves. We lost our signal a little bit. We're gonna need some help.
Okay.
In 2005, several families of fishermen took up residence on the island. Their knowledge of the area could help find the missing sloth.
It doesn't really bother me.
Hay mucho.
Do you think that the one that live in a mangrove, they live in a mangrove, but there is a lot more right behind in the jungle here.
So let's check in the forest for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Muchas gracias.
This surprising information contradicts previous studies indicating that the mangrove is the pygmy sloth's sole habitat. Bryson decides to search in one of the channels leading into the forest.
Number 5 is the one that I just don't know where he went. But he might have actually gone out of the mangroves and into the forest, which would be pretty exciting because that means that he's actually eating other things besides mangrove leaves, and he's in the interior of the island maybe. Hopefully we can find him. All right, I got him on the 900 frequency. Hear that chirping? That's the sloth. So he must be straight back that way.
Every step away from the mangrove would appear to increase the credibility of the locals. But it is also possible that Bryson will only find the collar of a poached sloth. But if the sloth is found in the forest, it would be great news for the species. In nearby Costa Rica, Jan and Jose have yet to catch a jaguar. The scientists are concerned because the animal's distribution in the reserve is well known, and the lack of any tracks is surprising. They redouble their efforts in other sectors of the reserve. Capturing such a cunning animal is a huge challenge, but it's an essential part of the research, because only through a better understanding of the jaguar's migration patterns can its living space be increased. On Grand Cayman, Frederick Burton and his blue iguanas have benefited from their protected habitat for nearly 2 years.
Joel. There's a hatchling.
Yeah, that's great.
That's the first wild-born young iguana we have ever seen in this area. This is a wild iguana that has hatched here in the protected area.
So it is working.
It's working. It's
Great.
working. I think it's very interesting working on a small island because it is like a microcosm of what is going on everywhere in the world. And it's very important, I think, for people working in conservation to spend at least part of their time working on things that can succeed. It's important for personal motivation, but it's also important for the way that conservation is presented to the world. People get very tired of hearing bad news stories all the time.
The wild birth of a baby iguana is a triumph of nature. On Escudo de Veraguas, the radio signal leads Bryson Boyrin on his quest.
Yeah, you could just see her fur. Hey, buddy. Okay. Look at that. Wow. Whew. Victoria. Yay. Whoa, you're looking big. Oh, man.
That's great.
Oh, she looks great. Look at her.
Yeah.
That's great. She looks like she's been doing very good here in the forest and not in the mangroves, so she looks very healthy.
You know, one thing I think that this shows is that even though the mangroves are being cut, that may not be as big of a risk for the pygmy sloths, because if they're able to eat other things in the forest, at least they have other food sources besides just the mangroves. So I'm pretty confident to say that there are more sloths than just 63 on Escudo. There are probably a lot more. If they're in the whole island here like this, that means the population is pretty good.
Ready to go?
All right,
Yeah,
Victoria.
back to home, sweet home.
So the locals were right. If the pygmy sloths are spread over the entire island and live in its abundant forest, scientists will have to re-examine their numbers and maybe even the status of the species. It's fantastic news for the pygmy three-toed sloth. This important discovery was the result of collaboration between scientists and the island's inhabitants.
El último es. ¿Dónde está el
But the happiness of this day is short-lived. Not far away, a nasty surprise awaits the scientists. A green turtle, another endangered species, is trapped in the dugout of a group of poachers.
So they're in the islands, you know, so they're probably gonna cut it up, smoke it, and then they will cook it slowly. And they'll finish with it. And this animal can stay at least a week before he starts to get weak.
Do they really know what they're doing?
I really think they really know what they do. The police would come around here maybe 1 or 2 times in a month, just pass around looking for drugs people, but they really don't looking to see if people killing sea turtle.
That's pretty sad to see.
It's pretty sad, you know, for me, it's because, you know, I worked 13 years protecting sea turtle with the Peter Maitland Animal Project in Cayusa, Patia. And my father got more than 20 years saving them, you know, trying to save them, and I do the same, you know, so it's pretty sad to see they catch it and they're going to kill it, you know.
Poaching is yet another threat in the fight to conserve endangered species. And the problem is widespread, even in protected areas.
So? Bad news? Nothing.
Nothing. We checked all the traps again, where we put the extra pheromones out last night, and nothing.
No tracks, nothing.
No tracks. We actually went along a couple extra trails and checked that where there were some muddy spots from the rain that we had the other day. We haven't seen a track since you've been here.
Well, that's life, I suppose.
Yep, we're obviously very concerned about what might be causing this. Even if we have all this conservation momentum behind us, it can just take a few people to come in and maybe snare some animals, which is what we're hearing. It's depressing.
But where are Cora and the other jaguars? There are rumors that poachers have recently been operating inside the reserve, and two of them were even bold enough to brag of their horrible acts on social networks.
Oh my God, that's sad.
It's a catastrophe for the local population, which numbers only 14 jaguars.
How far should we go to protect threatened species? A private militia patrols the reserve every day. Around here, they don't mess around when it comes to conservation. There are rampant rumors that up to 11 jaguars have been killed in the region, possibly even within the boundaries of the reserve. Jaguar skins have been found on the black market.
It makes me sad because it's as if they were threatening members of my own family. So I don't know what we're going to do with these poachers. So much work, love, and sacrifice over so many years, only to see our jaguars killed. We're going to return to the mountain and try to find these hunters who shoot at anything that moves.
On Little Cayman, another type of hunting party is being organized. Local diving associations are mobilizing to wipe out the lionfish, the species now considered the worst poacher in the Caribbean. But the divers must keep up the hunting pressure if they are going to neutralize this invasion, because lionfish reproduce extremely quickly. This is not sustainable. So they have turned to a more natural solution. They are enlisting the help of the few groupers that live near the coastline. Little by little, they are training them to hunt the invader. Who knows whether these few fish will develop a taste for the lionfish and transmit this new feeding habit to other fish. Earth's ecosystems are today weakened and threatened by a variety of external pressures. Conservation efforts are vital, but the hard work of many can be completely undone by the greed of just a few.
Buying the turtle's freedom cost only a few dollars. A modest sum given the situation. We even wondered if we were not trying to appease our own conscience in the face of so much indifference. But this was a living symbol of nature's difficult coexistence with humanity. We just couldn't leave it there and do nothing.
I'm optimistic because I believe we can change things, and if human being realizes the importance, there's still something we can do, but we are right on the edge.
The coral reef system could be in dire straits, but we need to take efforts in order to mitigate these, and we can stop fishing larger fish and keep them on the reef, and it's important that we do it now.
I'm not really sure which species will survive and which will survive in the future, but I think life will find a way.
The lionfish invasion really highlights for me is the importance for humans to understand that they can have a drastic effect, and they need to realize what they're doing before they do it.
When you're in a forest with predators, it gives you a new respect for life. It gives you a new respect for the connectivity of all things. You actually feel like you're not on the top of the world. Maybe that's where we should begin, is to not just educate people in the classroom, but take people out of the classroom into what's left of the wilderness so that we can actually save it.
If you inspire people and educate them, I think then they'll start to care more about it and help protect it.
The troubled coexistence between humans and the different forms of life on our planet too often translates into the loss of species that play key roles in ecosystems. Perhaps we can draw inspiration from the remarkable work of scientists who dedicate their lives to preserving endangered species. Humanity has a duty to reestablish a harmonious relationship with nature, and do it soon. It is within our grasp to sustainably and harmoniously develop the Earth's resources. But time is running out if our legacy to future generations is to inspire a wave of change and a new attitude, one of respect for biodiversity and the essential harmony among all forms of life.
The goal of the mission, 1,000 Days for the Planet, is to document the beauty and fragility of biodiversity on Earth. But we also realize that life in the oceans is truly threatened.
Oceans cover more than 70% of the Earth's surface, and their volume is about 300 times more than land-based environments. So the oceans play a vital role in the balance of life on this planet. Life abounds in the Big Blue in a variety of shapes and colors, ranging from microscopic creatures to the last giants of the world. Unfortunately, our limitless exploitation of the oceans and our savage history with certain resources tell a sad tale. After nearly wiping out whale populations, we have developed ever more sophisticated fishing techniques, which have exerted an unsustainable pressure on ocean resources. Today, it is estimated that 87% of the oceans are overexploited or exploited to their very limits by the fishing industry. Large ocean predators have been especially affected by our insatiable appetite for resources of the sea. It is estimated that 90% of large fish have disappeared in recent decades. Despite their threatened status, the fishing industry still harvests about 65 million sharks each year.
Sharks were long considered an accidental catch or bycatch on longliners, fishing boats that release kilometers and kilometers of fishing line into the sea, aimed primarily at catching large fish. But sharks are no longer a bycatch. Today, they are targeted directly. In the past, there was no market for shark meat, but the recent development of the lucrative Asian market for shark fins has completely changed all that. The consequences for ocean ecosystems are disastrous.
There are recent scientific publications that say that, in general, all marine predators have declined 90% in the last 50 years. So, you know, it's not looking good.
We've invited scientists aboard the Sedna, people who are passionate about what they do and who have dedicated their lives to saving the ocean's large predators.
Biologists Pedro Afonso and Jorge Fontes have joined the Sedna 4 for this expedition. These scientists from the University of the Azores are also skilled fishermen who are able to catch a shark with a line and hooks specially designed not to hurt the animal. They will team up with Randall Arauz, a scientist and activist who has become well known internationally for his campaigns against shark fishermen, especially those who practice shark finning.
Our first stop was the Azores, in the middle of the Atlantic. It's a place I love. It's filled with history. It's a sailor's paradise. On the beaches, the docks, even in the bars, you can feel the history and smell the sea. Sailors love to stop at the small port of Horta on Fayal Island.
Located on either side of the mid-Atlantic ridge, the Azores archipelago is the result of 20 million years of volcanic activity. The spectacular scenery of the islands, which have emerged only 5 million years ago, continues to evolve and change as a result of volcanoes and the movement of 3 major tectonic plates that meet here. In the oceans, seamounts rise up to the surface, which brings up nutrient-rich waters that feed an impressive diversity of marine life.
In seamounts, you typically have upwelling events, that is, deep water that carries nutrients along the slopes of the seamount to surface or at least to depths where the animals can profit from it. Seamounts not only have more biomass or more animals, they have more species, including the top predators that might be travelers of the ocean, but that might stop on particular seamounts because they have the increased productivity which they can profit from. Everybody goes to the seamounts, including man, of course.
Many migratory species appear to use these seamounts in some phase of their lives. But only recently have scientists discovered the important role played by seamounts around the world.
We could probably try to do that, like at 4
One
o'clock.
of the very first seamounts to be declared worldwide as a marine reserve for scientific purposes, so we can understand the whole process from bottom to top, is the Condor Seamount, which was declared a marine reserve about 3 years ago. And this is just outside our door, which is a fantastic opportunity for all of us, scientists, fishermen, and managers, to understand how these seamounts work so we can better protect them.
The volcanic seamounts in the Azores cause nutrient-rich currents to rise to the surface, which attracts pelagic species such as hammerhead sharks, whose status is precarious and which are increasingly rare in the world's oceans.
Hammerhead sharks are among the most endangered sharks. All pelagic sharks are reduced 90% during the last 50 years, but hammerheads are down 98, 99% in certain areas of the world. So they need a lot of help.
The crew of the Sedna 4 hopes to install satellite tags on young hammerhead sharks that seem to use some areas of the Azores as a nursery.
Hammerheads are naturally less abundant because they produce much less offspring to start with. Secondly, they actually make what we call some kind of parental care to their offspring, in the sense that they move to very specific habitats where females think that their pups are going to have increased chances of survival during their first months and years. So the nurseries of hammerheads are typically located in these very coastal areas, shallow inlets, mangroves in the tropics. In the particular case of this hammerhead species, the smooth hammerhead, we think that oceanic islands such as the Azores might play a crucial role as nursery habitats for the North Atlantic population of this species. In places like the Azores, there has been no historical fishing pressure on hammerhead populations locally, and this continues to be the case, fortunately. However, the adults which live an oceanic lifestyle are also attracted to the longlines, the industrial longline, in open water, and they are indeed a bycatch, a typical bycatch of this fishery. And that is exactly the reason why now ICCAT has mandated the member states to forbid any landing of hammerhead species on the longline fleets. There is an era of research on marine ecology and behavior before the advent of electronic tagging, and another one after the advent of electronic tagging. The capacity of these devices to open windows into the life of these animals and into the significance of particular habitats is just too precious for us to leave it behind.
That's a female.
That's a female.
Stood.
I'll hold.
4 years, maybe.
Well,
We think this site is a nursery, so we're going to attach an acoustic transmitter to this female so that we can find out whether she comes back next year.
So these guys, they heal really fast, these kind of wounds.
Yeah.
Not having this.
We've attached the acoustic transmitter. We're going to move forward to oxygenate the shark, and then we'll attach the satellite transmitter.
You got it? ¿Ya tienes el número de marca?
This satellite tag, called a pop-up, is quite distinctive. After 300 days, the tag will be released and rise to the surface, where it will send all its data to the satellite. This will provide detailed and accurate information about the shark's dives and how deep it went. And if it traveled any long distances during these 300 days, we'll learn that too.
Okay, whenever you want. 1, 2,
head first.
3. Woohoo!
Without knowing it, this female will be providing scientists with vital data. They'll use it to learn more about her movements and eventually to help put protective measures in place for this extremely threatened species. To study the ocean's great migrators, we must travel great distances. With the same team of biologists, we're headed for Cocos Island off the Pacific coast of Costa Rica. Cocos Island is a paradise for both biologists and divers who come here from around the world. The marine biodiversity here is exceptional, and it's known for its abundant shark population.
The sharks of Cocos Island migrate between Cocos, Galapagos, and Malpelo, Colombia. So it's really a shared population. This is very important because, of course, we can protect the sharks in Cocos Island as much as we want, but then they're going to go to other islands and they must be protected there as well. And also, let's say all 3 countries get together and say, okay, we have to protect them more when they're on these 3 islands, but what about when they're migrating in between? So we need the information now on when are the times where the sharks are migrating so that we can design, of course, the corridors.
Our goal is to install a satellite transmitter onto a hammerhead shark. If we're successful, we'll gain a much better understanding of where these sharks go, and we'll be able to suggest protection measures. It's very urgent that we gather accurate data on the sharks' migration routes so that we can adopt effective conservation measures. Catching a hammerhead shark will not be easy. They are very cunning animals, and there are fewer and fewer around Cocos Island. And because there are many different kinds of sharks, our bait may attract other species. But it's very important that we get a satellite transmitter onto a shark to better understand how they move around in this area of the Pacific. There are many illegal fishermen around here, and we must put conservation measures into place quickly.
Fortunately, the government of Costa Rica recently increased the protection around Cocos. They're taking stronger actions against the illegal fishermen. I really hope we can curtail all these illegal fisheries and that we can somehow control, the uncontrolled fisheries that are happening now in the eastern tropical Pacific, because hammerheads definitely have dropped during this last year.
The decline of shark species is caused by overfishing, prompted largely by the demand for shark fins, which can fetch up to several $100s per kilo.
There is a 12-mile protected zone around Cocos Island in which no fishing is allowed. Obviously, the extraordinary biodiversity here attracts many poachers. We see them sitting just outside the 12-mile limit on our radar. The island has a monitoring system, wardens and boats, but they can't do anything when the poachers are outside the park. Yet we know very well that these poachers frequently enter the park because they have no notion of conservation. All they want to do is catch fish and sell it. When they come into the park, they often play a game of hide and seek with the park wardens. At night, it's the law of the jungle. And the poachers are much better at the game than the wardens. So at night, out at sea, there's a war going on.
On the island, the evidence of poaching is striking. You see it everywhere. For example, this bridge across a small river was made from fishing buoys seized by park wardens. The director of Cocos Island National Park agreed to talk to us about this serious situation.
This is where we store all the fishing gear. We can see here a number of different kinds of buoys. Do you see how many of them are painted? They do this to make them almost invisible and difficult for us to spot. We keep all the confiscated equipment here. As you can see, there is a lot. It's a big problem because it's all equipment that was set up in protected areas. We manage all of this as garbage. This here is the gear typically used by longliners. These are the lines and hooks used to catch shark. You know that the Cocos Island is also known as Shark's Island. Even our emblem is a hammerhead shark, and they are now an endangered species. There are pressure zones that are between 8 and 10 miles from the coast. The fishermen know when we're coming and sail off. So by the time we reach the point where we first spotted them on radar, they're gone. And that's where we find all this fishing gear. Sometimes they've even had enough time to cut or retrieve their lines by then.
Es decir, ellos en el lapso que tratamos nosotros de llegar hasta ellos, ellos recogieron lo más rápido. Y nosotros decimos que los pescadores.
We say that fishermen are like sly hunters, an exotic species introduced into an environment into which they don't belong. And even though it's a big ocean, the ecosystem around the island is especially rich.
La riqueza está ahí donde están los animales, sí, pero nosotros no podemos tener.
We can't keep the fish in cages to protect them.
Cercados, ¿verdad? Encerrados.
This is where we keep the buoys we retrieve.
Las boyas pelican, ¿verdad? Las boyas pelican prácticamente.
Most of them come from Taiwan, and they paint them so they can sneak past the patrols.
¿Verdad? Si usted ve una boya, nosotros decimos que boya china, pero en realidad es procedente de Taiwán.
Look at the difference. This is one that hasn't been painted, and this is one that has. With the painted ones especially, we can clearly see the intention behind them, to harm the protected area by fishing shark and tuna. We need to reevaluate our strategies to counteract this problem. We're not here just to patrol and protect. We need to take it further and work on reforming our fisheries and navigation laws.
Necesitamos una ley de navegación y es un lugar con mucha vida marina.
This is a magnificent place with a wealth of marine life worth protecting. That is the least we can do with what we have. We must quickly develop new protection measures here in the island and at a national level to protect the resources.
The team of scientists continues its efforts, but the days go by and the large numbers of hammerhead sharks that Cocos Islands is famous for are still missing. The team decides to change the protocol. At this point, any species will do. The scientists must absolutely catch a shark for their research.
Unfortunately, I'm not seeing the same number of hammerhead sharks. I used to see hundreds at the different stations in Manuelita, at Dirty Rock, and Alcion. And about 3 trips ago, last year in September, we came, and there were hardly any sharks, but the water was very warm. And everybody said, well, it's El Nino, the water's warm. The sharks will come back as soon as it gets cold, and okay. But yeah, the water's a lot colder now, and they're not coming back. There was a place like this in Mexico, the Gulf of Cortez, and they had hammerheads just like here, and they wiped them out in the 90s. You know, they can be wiped out.
The scientists have tried everything. They spread blood in the water to attract sharks, use baited buoys, anything to catch a shark.
One particular night was extremely frustrating. We were trying to catch a shark for science, and yet on our radar we saw poachers coming into the park and setting their lines. And they probably had a better chance of catching a shark than we did. There was nothing we could do except alert the wardens. They said they would try to stop them, but we knew very well that their chances of catching the poachers were slim.
So we have a boat.
You see the boat there?
At
what distance?
12 miles.
It's about 12 miles away.
It's about 12 miles away. It's leaving the Cocos Island National Park limits.
Are you heading right out to look for them?
Yes, we're going straight there.
Earlier, this boat came within 3 miles of ours. Clearly, it was completely inside the park boundary, so the fishing equipment could be just about anywhere. What they do is cast their lines, then leave the park limits.
What they do is cast their lines and then leave the park limits. They'll remain outside at the 12-mile limit, where they cannot be caught.
An important point to explain in all of this is that if we reach them, we will most likely find fishing gear. But unless it's connected to the boat, we cannot prove that it belongs to them.
The fishermen see us patrolling because they have radars like ours. And as soon as we start off towards them, they move further away. And so we can retrieve and confiscate the equipment. But unless the boat is right there, there is no way to prove anything.
So, unless the lines are actually connected to the boat, you can do nothing, even if the lines are only a meter away and full of fish.
Exactly.
For example, we can accuse them of illegal fishing, and 2 or 3 years later, the case will end up in court. But when the judge asked the park ranger if he saw that the lines were connected to the boat, if the answer is no, and the captain denies that the lines were his, then the case is dropped. This is one of the biggest problems we face here in the Cocos Island National Park.
We know what the problem is. We just need to change the law so that every fishing buoy is identified with a boat number. That would solve the problem. If a fishing buoy is found inside the park with your boat number on it, you're guilty. Period.
Along the coast, measures to protect berthing areas are not much better. The team joins another group of scientists in Golfito Bay in Costa Rica. The Tiburon mission team is studying the life cycle of young hammerhead sharks that gather in this bay. The biologists are working directly with some local fishermen to try and provide protection for female hammerhead sharks who give birth in the area.
During the months of July and August is when there is a jump in the number of, specifically, young hammerhead sharks being captured.
y todos juveniles, lo que nos afirma que
This just confirms that it's the season in which female hammerheads migrate to the coast. They probably come in May or June and leave their pups to grow in this protected area because it is a safe nursery, rich in nutrients. Here they can live for their first 2 to 4 years until they're adults, until they can make the great migrations to other islands, such as the Malpelo and Galapagos, where adult hammerheads are often seen. This is our reality here in Gulf of Dulce and other areas along the coast of Costa Rica, where the hammerhead shark is often unintentionally caught by fishermen as bycatch.
One of these fishermen has agreed to talk on camera.
On average, how many hammerhead sharks do you catch every day?
Depending on the area, in one day we can catch up to 100. Sometimes more. In other areas, none. But whenever they're caught like this, most of them are already dead. Up to 70% are already dead.
These aren't illegal fishermen. They're simple family fishermen trying to make a living. But for 2 months, they fish right in the shark nurseries.
The problem with this species is that it spends most of its time swimming to oxygenate itself. When these sharks get caught in the fishing lines, their movement is limited so they can't breathe and they quickly die. That's why during those months fishing in this area must be prohibited. 63, 48,
macho.
Male.
Es un recién nacido.
It's a newborn. It still has the opening from the umbilical cord.
63.
It's 63 centimeters in length. Hammerheads are born between 50 and 60 centimeters. That male is 2 weeks to a month old, no more than 2 months.
It's ready for relax. Un macho.
An interesting fact is that in the Gulf of Dulce, there are more male than female hammerheads. It may be a strategy to ensure genetic diversity within the species.
Para garantizar la diversidad genética de la especie.
Come on, go! He's stunned, but he'll recover.
The capture of this young tiger shark is not good news. Other endangered species also appear to use the Golfito area to give birth among the mangroves along the coast.
We're trying to protect the adults in their migrations, but we're leaving behind the young in the coastal waters. It's sad because we work hard to try and protect the hammerhead. And when we see these things, we become discouraged. It kills the flame. But at the same time, it's the reason we keep working. We need to know more about them to protect them. We need to work closer with the fishing communities to make their protection a reality. In Puerto Jiménez, there aren't many traditional fishermen, only around 20 to 30 families whose livelihood depend directly on traditional fishing. There are a lot of options in the area. There's a lot of tourism. There are even many other marine species during these months, like whales and dolphins. And these can provide some alternatives, like tourism. We have to work with the fishermen so they understand that the hammerhead is endangered and that these sharks are worth more alive than dead. You're free!
Voy! Sí, está bien!
The biologists of Mission Tiburon are doing fantastic work. They raise awareness with young people and fishermen, but it will take more than that. We need laws to protect the sharks' birthing sites and nurseries for these 2 critical months of the year. And we need to find a way to financially compensate the 20 or so fishing families during this period. It shouldn't be that hard. It probably costs more to send scientists somewhere in the world to meet 2 or 3 times to try and understand the problem than it does to implement real measures to compensate these fishermen. But we must absolutely find a way to protect the zones during these 2 critical months. The conservation problems in our oceans are caused mainly by overfishing. Governments know it, and scientists have been saying it for years. Even worse, scientists are saying that we have maybe 40 or 50 years to change our ways, or fish stocks will collapse. So if the overfishing problem isn't solved early in this century, there will be no more fishing at all by the end of the century.
Longline fishing is non-selective, and every year its bycatch kills a huge number of non-commercial fish, turtles, birds, and other species. One longliner can deploy up to 100 kilometers of line equipped with thousands of baited hooks. This type of fishing primarily targets large fish, such as swordfish, which are a good source of income for fishermen. But overfishing has reduced stocks to the point where revenues are not sufficient to cover the cost of the industry. The significant decline in swordfish populations has forced the industry to develop new markets. Long considered bycatch, sharks were once thrown back due to their low value. But the growth of the lucrative shark fin market has changed the strategy of the industry.
There's very little known about sharks, and shark science only started until the 90s. And I think all shark scientists now share the concern that we're running out of sharks, and we really need to work together to generate the information we need and to get the political change we need. And
one day, Randall managed to get a friend hired on as a cook on a fishing boat. The images he took documented for the first time what happens at sea, far from prying eyes. The footage shows turtles and all sorts of bycatch, but the most disturbing images are of what happens to the sharks. These were the first images of what's called shark finning. In its most barbaric form, the shark is brought on board, its fins and tail cut off, and then it's thrown back to the sea, often still alive. Obviously, without its fins and tail, the animal can no longer swim and circulate water through its gills, so it dies an agonizing death by suffocation. It's a cruel practice, and these images galvanized public opinion.
first of all, it's a cruel, painful death for these magnificent animals. From a more technical point of view, it's unsustainable. They're wiping out marine biodiversity so that a culture on the other side of the world can have their shark fin soup.
These images of shark finning helped raise public awareness, and some countries now ban the practice. But this has not stopped shark fishing altogether.
What happened is that a new market has been created. Many countries now require fishermen to keep the shark carcasses. In a way, by creating a market for shark meat, we have legalized a once condemned practice, but nothing has really changed. We're putting even more pressure on shark populations.
The way fisheries are controlled out here in the open sea, it's no man's land. It's everyone take all. Everything is for free. And that isn't changing yet. And I think that is something that many countries have to work on. The United States, the Economic Union, Australia, which is a big fishing nation. And, you know, we need to get together and change the way fishery policy is established. We have a very interesting relationship with the government of Costa Rica. However, we have a very bad relationship with the Costa Rican Fisheries Institute. The Fishery Institute is an autonomous institute, which means it's not part of the central government. And since it's autonomous, they are not ruled by the president. They are ruled by a board of directors. And guess who's on the board of directors? Shark finners, shrimp trawlers, tuna purse seiners. So they're all there not to establish public policy. They're there to protect their own private interests. What we need is fisheries directed with science in mind. How many boats can fish this resource? When should we stop fishing? Where should we not fish? Then even if it hurts somebody's pocket, we must stop fishing.
The fishing fleets have grown in the past decades dependent on subsidies from governments. That is, the real cost involved in sending a fishing vessel out there with all the costs in fuel, in gear, in paying the crewmen, etc., is just not overturned by the real profit that the catch is going to make in the market. And the only reason why that fleet or that particular vessel is doing its everyday fishing is because it gets subsidies from all of us taxpayers to lower the cost of those items. If we would be to take all the subsidies to the fishing fleets all over the world, and in particular in developed countries, most of those fleets would stop the day after.
By creating a new market for shark bait, the fishing industry is committed to using much of the resource, but at 63 euro cents per kilo, less than $1. Some wonder whether this new market for shark bait is not simply a cover for continuing the lucrative trade in shark fins. The effort to catch a shark off Cocos Islands continues. Time is passing, and the scientists are redoubling their efforts. Pedro and George have been working day and night. There's no question of giving up. They can't leave empty-handed. The stakes are too high.
If we want to effectively protect and conserve these highly migratory species, we need to figure out where the critical habitats are located, whether they are for mating purposes, for spawning purposes, or for juvenile growth purposes. This is the main issue.
Finally, after many attempts, they catch one. It's not a hammerhead, but the team can still track its movements and learn the migration routes of this Galapagos shark.
Vertebrates in general have this thing called the tonic immobility reflex, which basically is when you're turned upside down, you become numb. And they get really, really, really amenable to work with. And we think that they also get a decreased pain function. We do that to promote natural anesthesia. Okay.
Yeah, wherever.
That's the tag.
This is a female Galapagos shark. They just installed an acoustic tag inside it. This issues a sound that can be heard 500 meters around, and this tag will work for at least 5 years. So we expect to get some really good data because the tag is implanted inside the animal, so we're sure it's not going to be lost. Yeah, go for it.
Quick action is needed. The scientists install the satellite tag.
Okay, bottom one. Let's just keep going for a while.
Yeah.
Well, the shark looks a little tired, and it's already been hooked for a few minutes, and I'm just a little concerned that the time it'll take to deploy the satellite transmitter on it might be a little too long. It is very invasive, but then at the same time, the information you get out of a single animal is so valuable compared to using other type of tags. But on the other hand, it's very invasive, and yeah, you have to act fast.
Usually, after the first stage of the operation, we turn the shark over and move the boat to oxygenate the animal. This revives it from its comatose state. But this shark wasn't reacting. We began to get anxious.
Okay, so see, these are
Okay,
looking,
yes,
so
good. That direction is
they're
good.
holding now. Yeah, then you pull it in, yeah? You're the man.
All right, the hook is off.
See, we're learning. Okay, it's going. It's going.
Oh, yeah.
In the end, it was just a scare. The female Galapagos shark regained her senses and swam off with the transmitter. So she will provide a lot of essential data for scientists.
In the days that follow, divers managed to install acoustic transmitters on other shark species, including one of the few hammerhead sharks spotted around Cocos Island.
This glimpse into the world of sharks and fishing really makes you think. Scientists have identified most of the problems, and solutions do exist. But if we want to save these threatened species, what's missing is a willingness to implement those solutions. This will probably mean making sacrifices and changing our consumption habits so we can change the model and build a different relationship with the oceans. If we want to preserve what remains of our oceans, we'll have to pay the price for our past abuses.
I think there is no miracle solution to the biggest problem of all, which is how are we going to give food to everybody while wild fish are just going lower and lower in numbers. There is two main hopes in our capacity to solve that. One is aquaculture, but we also know that aquaculture has a lot of environmental and even social problems associated with it, and we need to solve those. And the other is obviously a more sustainable management of global fishing in the world. And that might take the exploitation of lower trophic chain resources, which can still give good protein to people and release a little bit our pressure on the top levels. So balanced harvesting is becoming a major hope in the fisheries science arena.
We talk about sharks are going extinct, how important they are for the ecosystem, and we go to meetings and we go to conventions and we design strategies, and then we have meetings to see what went wrong with the strategy, and then another meeting to push the strategy again, and this time it is going to work, So all this talk and talk and talk, but no action. Apparently we don't have time. Scientists are saying we have another 40 or 50 years before it's all depleted. In our lifetime, we may see this big dramatic change, and let's hope we can stop it. We need everybody's help.
There are serious conservation challenges, but I'm optimistic. When humanity mobilizes, we can accomplish great things. We mustn't forget that everything on Earth is interconnected. We depend on other species for our own survival. If we can change the way we coexist with other species, I'm convinced we can get there. We can do it, I'm sure.
extraordinary diversity of life on Earth reveals itself in a stunning variety of shapes and colors that paint a unique picture of our planet. Over the eons, plants and animals have evolved to interact with each other in an exquisite balance to form the great tree of life. Our own survival depends on these different forms of life, from the tiniest to the very largest. Biodiversity provides natural services that allow different forms of life to breathe, eat, and reproduce. It regulates the planet's climate and purifies its soil and water. This extraordinary diversity of species, which interact in equilibrium in Earth's various ecosystems, is the very foundation of everything in our world. But unchecked exploitation of the Earth's resources is now threatening this balance.
Biodiversity is not just this abstract concept in halls of science. It's the living underpinning of our lives. And I think in 100 or 200 years, when lots of our geopolitical melodramas have been forgotten, I actually think the world is going to judge this moment that we're in now very much on how we grappled with this issue. So it's exciting to be a part of it at the same time.
The first forms of life arose in the oceans about 3.8 billion years ago. Through natural selection, the driver of evolution, a multitude of species came into existence, forming the basis of the diversity of life as we know it today. But this biodiversity is now threatened. If nothing is done to correct the situation, between a third and a half of all living species could disappear by the end of the century. The oceans are the largest ecosystem on Earth, but our exploitation of their resources is far beyond their ability to regenerate.
The fishing techniques we use today are like warfare, a war we are waging against fish.
It is estimated that 87% of the Earth's oceans are overexploited or exploited to their limits by the fishing industry.
The way fisheries are controlled out here in the open sea, it's no man's land. It's everyone take all. Everything is for free.
The spectacular growth of industrialized fishing has caused an alarming decline in fish stocks, a decline that threatens the very survival of the fishing industry.
If we would be to take all the subsidies to the fishing fleets, most of those fleets would stop the day after.
In recent decades, stocks of large fish in the world's oceans have plummeted by 90%. These large predators are essential to the balance of marine ecosystems.
All the data says we have a big, serious crisis. But what I like to say is that extinction is only inevitable if you watch it on TV.
For several years, the oceanographic schooner Sedna 4 has crisscrossed the Earth's oceans. Mission leader, Jean Lemire.
We have embarked on a 3-year trip around the world to assess the state of biodiversity. Our mission, 1,000 days for the planet, will allow us to meet with scientists who dedicate their lives to the comprehension of what is critically at stake regarding our environment.
All of that tekst dan.
The Sedna heads to Costa Rica in Central America, where the economy depends in large part on the extraordinary biodiversity of its national parks. Every year, tourists from around the world come here to get in touch with nature. The magnificent beach of Playa Grande in the Guanacaste region receives its share of tourists. But come nightfall, they give way to biologists and volunteers. Tonight, like every winter night, the beach belongs to one of the ocean's oldest creatures, the leatherback turtle. At high tide, this female has come to lay her eggs, as her ancestors have done for nearly 100 million years.
We spent 20 years, the best years of our lives, saving these turtles, right?
Biologists James Spatilla and Frank Palladino founded the Leatherback Trust, an organization dedicated to saving Pacific leatherback turtles.
We've been protecting every nest on the beach, protecting all the turtles, producing lots of hatchlings. They take 15, 20 years to mature. We've been doing this 20 years, so we're starting to see new turtles coming.
It is estimated that 60% of leatherback turtles have disappeared in the past 30 years.
She looks to be about 145 centimeters long, probably around 18 to 20 years of age, and she's finished nesting. She's now in the process of early bearing, but you can see how delicately she's using her hands to pat the sand down and to pack it so that the eggs are in a nice location, and then she will start to camouflage and cover all around here. And in 60 days, hopefully at this point, some turtles will dig their way up and out and head out back out to the ocean. In 1980, there was over 100,000 females nesting in the Pacific alone. Now we estimate there's only about 1,500 to 3,000, and that's since 1980. And the only thing that has changed is the impact that humans have had on them. We take away the beaches because we develop them to have our recreation and hotels and so on, so they can't reproduce on their natal beaches anymore. We changed our fishing practices in the 80s. Now we have long lines, which by accidental bycatch will kill turtles, and the estimates are that about 20,000 turtles a year. And the third thing we did was we harvested their eggs.
According to popular belief, these eggs have aphrodisiac properties, creating a black market that thrives even today.
In California, especially along the Pacific, they have swarms of jellyfish, and they say, we never had swarms of jellyfish before. And I tell them, you've taken the major predators of jellyfish out of the ocean. Where there used to be 100,000, now there's only 1,500. And each of those turtles would eat an estimate of 90 kilograms of jellyfish a day. And not only do those jellyfish have an impact that we have to close the beach because you're going to get stung, but they eat the little fish in the ocean that grow up into the big fish that we like to catch and eat. So the more jellyfish you have, the more problems there is also. So when you say, are leatherbacks important to save? I say, well, there's a good example for you. Right here on the tag, it tells you what time she came up, when she started digging, when she's covering. She did lay 49 eggs. We know what season that she has come in. There is a cohort of 4 or 5 females that have nested here for 4 different seasons, and it's almost 20 years apart from the first time we've seen them to this time. So we know an awful lot about the demographics of these turtles.
Of the 7 turtle species living in our oceans, 6 are on the red list of threatened or vulnerable species. But turtles are not the only members of this unenviable list. Another emblem of our oceans has a troubled coexistence with humans: the shark. Sharks have existed in our oceans for over 400 million years. Yet today, about 1/3 of the world's species of sharks and rays are threatened with extinction, primarily because of overfishing. Large ocean predators, which play an essential role in maintaining balance in our ecosystems, are on the losing side of decades of exploitation.
There are recent scientific publications that say that, in general, all marine predators have declined 90% in the last 50 years. So, you know, it's not looking good.
Biologist Randall Arauz is internationally recognized for his efforts to protect Costa Rica's turtle and shark populations. As an activist, he uses every means at his disposal to raise awareness of the catastrophic decline of turtles and sharks around the world. Through protests, school programs, and negotiating with fishermen, Randall tries to educate the public about the importance of large predators in ecosystems. And he wages an unrelenting war against long-line fishers who indiscriminately target large fish species.
A friend of mine was lucky enough and he was able to get a job on one of these longline boats as a cook. So when he got the job, he told me. So we put that camera on the boat with my friend and he was acting like it was a family video. And sure enough, he brought video of leatherback sea turtles on the long lines, sea lions on the long lines, molas, all sorts of wildlife. So this is the first time we're getting a glimpse of what is occurring with the longline fishery, the bycatch problem that it constitutes. And at the very end of the video, they pull up a shark, they hack off the fin, and they throw the shark back into the water. And I was just stunned. Like, what was that? What just happened?
What Randall had just witnessed for the first time was the cruel practice of shark finning. In its most barbaric form, the shark is dragged onto the boat, where the fishers hack off its fins and tail. They then throw the shark back to sea, often still alive. Unable to swim, it dies a slow death by suffocation. These images sparked an outcry against this practice.
First of all, it's cruel. It's a cruel, painful death for these magnificent animals. From a more technical point of view, it's unsustainable. They're wiping out marine biodiversity so that a culture on the other side of the world can have their shark fin soup.
Shark fins represent only about 5% of the animal's body mass, but they can fetch up to $400 per kilogram, making them one of the most valuable marine products in the world. It is estimated that between 40 and 70 million sharks are killed every year for this controversial market. The Sedna stops on the island of Fayal in the middle of the Atlantic. Sitting astride the mid-Atlantic ridge, the Azores archipelago is the result of 20 million years of volcanic activity. These spectacular islands which emerged from the ocean only 5 million years ago, are still changing under the effects of volcanism and shifts in the 3 major tectonic plates that meet here. Deep in the ocean, seamounts rise toward the surface, causing an upwelling of ocean currents. This, in turn, sustains an abundance of marine life. The exceptional richness of these waters attracts many different species.
The most important fishing grounds in the whole of the Azores. And you have these 2 major...
Pedro Afonso, a biologist at the University of the Azores, works with a team of scientists to better understand the role of large predators in ecosystems.
Which means that it's probably the time...
A shark specialist, he has earned the trust of local fishers. Thanks to the long-standing relationships Afonso has developed, the Sedna's mission leader, Jean Lemire, is allowed to experience life aboard a long liner. These fishing boats are frequently portrayed as the source of all evil.
Our old ideas of the sea and products of the sea are a thing of the past. The fishing techniques we use today are like warfare, a war we are waging against fish.
This long liner alone will cast nearly 100 kilometers of line, containing thousands of baited hooks. The line is reeled in every 12 hours over the next 3 weeks. This represents over 40 periods of intensive fishing, regardless of conditions. Although this fishing technique is not highly selective, the fishers are primarily seeking swordfish, a large predator that fetches good prices. Fishing boats have operated in these rich waters for years. But despite the use of ever more effective fishing techniques, catches are declining. Today, far fewer swordfish and other large fish are caught in the waters off the Azores. And it's the same around the world. Yet fishing pressure today is greater than ever. The largest fish are preserved on ice to supply the insatiable market for fresh fish. Since a fishing trip lasts at least 3 weeks, the fish sold in supermarkets have often been caught a month earlier. Current regulations specify a minimum catch size for swordfish. Legally, smaller fish must be thrown back. But in general, these young swordfish are cleaned and frozen to be sold later. This practice is illegal. Biologist Gonzalo Grassa often serves as a scientific observer on fishing boats.
How can we avoid that situation where, they are catching fish that are too small? That's probably difficult, right?
Yeah. Well, one of the ways can be increase the size of the hook, and there are several kinds of hooks. There are some twisted, and but when they use another kind of hook, they don't catch so many fish, and they prefer to catch a little bit more fish, but smaller than no fish.
Fishermen dispute this regulation on fish size. They contend that since most of the young swordfish are already dead when they haul them aboard, they don't see why they should be forced to throw them back. With no one enforcing the regulation, young swordfish continue to be caught.
Long lining is fishing at an industrial scale. It's a perfect example of everything that's wrong with fishing. It's a world unto itself, where companies do practically whatever they like. It's like a city without a police force that's controlled by gangs and mobsters. It's incredible.
The major decline in swordfish stocks has given rise to a new market, shark fishing. Long viewed merely as accidental catches, what fishermen call bycatch, sharks were thrown back because of their low market value. But the expansion of the lucrative shark fin market has changed all that.
The fishery, at least in the Atlantic, shifted from a swordfish fishery to a blue shark and swordfish fishery. And actually nowadays, the European fleet depends on the blue shark to make a living.
The commercial fishing industry now relies heavily on the significant revenue earned from shark fins. Sharks are no longer considered bycatch, and fishers are directly targeting the blue shark, an abundant species in oceans all over the world, to compensate for lower revenues from declining fish stocks. Unlike swordfish, most sharks are still very much alive when they are hauled aboard. But the size of the animal does not appear to be a factor for sharks. Even the young ones end up in the ship's hold.
The way fisheries are controlled out here in the open sea, it's no man's land. It's everyone take all. Everything is for free. And that isn't changing yet. And I think that is something that many countries have to work on. The United States, the Economic Union, Australia, which is a big fishing nation. And, you know, we need to get together and change the way fishery policy is established.
From a regulatory standpoint, there is a huge difference between the kind of shark fishing done on this longliner and finning, the practice of removing only the shark's fins before throwing the animal back to sea. Horrific images of finning have been shown around the world, and public opinion has turned against this cruel practice. More and more countries now ban shark finning.
Our campaigns have had major impact in Costa Rica. For instance, we were able to create laws against shark finning. There's a real famous law now that you can only allow sharks to be brought to port if they have the fin attached to the body. And this law is known as the Costa Rican anti-shark finning law. And right now we have 6 countries following this law: Ecuador, Colombia, El Salvador, the United States. And right now in the Economic Union, there are discussions to also impose this law. You must bring the shark with the fin attached. And shark finners say, oh, you can't do that, because if the shark is frozen, you can't take the fin off. And we have proven in Costa Rica that it is all a lie. You can bring sharks frozen to port, you can remove the fin, it can be done. Whoever says it can't be done is because they're shark finning and it's very uncomfortable for them to do it any other way. When we started these campaigns, 400 foreign longline boats from Taiwan would land their products in Costa Rica every year. Now we're down to 70 or 80. Unfortunately, I don't think we can really call it a victory until we push them out of Central America and hopefully out of the Eastern Tropical Pacific.
Faced with increasing public pressure, shark fishers must now keep the entire body of the shark, which is frozen and sold. This major change to the regulations means that most of the fish is now utilized. In practical terms, this kind of shark fishing is completely legal.
Before, the meat of blue shark was considered to be useless. Now we have a market to carry this meat, this protein, and distribute it as a wide variety of products, fish byproducts, from fish sticks to fish meal.
Blue shark carcasses and their precious fins are now propping up an industry that can no longer support itself because of its own past abuses. But what are the long-term consequences of intensive fishing on blue shark populations?
The international agencies say that stocks vary between very overexploited in the Mediterranean Sea, for example, to intensively exploited in the Atlantic Ocean. So it's not the most threatened shark population in the globe, for sure, but there are concerns as to the point at which it can withstand the current levels of exploitation.
The expansion of industrial fishing is like a red stain spreading over the world. It starts in Western Europe, and Russia plays an important role, as does North America. It then spreads to the African coasts, and then to the South Atlantic and South Pacific. It spreads like a skin disease. And this wave, this red tide, gets to the Antarctic, and it stops, because it can't go any further. There's no future in fishing. Too many restrictions, and the finger is always pointed at us. No matter what we do, it's always our fault. So I don't see much of a future in it, especially shark fishing. No more sharks, no more fishing. All that's left is to break the ships apart and burn them.
The fishing fleets have grown in the past decades dependent on subsidies from governments. That is, the real cost involved in sending a fishing vessel out there with all the costs in fuel, in gear, in paying the crewmen, etc., is just not overturned by the real profit that the catch is going to make in the market. And the only reason why that fleet or that particular vessel is doing its everyday fishing is because it gets subsidies from all of us taxpayers to lower the cost of those items.
The destruction of marine ecosystems is being financed in part by government subsidies, amounting to anywhere from $20 to $30 billion a year. Yet it is completely conceivable that this money could be used to remove boats from the fishing fleet and retrain the fishermen. This would result in a smaller fishery that is sustainable and profitable.
If we would be to take all the subsidies to the fishing fleets all over the world, and in particular in developed countries, most of those fleets would stop the day after.
If the fishing industry is committing suicide, we must prevent that. But then we should declare it incompetent, if you will. If a system is not working, we should take charge of it, not let it spontaneously self-destruct. In the Mediterranean, fishing is banned for 2 months, and fishermen are compensated. Why don't Portugal and Spain do like Italy? Why not stop for 2 months in the summer?
The fishing authorities know very well what goes on in the Mediterranean. We could protect our species like they do. And they don't even have quotas. But they make us throw fish under 25 kilos back to sea. Italy's part of Europe, isn't it? If the fish is alive, we remove the hook and return it to the water. If it's caught by the belly, we use it for bait. But if it's dead, what can we do? Bring it back to life? Of course not. So we keep it. It means more income, even if we're not allowed to keep it. We tell them that it was already dead, but they don't care. They say it's illegal, that they can't tell for sure if it was dead or not. And they fine us anyway.
The businessmen are in charge of establishing the policy. And of course, their policy is always considering their own pockets. What we need is fisheries directed with the public interest, with science in mind. How many boats can fish this resource? When should we stop fishing? Where should we not fish? And even if it hurts somebody's pocket, we must stop fishing.
How am I supposed to make a living? Offer me a good job and I'll stop. Offer me a job that lets me come home at night and I'll take it.
The time spent on board with these fishermen was a troubling experience. It is difficult not to question the morality of this new market for shark flesh. At the current market price, fishermen only get less than $1 a kilo, a tiny fraction of the price obtained for shark fins. At this price, is it a real and profitable market, or is it a way to skirt around the new laws adopted by numerous countries to forbid finning?
The good relation between fishermen and scientists is crucial to solve this big challenge we have in minds. First of all, we already talked about how important it is to get this crucial data. But there's no way you're going to get this crucial data without the collaboration between, the active collaboration between these two agents, because many times it's the fishermen that allow you to have access to those data. So that is absolutely crucial to start with. Secondly, the fishermen themselves have a lot of knowledge that very often is on the base of the scientific knowledge itself. So you will never get that knowledge if there is no trust between those two actors. So that needs to be part of the deal.
Our oceans have been patient. They have been patient with us. But now, the demand is becoming increasingly unrealistic. It's not hard to imagine a day when fishing will be mostly artisanal. There will be fewer fishermen because they won't be needed. Fish will be a luxury item, something you pay a premium for to eat on special occasions like a Christmas turkey.
The decline of fish stocks in our oceans has already begun. And if nothing is done to correct the situation quickly, this decline could reach alarming proportions. Globally, nearly 1 billion people depend on fish as their primary source of protein. So we must rethink our relationship with the seafood products we consume. Shark research is a relatively new field, and scientists will have to intensify their efforts to better understand the ecology of large predators if they are to propose effective conservation measures. Pedro Afonso and his team are trying to unravel the mysteries of the migration routes used by the blue shark.
We know where are the juvenile grounds. There's also some good evidence about where preferred mating grounds are located, but it is the pupping grounds that are still very elusive to science. We suspect that the Azores can be an area of increased pupping opportunities, only in a particular time of the year, which happens to be right now.
The Sedna, a former fishing vessel herself, will be the scientific vessel for this occasion. The goal of this mission, to capture a gestating female blue shark.
There is an era of research on marine ecology and behavior before the advent of electronic tagging, and another one after the advent of electronic tagging. The capacity of these devices to open windows into the life of these animals and into the significance of particular habitats is just too precious for us to leave it behind.
Using satellite transmitters, scientists are able to gather an impressive amount of essential data, such as time and depth of dives, information about the physical environment, and, of course, detailed records of an animal's movement patterns. Lady Luck smiles upon the scientists. They have just captured a female blue shark, but they must act quickly.
Vertebrates in general have this thing called the tonic immobility reflex, which basically is when you're turned upside down, you become numb. And they get really amenable to work with. And we think that they also get a decreased pain function. We do that to promote natural anesthesia.
The satellite beacon is attached to the shark's dorsal fin. Every time the animal surfaces, the emitter will send the data stored in its internal memory to the satellite.
Of course, there's some injury inflicted into the animal, but it's minimal injury compared to the types of injury that blue sharks take during their lives.
Despite the size of this female, the scientists can't be certain that it is currently gestated. Sharks are viviparous, meaning that the embryos develop inside the female.
Look!
Oh yeah.
Look!
Oh yeah.
Baby shark, right here. Look at this. You asked for pregnant female. That's...
We need to be fast now.
Okay.
We want to be fast. We want to be fast.
Here.
Oh yeah, again. Females have this reflex. When they're close to be ready to deliver, if they're in life-threatening situations like this, they will try to get the babies out, even if it's a bit early, because they will survive, whereas she might not. So, well, that's a defense. She needs some water flowing.
Okay.
Okay. Stop. It's the kind of experience that provokes these contradictory feelings, right? On one hand, you're witnessing a rare event that actually tells you some very important information for the conservation of the species you're working with. On the other hand, we were a bit stressed as well because we didn't want to put stress in mom and on the little pups. The pups were not fully sized, which is about 40 centimeters. I would say those pups would be around 35 centimeters. But as we saw, the pups took probably, 3 to 4 seconds after an initial moment of confusion to swim away in a very steady way.
There you go. All right. All right.
The temporary captivity required to install the satellite tag will not harm this female, which now regains its freedom. The data collected by the transmitter will give scientists a better understanding of the shark's migration routes and help to better protect the species on fishing grounds, especially during this critical period of reproduction. Over the course of hundreds of millions of years, sharks have lived through every major extinction event the Earth has experienced. Yet, in only a few decades' time, humanity has jeopardized the survival of the ocean's greatest predator. And it is not alone.
You have an opportunity to see a dinosaur come out of the ocean and do all these very intricate behaviors. And I don't think there's anybody who ever walks away from this beach after seeing this experience that hasn't been awed. This is probably one of the magnificent sights that you'll see in nature. As adults, they don't have a predator, so they're very long-lived, but now they weren't living long enough to replace themselves. What I mean by that is, each turtle comes up and let's say in a really good year they lay 10 nests of 65 eggs. That means they have laid 650 eggs. You would think that's a lot, but only about half of those eggs hatch. So that means there's 325 hatchlings. And now our data over the 20 years is showing that for 1,000 hatchlings that come up out of the ground, only one returns about 15 years later to start laying eggs. That means they have a 1 in 1,000 chance. So those 325 turtles that hatched in one season, that's not even replacing her. So she has to come back 3 years later, lay again. That's another 325. It still has not replaced. Has to come back in another 3 years, 9 years, or maybe 10, 11 total, because it's 3 to 4 years that they return. You finally have replaced the female, but you haven't replaced the male. So it takes a long time for these turtles to replace themselves.
This leatherback turtle now returns to the sea, leaving her precious eggs behind, thus perpetuating a natural cycle hundreds of millions of years old.
We have a national park with having a foundation raising donations, trained the local people, educated them, everything's great, and now climate change comes, just what we need. The problem for these turtles in climate change is that they don't have sex chromosomes, and the sex of the turtle depends upon the temperature of incubation. So at 29.5 degrees in a nest, you get about 50-50 male and female. 29, you get all male turtles. Above 30 degrees, you get all female turtles. And when you get up towards 34 degrees, they all start dying. It gets too hot. So the beach here is generally, by December, on a dry year, is running 30, 31 degrees. So we're producing females. And the projections are for climate change. As the Earth warms from global warming, this area of Costa Rica will get warmer and drier. Many areas get wetter, but this gets warmer and drier. Therefore, this beach will get hotter. And we will have to do some management, or we will, one, produce all female turtles, or second, they will all die.
Conservation measures alone are no longer enough to save the Pacific leatherback turtle. Soon, it will be necessary to artificially control the egg's incubation temperature to ensure the survival of the species. The tragic fate of the leatherback turtle is a prime example of the uneasy coexistence between humanity and the other forms of life on this planet.
We talk about sharks are going extinct, turtles are going extinct, how important they are for the ecosystem, you know, and we go to meetings and we go to conventions. So all this talk and talk and talk, but no action. Scientists are saying we have another 40 or 50 years before it's all depleted. In our lifetime, we may see this big dramatic change, and let's hope we can stop it. We need everybody's help.
I am a near-term pessimist and a long-term optimist. Now, in reality, all the data says we have a big, serious crisis. But what I like to say is that extinction is only inevitable if you watch it on TV.
We need a more sustainable management of global fishing in the world. And that might take the exploitation of lower trophic chain resources, which can still give good protein to people and release a little bit our pressure on the top levels. So balanced harvesting is becoming a major hope in the fisheries science arena.
The people working on climate change, they understand. If we add acidification to the equation, it's the apocalypse. Everybody loses. And in 100 years, there are no fisheries anywhere. It's unthinkable. Because if we can't solve this problem at the beginning of the century, there won't be a fishery at the end of the century.
We are the passive witnesses to our own decline, but we are also the species that hold the solutions to the problems of our environment. The sustainable development of the Earth resources is possible, and it is perhaps our only hope.
The conservation challenges are considerable, but it's not too late to act. Of all species, humans have benefited most from the natural laws of evolution, and we must show restraint and control in exploiting the Earth's resources. Is it not time for us to take another look at our relationship with nature if we are to preserve the extraordinary biodiversity that supports life?
I have always been fascinated by the ocean. Throughout this expedition, our divers have shared the sea with extraordinary but often little-known fish, corals, plants, and animals. But for me, the most mythical and deeply touching inhabitants of the deep are whales.
The team has headed to the Silver Bank off the coast of the Dominican Republic in the Caribbean Sea. Every year in winter, humpback whales return to this protected shoal to breed and give birth.
It's a magnificent place where one can slip into the whale's environment and share their world. There are few places on the planet like this where we can draw back the curtain on their lives. By spending time with these whales, we can better understand them and ultimately better protect them.
There are few places where humans can share the underwater world of the last giants on Earth. But access to the Silver Bank Sanctuary is strictly controlled. Only 3 boats have permits to observe humpback whales during the breeding and calving season. The crew has left the Sedna 4 to join the Sun Dancer, a ship that has plied these waters for many years. It takes about 12 hours to reach the sanctuary. For this expedition, 2 leading experts on whales have joined mission leader Jean Lemire. Richard Sears, who travels the world to study whales, and Sal Sergio, who began his career as a biologist on Silver Bank. After nearly 30 years, Sal and Richard are back on Silver Bank with the same passion and desire to study whales.
The idea of coming here back then was to gather all the scientists from the Northeast who were working on humpback whales, from the St. Lawrence to Newfoundland and Labrador to New England, together on Silver Bank. When I found out about it, I was naturally thrilled to take part and come observe where these whales go in the winter. It was the first time that we really focused on photo identification of humpback flukes to find out where all the whales on Silver Bank were coming from.
I was here 28 years ago, and when the opportunity to come back to Silver Bank arose, there was no way I could resist. On that trip, it just so happened that there were several major scientists that were currently doing work with humpback whales. So I got quite lucky to be involved in a project of that level. And I was on the breeding grounds of humpback whales in the North Atlantic, one of the most densest aggregations on the planet.
Scientists like to go where the whales are abundant. Doing research far at sea is extremely difficult, so where there are a lot of whales, you'll often find an abundance of scientists too.
Jean and Richard are old research colleagues. From the Sea of Cortez to Iceland to the Gulf of St. Lawrence in Canada, they have worked together to photograph different species of whales around the world. Photography is the basis of whale research. Patterns of skin pigmentation are unique to each animal, which allows them to be recognized and told apart. This is essential to studying their behavior.
This is an example of a humpback photo ID. It's like a fingerprint. They are kind enough to lift their fluke when they dive, and the pattern on the underside of the tail is unique for each animal. It can vary from completely black to completely white. We learn about the species by studying individuals, and there are now huge photo ID catalogs of humpback populations around the world. Now that the catalogs have been digitized, when we get to a place where someone has taken pictures of humpbacks, we can attempt to find a match and identify the individual using a simple computer or even an iPad.
Photo identification has helped pinpoint the main gathering sites of humpbacks around the world. The discovery of Silverbank, the humpback's main breeding site in the Atlantic, is a result of this collaboration between different research teams. In the Pacific, humpbacks gather around the Hawaiian Islands in winter to breed and give birth.
When I was much younger, I had the privilege of working in Hawaii for several winters. I had a scientific permit to swim with the whales and study their behavior during the breeding season. It was fascinating work. This underwater world is so foreign to us. We know so little about it, but we think that the whale's reproductive strategy revolves around the females. Males are often aggressive toward each other, and we sometimes witness intense combats to win the favors of a female. The male closest to the female is called the escort. He is constantly confronted by other males called challengers. They want to get close to the female to mate with her. This can lead to violent combats. But this is all hypothesis. No one has ever witnessed humpback whales mating. The same goes for calving. We do not yet have convincing visual proof. I remember one day I filmed the erect penis of a male approaching a female. The footage has become popular because it's not something you see every day. But spectacular as it was, it didn't prove a thing. It's all hypothesis. There are clues, but in science, you need irrefutable proof. There were situations where we were surrounded by 10 or 15 males fighting amongst each other, and it was tense at times. But they are among the most memorable moments of my career. In recent decades, scientists have made their most important scientific discoveries about whales at winter gathering areas like the Dominican Republic.
The seasonal gatherings of humpbacks on breeding grounds give scientists a chance to accumulate a large amount of data on the various subpopulations.
It's marvelous to monitor a group over a long distance on Silverbank. I couldn't have imagined it any better when Jean spoke to me about returning here. It's amazing to watch this group of active males on the surface.
That's a baby breach.
The clear water at Silverbank lets scientists share the whale's underwater world. This protected shoal is shallow, making it easier to observe and study whale behavior throughout the water column. Mothers and calves are much calmer than males, who often engage in combat. They don't move around much, allowing biologists to observe the interactions between mother and calf.
Wow. Yeah, did you see the way the calf was let go by the mother?
Yeah.
Just came right up to the surface. She stayed down there, and then she came up. It was nice. Amazing.
Calves are often reckless. In a spirit of mutual curiosity, the mother allows the scientists and her offspring to interact.
Mother came out kind of unexpectedly too, and I didn't know where to go.
You're not scared. These are what I call little moments of eternity. They get etched into your memory forever.
It was fantastic. I've never had an experience like that before.
Amazing. Amazing.
How we doing?
How much I have the car works? She just came up and breezed through there without touching any of us.
I would have touched her pectorals, but I would have had it.
Yeah.
Right there. You would have touched what?
The mother allowed her curious calf to approach us. It was no more than 3 months old.
Donc les curieux, donc ils nagent vers nous.
The mother was calm and watchful. If the calf came too close, she would just come over and turn. And we were sort of trapped between the calf and the mother. Daniela wound up right over the mother's back, but she didn't move. And it was the mother who moved off. Not far, maybe 100 feet, and then returned to the bottom. The calf moved under the mother. Really, it was the perfect situation.
In our experience working in Mexico, the whales aren't as curious and they're not as tolerant. So we can approach them in the boat, but they don't come over and check us out and go under the boat and look at us and approach us more in the water. That was completely new.
Yeah. No, it was fantastic. And also it was so long. I mean, sometimes you get in with whales and you get a nice gift for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, but this went on for hours, and we'd get out, and this time we were able to stay in a good long amount of time. It's been a really nice moments.
Incredible. With encounters like that, you can die happy tomorrow. Incredible.
On
It's the very end of the season, so there are a lot of very active males in large groups. We want to study the relationship between the escort and the challengers. The escort is the male closest to the female, and all the other males fight to get as close to the female as possible. Amidst all this action are a few isolated males who decide to sing. We'll put the hydrophone in the water and hear many singers, because the songs carry well in the water. But the hard part is isolating one. It's challenging, but we probably have the best people on board for it, so with a bit of luck, we'll be successful.
Right now we're searching for a singer. It's kind of like looking for a needle in a haystack. And what we want to do is keep moving, listening each time we move to look for a single individual singer to get louder and louder. And once it gets louder from one stop to another, we know we're moving in the right direction, and then we can start to look for him on the surface.
Finding a lone male singer among groups of humpback whales is a real challenge. Scientists must identify certain parts of the song, long, prolonged growls, that mean the male is about to surface. They then scan the horizon for the whale's spout on the surface and try to approach the male slowly to avoid any kind of disturbance.
When you find your singer, you're ecstatic. When you slip into the water with him, the song is so powerful that your internal organs vibrate. It's hard to describe. It's simply extraordinary. Just like human songs, humpback whale songs are organized into verses and refrains. The song changes over the course of a year, but the amazing thing is that at some point, all the males end up singing the same song. We don't understand exactly how this happens, but it's extraordinary. And what's even more incredible, listen to what happens if we speed up the song. Here, we've sped it up 14 times. Listen. It's very much like the structure of bird song in its complexity. It's just that humpback whales sing very, very slowly. It's fascinating.
Song in the humpback whale is a major part of a breeding system and the role it plays in the breeding system. So it attracts a lot of attention because of the emotional attachment that people have with song. And that's both on the level of what we as humans come to, what song is all about. Song is an incredible aspect of every single culture. It's a very important aspect of every single culture on the planet.
This song changes throughout the breeding season. In spring, when the whales begin their long migration north, the males stop singing. The singing of males is often associated with courtship, a sort of seductive serenade to attract females. But this is just a theory. Despite significant advances in the understanding of whale behavior, the exact function of the humpback song remains a mystery.
At any given time, all males in a group sing essentially the same or very similar songs. They change the song over time. It's a gradual and progressive change. And all whales within a group change their song in the same ways. So they're learning from each other. And the last remarkable aspect of it is that within an ocean basin, animals that have contact at some point in time are sharing those songs and sharing those changes and changing in the same way.
Scientists still do not understand how males share the same song. They also wonder how the song is transmitted over long distances, well beyond the hearing range of a single group gathered in the same area. But beyond science, the incredible emotion produced when you experience this unique phenomenon is perhaps its greatest mystery. With the arrival of spring begins the long migration north. After fasting during the breeding season, it is time for the whales to head to the rich waters of the northern latitudes. Photo identification and satellite tags have identified different feeding sites in the Atlantic, ranging from the coast of New England up to Iceland and even Norway. In the Pacific, humpback whales migrate too. They leave the breeding area of Hawaii and head to Alaska to feed. Some whales in this area of the Pacific have developed a truly special feeding technique. Rather than feed alone, some humpbacks form groups to capture their prey, the herring that school in the rich waters of Alaska in summer. These whales have developed a shrill feeding call, which they use to synchronize their assault on schools of fish. They also use bubbles expelled from their blowholes to create a sort of net. The feeding call frightens the herring, while the bubble net herds them together. The work of biologist Fred Sharp has helped to understand this truly unique fishing technique, one used only by a small number of humpback whales.
I worked with Fred Sharp here in Alaska a long time ago. I think it was 1996. We were trying to film everything on the surface to understand what was going on. At the same time, we had hydrophones in the water to try to understand who was doing what in the groups. Later, this work formed the basis for many well-known studies.
I arrived in Alaska in 1987, and I came up as a naturalist and saw my first bubble net and never looked back. I guess the most important thing I've learned about these humpback whales is that they're all incredible individuals. Each one seems to have its own story. It's a story that may last up to a century. They have their own ways of feeding. They have their own friends, their own places they call home. And that's been the most wonderful part, is just learning the tremendous lives of these whales. The humpback whale in southeast Alaska is truly one of our most abundant and amazing backyard predators. Almost all of them are from Polynesia, the Hawaiian Islands, and they come up here in May and they'll spend 6 to 8 months feeding on herring and krill, and then around Christmas time they head back to the islands of Hawaii and complete their amazing life cycle.
Right there, right there.
Hold this position.
Captain, should we move a little bit to have the photo ID of this one?
That's just phenomenal.
He's gonna die.
There he goes.
Great.
The idea is to be as perpendicular to the fluke as possible. Each fluke has a distinctive pigmentation pattern that allows us to photo ID the animals. It is important to be able to identify individual whales because if we want to study their behavior, we have to be able to tell the individuals apart. All body marks are important, so we try to take a lateral photograph of the dorsal fin and then one of the fluke. That way, we can be sure that we get the ID right. And if we're ever in shallow water and the whales don't show their tails, we also have the dorsal fin as a reference.
How many animals do you have in your catalog?
About 1,000.
1,000?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, pretty big. Jan's got about 2,000, and the park, there's probably about 3,000, 3,500 animals for the northern southeast Alaska. A few Guadalajarans come up, a few Mexicans, a few Asiatics show up once in a while, but...
Mainly Hawaii?
Yeah, almost all Hawaiian. Bubbles.
Bubble, right
here. See that nice softball side?
Yeah.
And the classic. Now those are the ones that really scare the fish the most. Bigger, faster, they reflect more light, they make a lot more noise. Those are the real workhorse of the bubble net. And it looks like this one animal looks like it might be going in a counterclockwise circle. That's kind of interesting. About 90% of the animals blow in a clockwise circle.
Oh, yeah.
And it's remarkable in that it's the same level of handedness or laterality that humans have. So it's another striking similarity between humpback whales and humans.
Here we are, barren off, warm spring, so what's the plan, Fred?
Well, I figure we're gonna have a lot of fog this morning, so what do you think, Cap? You feel comfortable navigating in these fogs?
Oh yeah, yeah. This is not a problem. It's supposed to burn off by midday, and it's actually I think it already is starting to burn off a little bit.
So I figure good time for running north, and hopefully things will burn off by the time we get up to the confluence of Peril Strait and Chatham. And that's why we probably got 3-4 hours to get up there.
When we arrived by plane, we saw, good group of whales around Parker Point.
Right.
So, it's close to the lagoon. So.
Yeah. Typically, there's a lot of herring schools still in this area at this time of the year, and it's been kind of an unusual year. Seems like the herring have sort of picked up and moved out of Dodge, and so in some ways we're looking for the prey as much as we are the whales.
We have the weather on our side, so let's move.
Yeah, we do. The humpbacks feed in a remarkable variety of ways. And the krill, these small shrimp-like crustaceans, they're quite easy for the whales to catch, and so most of the time when they're feeding on the krill, they can do it alone. Typically they hunt the krill by just swimming up to a school and opening their mouth and engulfing them. They'll laterally lunge, they'll roll to the surface, they will lunge up through them, but they will use a whole variety of techniques.
Amazing. There's whales everywhere, everywhere.
Hey, he's yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was great.
Amazing.
So that's your friend.
Beautiful animal. You know, it's funny that he is so friendly. Did you see on his tail where he had ropes? He'd been in nets before.
Yeah.
He has been insulted by humanity, but yet he comes over to be curious and interactive. It's amazing. It's almost like forgiveness.
Yeah. It's wow.
On such a beautiful evening too.
Yeah. Perfect.
There's his footprint.
Yeah.
What do you suppose? He just curious? He just
curious.
Just wanted to know who we are and what's up.
Yeah.
And
We are with a very curious whale, one that keeps passing right under our boat. And what's amazing is that it comes very close and then turns slightly to look at us. It's done this 3 or 4 times.
And see, again, instead of chasing the whale,
yeah.
You just wait and you're a target.
That's right. Couldn't have said it better, Massan. Couldn't have said it better.
Going under.
Hello, hello. Thanks for coming back.
It's gonna be near you, Captain.
Thanks for the fluke ID. Nice. Amazing.
Amazing. Yeah, coming right here. Look on the side.
He's rolling over.
Rolling. Wow.
Yeah.
They know exactly what they're doing. They swim around the boat and turn to look at us. This one rolled right on its side to really get a good look at us. It's hard to know why they do it, but one thing is sure. It's very much a conscious act.
You know, I've just been so incredibly curious about them for, a quarter of a century, and it's nice to finally think they want to know a little bit about us. It's really touching, and it's really, it's kind of a gift.
Yeah.
And they share so many similarities with humans. Their brain is gigantic, and it's laced with spindle neurons, and in humans, those are associated with language acquisition, social intelligence, and compassion. And we see a lot of compassionate acts with humpback whales, the way they'll protect their young if there's predators around, and they'll come to each other's aid, and just general interspecies interest. It's a sense of higher cognitive function.
Yeah.
The weather has taken a turn for the worse, so it will be harder to work now. Today we hope that the whales we saw yesterday, individually using bubbles to feed down deep, will come together at the surface, so we can observe them using this technique as a group when the attacks are synchronized with song. It's truly spectacular.
Calling the Washington State Ferry Fairweather. This is the Wayfinder. Do you copy 1-6?
This is the State Ferry Fairweather, WDB 5604. Back to the call.
Okay, Fairweather. We kindly wanted to inquire about any number of cetaceans, particularly humpback whales, that you might have seen in your journey through Peril Strait. Over.
At 11:03, we saw them bubble net feeding just inside between Pavarotti and Light 22. And at 14:30, we spotted a couple of whales, but there wasn't a lot of bird activity, and we didn't see any bubble feeding on our way, this direction.
Well, thank you so much, and kindly, if you, in your further journeys, come across any more significant numbers of bubblenet feeding humpback whales, we'd really appreciate to hear from you.
Roger.
The people of Alaska know whales and their behavior. This is an asset for Fred Sharp, who must travel great distances to find the whales that use this particular feeding technique. The observations received from the ferry now guide the boat to a small, isolated inlet.
These whales are hungry, and they're looking for food. They're cruising the strip. They're looking to mix it up. They need about half a ton of food a day, and humpbacks have this large trick-or-treat bag made out of spandex on their tummy, and they feed by engulfing big chunks out of the ecosystem every time they feed.
It's almost night. They normally, slow down at this time of the day, right?
Well, this is very typical. About this time of the evening, the whales, the rate with which they're feeding slows down. They seem to lose the beat on the herring. The fish are more scattered out, and they move out to mid-channel where they can get their sea room and have plenty of space, ocean moorage, and they go to sleep. And they get a good night's sleep, so they're ready to get at it in the morning.
Before night sets in, Fred and Jean have photo ID'd a small group of feeding whales. This is standard procedure, almost a reflex for researchers who use cameras as a primary research tool. But that night, an examination of the photographs reveals something unexpected. A wonderful surprise that also demonstrates the effectiveness of photo identification. An old friend has reappeared.
I think that might be Trumpeter.
Yeah, we found him. And great news, if it's Trumpeter, we know that's a good leader.
Yeah.
Very good leader.
Trumpeter and Jan are big old friends.
Yes.
They go way back.
Oh, yeah.
Remember back in 1996?
Yeah.
Here's our friend Trumpeter.
Yeah.
And you can compare it to what we obtained on this voyage. And what do you think?
Yeah, that's a match. Look, that little thing here. Same pigmentation pattern.
Nice serrated trailing edge. And here's why we call him Trumpeter. The most amazing sounds. Makes the most brilliant low. It starts out with this nice low, steady, and then he just goes off the scale. It's like you're saying Miles Davis.
Nice.
In the morning, Trumpeter, the humpback whale first identified in 1996, was waiting for them.
Nice. Trumpeter again. Yep, you were right.
That's him, eh?
Yeah, it's amazing. God, it's like...
In 96, Trumpeter was leading a big group, and he was really, active, and he was the one who was starting the feeding call, doing the bubbles and everything, and always going very high compared to the other, right in the middle.
You know, he disappeared from the database for like 7 years, and we thought he'd gone to the great bubblenet in the sky, but he's back and leading Team Bubblenet. That should be plenty deep. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds great. Yeah, nice and loud. The feeding calls that the humpbacks produce appear to be unique here in Southeast Alaska. Everywhere you go, it seems like they have their special nuances, but Here in Alaska, we're richly rewarded by these loud, beautiful feeding calls, larger groups with more stable, enduring friendships. Oh, nice feeding call. Clear, pure. I mean, it hurts my ears. I sit in the lab and listen to this hour after hour, and it's like, after a while, it's like, this is crazy.
Do they start the feeding call first and the bubble after, or?
Seems to be a lot of variation there. Yeah, a lot of individual style, but typically we'll hear the bubbles and the feeding call start about the same time. Oh, now you can hear the bubbles coming up. You hear that? Deploying the bubble net, percolating it out of the blowhole as far as we know.
These Alaskan whales have developed a unique feeding technique in which whales cooperate to capture prey. After more than 15 years, scientists have concluded that trumpeter is still a leader among the whales, often sounding the charge and commanding the troops.
Those sounds that you're hearing, those are the whales diving below the herring schools and producing these incredibly loud, annoying sounds. It's almost like turning a fire alarm on a building and all you want to do is run for the exits. Well, that's what the whales are doing. And one whale going in usually a clockwise fashion, and the bubbles rise up and effervesce and create this amazing corral. It's almost like a rocket tube that the whales then come shooting up and engulf the prey at the surface. The increase of humpback whales, both here in the Pacific and throughout the world, is one of the best conservation success stories. And it's remarkable to see how humans can, exhibit concern for the environment and then show some conservation wisdom. And we're richly rewarded to see the humpbacks returning to all these waters. I don't think we'll ever start hunting the humpback whales in a large manner again. I think they're just too beloved and too many people care about them. And I think there's many other concerns, climate change, ocean acidification, pollution, acoustic sounds bothering them. There's many, many concerns, but I don't think the harpoon is one of them.
The complexity of whale song is an exquisite example of how nature and evolution have shaped living things to exist in balance with their environment. It took millions of years to create this balance, so more than ever, it's vital that we do everything we can to protect the living heritage of our planet, so that whale song can go on delighting our children and our children's children.
The extraordinary diversity of life on Earth is the result of a fragile balance that dictates the fundamental laws of life and allows different forms of life to interact, grow, and reproduce. The culmination of eons of evolution, life expresses itself in a colorful canvas that gives the Earth its unique character. Our own survival depends on this biodiversity, from the tiniest life forms to the very largest. The first forms of life arose in the oceans about 3.8 billion years ago. Today, they still support an array of fragile ecosystems that continue to astonish us as we learn more about them. But our planet's biodiversity is threatened. Today, plant and animal species are disappearing at an accelerated rate, probably unequaled in Earth's history. We must regain a balance between all species if we want to preserve the ecosystem services that nature provides. These services are what allow our own species to exist. Oceans cover over 70% of the Earth's surface. They represent 300 times more inhabitable volume than all of Earth's land habitats. It is estimated that more than 2 million species live in the oceans, about a quarter of all living species. Over 90% have yet to be documented by science. For scientists, unraveling the ocean's mysteries is a formidable challenge. Jean Lemire, mission leader of the oceanographic schooner Sedna 4.
Our mission, 1,000 Days for the Planet, is in the spirit of the great explorers of yesteryears. With scientists, we are traveling the world's ocean to better understand the conservation challenges that we all face. And there are many, many challenges, because the ocean still bears the scars of our past abuses.
The history of our exploitation of the oceans is not a glorious one. In order to supply European lanterns with oil, the great whales were hunted to the brink of extinction. We are still living with the consequences of this carnage today. Many species are still on the endangered list. Fin whales, blue whales, minke whales, right whales, and dozens of other species are struggling to recover from our bloody past. Despite the fragile moratorium that now protects most species, some countries still hunt whales in the name of science or of culture.
That is ridiculous because we don't need to take the whales for science, in quotes, especially if you use the subproduct of that science to sell it in the market.
Scientific whaling, overexploitation of ocean resources, illegal fishing. The pressure we place on the oceans has become unsustainable, and these already considerable conservation challenges have been complicated by even more insidious problems, such as plastic pollution.
The gyre, where a lot of it concentrates, some people say it's the size of Texas or even twice the size of Texas. So we're talking incredible amounts of items out there and debris.
The oceans have always supported life, but if that life is today being threatened, is it not time to rethink our relationship with the ocean's inhabitants? Of all the great oceanic migrants, Whales are without question one of the most emblematic symbols of conservation. The Sedna has stopped in the Azores. The rich Atlantic waters here attract 24 species of cetacean. Though they have a long history of whale hunting, the Azorians gave up this tradition in the late 1980s. Richard Sears has studied whales for over 30 years. Every spring, the great diversity of species off the Azores lures him here to study the migratory patterns of large Atlantic whales. But it's not an easy task. Following these great migrating nomads of the oceans is a challenge for scientists.
OK, donc, on se met une heure de départ à 13h, 13h30, heure locale.
Richard travels the world to photograph different species. He introduced me to the fascinating world of whales. We often work together, and I have traveled with him to different oceans, always with the same passion, the same desire to learn more about them.
Scientists are a bit like the hunters of yesterday. In modern science, the camera has replaced the harpoon. The quest is the same, but the goal has changed. Today, we have a real desire to protect whales. These species are slowly recovering from the excessive commercial whaling that forever changed the face of our oceans. Among the victims of commercial whale hunting, the right whale. A symbol of our past abuses, the right whale is a coastal species, slow and easy to approach, and was a preferred target of the harpoon. In less than 70 years in the 19th century, North American whalers killed over 190,000 right whales in the North Atlantic. Hunting right whales was banned in 1935, but the damage was done. At that time, the population was estimated at fewer than 100 individuals in the entire North Atlantic. Today, after over 3/4 of a century of protection, only about 350 representatives of this severely threatened species remain. As hunting techniques improved, whalers were able to go after fast-swimming, ocean-going species like the blue whale, the largest animal on the planet. Up to 30 meters in length, and over 100 tons of power and grace. Before commercial hunting, the worldwide population of blue whales was estimated at over 350,000 individuals. Over the past century, nearly 99% of this population was slaughtered. Richard Sears is an expert on blue whales. He has developed a photo ID technique so that scientists can now identify and monitor the movements of this species, which is still threatened with extinction.
The pigmentation pattern on the sides of blue whales allows us to reliably identify individuals. We have identified about 325 blue whales in the North Atlantic, including many photos taken in the Azores. We have many partners here who take good pictures that allow us to match photos from year to year. In this case, Johanna, who works here in Horta, photographed this whale in 2002, and the animal returned in 2010. That's a long time between matches. I think it's the longest match we've had here in the Azores.
For over 30 years, Richard Sears has compiled photographs of blue whales. His catalog includes several hundred individuals in the North Atlantic, but their migration routes remain completely shrouded in mystery. The humpback whale was also hunted all over the world. It is estimated that in the mid-19th century, the worldwide population of humpbacks was over 125,000 individuals. In less than 100 years, nearly 95% of the population was wiped out by whalers. By the mid-1960s, only a few thousand survivors remained. In the 1980s, a broad scientific effort led to a series of techniques that today form the basis of our knowledge about this species. Among these techniques is the identification of individuals using photographs of the tail flukes.
Here's an example of photo identification of a humpback whale. It's the equivalent of a fingerprint for this species. They are kind enough to raise their fluke when they dive, and the pattern on the underside of the tail is different for each individual. It can vary from totally black to totally white. Studying individuals helps us learn about the species, and now we have extensive catalogs of humpbacks all over the planet. All this data makes it a powerful system because it allows us to learn about the movements of these animals, their migrations, their numbers, and newcomers to the population.
This technique led to the discovery of gathering sites for the species in the North Atlantic. These feeding areas are frequented by different humpback whale populations from spring to fall. Scientific research has shown that populations are faithful to these gathering sites. A humpback whale that frequents coastal waters in a particular area will generally return to the same place the following season. Every winter, most North Atlantic humpbacks migrate south to Silverbank off the coast of the Dominican Republic. They gather on this protected shallow area to mate and give birth. But scientists only discovered the importance of silverbank in the 1980s.
84, it was my first time I saw a whale. We didn't know even where was located silverbank. We heard about it, but we didn't know. The density of silverbank, if it's not the highest, it could be one of the highest of the world.
Nowadays, everything we know about the animals' movements between here and the north seems obvious. But back then, we knew very little, almost nothing. We knew they came here, but it had never been studied in depth. So we came, and we made a great many photo IDs. Each of us recognized animals from the different areas we were working in.
Over 30 years after the discovery of silverbank, scientists are back. They are now trying to determine the migration routes used by humpback whales between silverbank and their different feeding areas. For biologist Amy Kennedy, this is a chance to deploy satellite transmitters.
It's the end of the season, so there are lots of males in large groups who are very active. There's a struggle between the escort and what we call the challengers. The escort is the male closest to the female, and all the other males fight to be as close to the female as possible.
Before installing the satellite beacons, the scientists try to identify the sex of the animals. They use a crossbow that shoots an arrow with a hollow tip to take a sample of the animal's skin and blubber. Using genetic profiles, scientists can determine the kinship among the different individuals.
So we have developed also a large database of whale tissue. Besides the samples that were taken for DNA studies, we also developed the archive. So it's a genetical catalog. We have whales identified genetically, and this, together with their photo IDs, they complete the information. And if anybody wants to study the population, we have another, let's say, another piece of the sample, which is the archive. They are intact as they were taken, and they are frozen, keeping their qualities. So if anybody needs to do any further study, like molecular study, biomolecular study, so they just need to go to the archive and take a piece and interpret it.
To deploy the satellite transmitter, the scientist's boat must slip into a group of males, competing for the favors of a female. It's a delicate maneuver.
I need to be as close as possible, and when I shoot the tag, it's not a matter of just hitting the whale. I could shoot from a long distance and just hit the whale. It has to be in a really very specific spot where the tag goes. So I'm trying to tag very high on the animal. I'm trying to tag just below the dorsal fin and just below the hump. And that's because the tissue there is very dense. So I can track the whale underwater. I see what the animal's doing. I indicate to Oswaldo to speed up, slow down. I can see the whale. You can tell when it's coming up. I get ready. And when I know the whale's going to come up, and preferably when it arches, I'm focused on a perpendicular shot directly in one little spot, and I really, in my head, I see almost nothing else. Oh, that's perfect. It's good, I'm really happy.
The transmitter is attached to the animal's back using a modified line thrower, which shoots the transmitter's anchoring hooks into the whale's flesh without causing too much injury.
Position very high and in very dense tissue, so it will stay in a long time, and it will transmit every surfacing. 11.
That's the tag.
Perfect. It's good. I'm really happy. I'm happy with today. The tags that we got on were in good positions, and I'm relieved, and I can't wait to start tracking them. I don't want to get to the computer now and see where they go. So this is the 4 whales that we tagged on the 2nd. So this is 4 full days of track for all 4 whales, which is really exciting because the cool thing is that all 4 of these whales were tagged in the same exact group. They were all there together. And then you can see that each one of them has gone a completely different direction. One whale has stayed almost exactly around the same spot that we tagged it. One whale has moved over to Mouchoir Bank. And one whale looks like it's starting its migration up north. And then another whale looks like it's moving to the southeast, which is really unique. And we hope that these keep lasting because we'll be able to check them every day from here on out. And I check them a lot, so constantly checking my tags and making sure they're all working and see where everybody's going. And
you know, it's very important, this preliminary information, because we have seen that in just 5 days after the tag, the whales are outside of the boundaries of the sanctuary. So for our country, this information is very important in terms of maybe developing new policies for conservation, maybe expanding the boundaries of the sanctuary. You see how important it is for the sanctuary to be included in these areas.
So can we sort of amuse ourselves with the thought of where these guys might be going? And I would say that the Mouchoir Bank guy has a good chance of going to the Gulf of Maine.
yeah, no, I think that that's a very good guess. I think these other whales, if they move offshore and then start heading north, they have a straight shot to somewhere else. So.
Iceland or maybe even Norway?
Yeah, yeah. There are very distinct feeding grounds in the North Atlantic, and they're characterized by high site fidelity, which means that if you go to the Gulf of Maine, you are likely to see whales that you've been seeing for generations. And it's the same with all of the major feeding grounds, Norway, Iceland, Newfoundland, Greenland. And it's all driven by the mother. So the mother will bring her calf there on its first migration. The calf remembers that migratory route and will continue to return there throughout its lifespan. Researchers in all of the feeding grounds have several generations of whales. I mean, we'll see a calf and we'll know its mother and its grandmother and its great-grandmother and its great-great-grandmother, which is awesome, just really, really great. It really shows that these whales are multinational world travelers. They are not Dominican whales, and they're not American whales or Canadian whales. They are whales of the entire North Atlantic. They cross so many different borders across so many different countries. And so we need to all work together to help preserve this species.
While some of the transmitters operated for a limited amount of time, whale number 87765 broke all records by transmitting for 57 consecutive days. The migration data of whale 87765 stopped off the coast of Newfoundland. Where will it go next? Will it remain around Newfoundland, or will it continue its migration towards Iceland, Greenland, or even Norway? The migration data confirms that humpback whales, which do not eat for the entire 4 months of their breeding period, begin to feed again as soon as they arrive in the rich waters of the north. A humpback whale requires 2 tons of food per day. But can the current state of the oceans support any eventual population increase of these species? The composition of the oceans is undergoing a transformation. Their biomass has declined sharply since the start of human exploitation. For whales, seabirds, turtles, sharks, and all migratory species that rely on the oceans, the future is more uncertain than ever.
The food that marine populations need to survive is in decline. Scientists are worried about the growing number of dead zones in the oceans. Off the coast of Bermuda, we met with scientists from the Corwit Creamer, a research vessel studying the composition of the oceans. They recently discovered a new continent of plastic in the Atlantic Ocean.
Sea Education Association essentially is an educational organization that teaches students about the ocean. We do a lot of basic measurements, and the value of those relatively simple measurements is that we go year after year more or less to the same places. So for instance, our plastic research, where we're doing relatively simple things, each student project is relatively simple, but they build on each other over time.
So what they're going to do now is set up the new stun net, and this is our old standby net. We've been doing it the same way for 30 years. And realistically, it may not be the most efficient way to do it, but we don't want to change what we're doing because we have a long-term database, and so we want to keep doing it the same way every time.
A few years ago, the discovery of a substantial accumulation of plastic in the Pacific Ocean came as a bombshell all over the world. No one suspected the same thing in the Atlantic, where the Sea Education Association has been gathering data for 20 years. But in fact, concentrations of plastic in the Atlantic equal or surpass those observed in the Pacific. And this invisible patch extends into the feeding areas of the ocean's great migrators.
The plastic comes from land. We think that probably around 80% of it is actually shore-based. So it's from you and me. We're trying to do our best. We're trying to recycle, but you know, it's a windy day. The piece of plastic, the yogurt container blows out of the recycle bin, gets in the water system in the river, ends up in the ocean.
I just wanted to show you some of the kinds of things that we find. This piece is broken, and you can see it's starting to get brittle. It's being weathered by the sun, by just wave action, getting quite brittle into small pieces, easy to break. And we're seeing numbers as high as 250,000 pieces per square kilometer, or even higher. Now granted, most of those pieces are tiny, millimeter-sized pieces, but still, it's a big ocean. When you extrapolate that to the size of the ocean and the patches, it's a lot of plastic.
Our plastic garbage ends up in the ocean, where exposure to sun and waves weakens its structure and breaks it into countless tiny pieces that are now inundating the oceans. What is misleadingly called a garbage patch is actually more like a soup of tiny particles, often floating just below the surface.
Did you see some increase of the numbers of pieces of plastic over the 22 years of research?
No, in a lot of variability, but no real increase over that time. So the question is, where is that plastic going? And one idea is, of course, it could be the microbes.
And yet, our society is using more and more plastic. Microbes and bacteria may play an important role in breaking down this plastic, but at what price?
It's hard to say whether it's good news or bad news. Is it good news that it's making plastic go away? There are a lot of additives in plastic, and plastic also acts as a bit of a sponge, absorbing toxic chemicals. So you could ask yourself, is it better for those chemicals to stay in one place in the plastic or to be released into the ocean?
If plastic acts like a sponge, where do all those toxins go? Recent scientific studies in the Pacific Ocean estimate that fish consume between 12 and 24,000 tons of plastic every year.
And it still isn't exactly clear how much these toxins transfer up the food chain from plastic. There has been some work done to show it does happen, but absolutely, we're polluting the ocean, and then it does stay in the food chain, and then we eat the fish.
We produce about 300 million tons of new plastic every year. Half of this, about 150 million tons, is only used once, then thrown away. Worldwide, less than 10% of the plastic we produce is recycled. The development of plastics began in the 20th century. It is estimated that hundreds of millions of tons of plastic have found their way into the oceans in recent decades. Much of this garbage is still floating today. Plastic in the oceans accumulates in specific areas all over the planet, where the major ocean currents concentrate the floating plastic. These immense vortexes, called ocean gyres, draw in and accumulate garbage over wide areas. This pollution ends up in 5 major ocean basins: the North Atlantic, the South Atlantic and Pacific, the Indian Ocean, and the most well-known ocean gyre, the North Pacific. The Midway Atoll, north of the Hawaiian Islands, seems incredibly remote. But for many Pacific seabird species, it is an important refuge and nesting site. The island's most abundant bird is the Laysan albatross, classified a vulnerable species. They come here to lay their eggs and raise their chicks, far from any predators. But the real threat to the Laysan albatross is much more insidious than any predator.
John? Yes? You look at Midway, and it's so remote. It's in the middle of this beautiful Pacific Ocean, and your first thought is it should be pristine, untouched, white sand beaches with nothing on it.
A lot of disturbance.
But instead, we see lots of plastic.
Here, and then just beach disturbance. So it's been a slow.
The winds and the currents of the North Pacific Gyre combine to concentrate plastic in this area. It is not unusual to see the beaches of Midway littered with all sorts of large floating objects, which must continually be collected. But a closer look at the white sand beaches reveals the true catastrophe. Every new wave washes up more tiny particles of plastic and a multitude of garbage that pose a real threat to the island's abundant wildlife. Volunteers come from all over to try and clean up the shores. But the work must be repeated week after week, the result of decades of carelessness and indifference. The same tsunami that hit Japan in 2011 also washed significant amounts of garbage floating in the area onto Midway. The huge wave flooded parts of the island, carrying many large objects far inland. But biologists are more concerned with smaller bits of garbage, transported here not by water, but by air.
The way that plastic is arriving in the interior is that the adult albatross are foraging 1,000 miles or so from here. They're picking up the plastic because they either mistake it for food or food is attached to it. They bring it back here and they regurgitate it to their chicks. And this happens about every 3 days or so this time of year, and the male and female take turns. And they're feeding mainly squid to their chick. You know, it's really difficult to see, but if we look closely, this could be the point where a little bit of plastic is transferring from the adult to the chick. At some point, some are able to regurgitate a pellet or a bolus and get rid of the plastic, and others don't get rid of it, and as they die, it remains inside their body. This bird is a couple months old, so should we open it up and see if there's plastic inside? Okay. We'll look inside this one and see what we have. And right away we see plastic, yeah. So here's a couple of larger fragments right there. And yeah, so this bit of plastic is definitely part of a larger piece, and some of the plastic might have sharp edges and they could actually puncture the stomach lining, so that might be a possible cause of mortality for this chick. So it could be the load of plastic plus sharp edges and then contaminants as well that are part of it.
That's probably from a grocery bag or something, you know. What do you think?
Yeah, there's a good chance.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that's an interesting piece. We see those occasionally and we think they're some sort of fishing float, perhaps from Asia. So that's a big item.
Yeah.
Definitely takes up a lot of space. The plastic load in healthy albatross compared to albatross that were found dead, and there was a significant difference, almost twice as much plastic in the birds that died compared to the healthy ones. And so we can't definitively say that plastic kills albatross chicks, but I think what we can say right now is that it is additive to their mortality. Most of the chicks die from dehydration, and so if you think about plastic taking up physical space in the bird's stomach, they have less food, less moisture, and they might be more apt to dehydrate.
Incredible. In 5 or 10 minutes, I collected all this. It's really upsetting. We find a lot of bottle caps and lighters. A lot of lighters. And many floaters like this. They look a lot like what the birds would find. This is a squid without the head. Clearly, they look very much alike. Here's a lighter, and here's a squid. It's not surprising that the albatrosses mix them up.
We see a lot of spacer tubes that are part of the oyster aquaculture industry in Asia or in Japan. So they have these lines that go down and they have these small little oyster cages. And in order to space them on the line, they have these plastic spacer tubes. And when the line breaks apart, the spacer tubes are all over the ocean. That's pretty common. And I suspect some of the items are so big that they can't regurgitate the pellet. And maybe, again, that's linked back to mortality. If they physically can't get that stuff up, maybe that's another reason why they perish as well. Some of the really surprising things that you find in there, toothbrushes. I mean, you'd think a large toothbrush couldn't be swallowed by an albatross, but it is. Syringes, unfortunately. All sorts of kids' toys are in there, light bulbs, so lots of really interesting things. And if we extrapolate for the entire population, that's about 5 tons of plastic that the adults are feeding to their chicks each year. That's really amazing. Even if we stop putting plastic in the ocean today, it's going to be decades before it's all cleaned up. You know, there's just so much out there. In fact, the gyre where a lot of it concentrates, some people say it's the size of Texas or even twice the size of Texas. So we're talking incredible amounts of items out there and debris.
The age of plastic should have been a revolution for the world. But the invention of nearly indestructible synthetic products has instead become a real menace to the future of the Earth's ecosystems.
Once it goes into the ocean, nobody's figured out the appropriate technique to be able to start to clean up the ocean. We basically have to wait until it reaches land. The best thing that we can do is to make people aware and prevent it from reaching the ocean in the first place.
The solution has to start with us, with our use of plastic, but above all, by how we get rid of our garbage. It's not that complicated. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We just have to recycle our plastic.
y a des missions qui sont plus difficiles que d'autres. Moi, je trouve que...
Some missions are harder than others. Coming here to Midway has been pretty tough. Of course, I expected to see plastic from the oceans, but I never thought I would see so much. I think we have gone too far. The oceans are filled with plastic. Each wave brings more, and there are a lot of waves. It's clear that the presence of humans is felt all over the planet now. And unfortunately, I don't mean that in a good way. Sometimes human nature is pretty hard to understand.
Protecting the ocean's great migrators is still a challenge for scientists. We must take inspiration from our successes to build momentum and create the vital wave of change that will determine the future of our world. Today, the humpback whale is undergoing a population boom all over the planet. In calving areas, like the Dominican Republic, calves are being born in greater numbers, helping to secure the future of this species. The reconciliation between our two species is translating into an apparently shared curiosity. No one who has come face to face with a whale has not come away profoundly moved.
Well, the mother came up kind of unexpectedly too, and I didn't know where to go.
She made a full turn. Mais c'est de voir comment...
It's incredible to see how calm and serene they are.
Vraiment pas le monde de l'humain. Ça sent pas la peur.
You're not scared. You're not scared at all. These are what I call little moments of eternity. They stick in your head, and they're gonna be there forever. It's an amazing feeling.
It was fantastic. I've never had an experience like that before.
Amazing. Amazing.
Incredible. After an experience like that, you can die happy. Incredible.
We have managed to save most whale species from extinction because people mobilized against whaling. We no longer need whale blubber to produce an oil that was once considered irreplaceable. Citizen mobilization may be the salvation of the oceans, if we are going to rescue them from the devastating effects of our own consumption habits.
I'm by nature an optimist. I realize it's a very serious problem and it's going to get worse before it gets better, but I'm an optimist that we can at least stabilize the situation.
Hopefully, over time, we can make some positive change and reduce the amount of plastic that's going in the ocean and reduce the amount that albatross are getting. Because ultimately, it's going to affect you and I and all levels of the food chain. We see the same phenomena. The small fish have plastic in them, the small zooplankton, all these different things. So we need to make a difference.
When industrial whaling ended, there were only about 5,000 humpback whales left. Today, there are over 60,000 in the world's oceans, a great conservation success story. When people mobilize, they can accomplish great things. Today, witnessing the magnificent spectacle of the Earth's last giants is certainly one more motivation to conserve the extraordinary biodiversity of our planet.
Our oceans are facing considerable conservation challenges, but with better science, we are beginning to understand them so we can better protect them. The grand spectacle of life continues in all its stunning beauty. But time is running out if we want to preserve the fragile balance of biodiversity. A biodiversity that allows all forms of life to thrive, including our own. their quest to understand the major issues of biodiversity, the Sedna 4 team heads to Panama, a paradise for plants and animals. With 1,500 species of trees, more than 250 species of mammals, and nearly 1,000 species of birds. Arriving from the Caribbean, the port of Colón, with its giant cranes rising into the sky, is an astonishing sight. Panama is at the southern end of Central America, between Costa Rica and Colombia. This small country is famous for its canal across the Isthmus of Panama, a maritime passageway that allows ships to quickly cross between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans.
It's impressive because every year there are approximately 1,500 boats that navigate the Panama Canal to transport hundreds of millions of tons of cargo.
The Sedna Four also traverse the Panama Canal. Dwarfed by giant ocean freighters, the sailboat makes its way through the complex system of locks that allow ships to sail between the different elevations of the shipping route between the two oceans. The narrow canal cuts through Panama's tropical forest, famous for its extraordinary biodiversity. And among all the animals of the forest, hides a small, fascinating creature, the sloth. The team stops on the island of Barro Colorado, also called BCI, located right in the middle of the Panama Canal. The island is home to one of the largest tropical rainforest research centers in the world. Each year, hundreds of scientists come to the Smithsonian Tropical Research Institute to better understand rainforest ecology. One of the world's eminent sloth experts, biologist Bryson Voyrin, awaits the team.
So here's our boat right down here.
Oh, great.
And we're going to go on a little short trip around the backside of the island and go look for our sloth.
3 toes or 2 toes?
The 3-toed sloth.
Oh, yeah.
So this is the more friendly type of sloth.
Great.
So here we are. I started with sloths because I've always loved climbing trees, and I was really excited about working in the canopy in the rainforest because something like 80 or 90% of all of the biodiversity in the rainforest is up in the treetops. And sloths are a perfect animal for me to study because I can actually climb up the tree and catch them, and they can't run away all that fast. Now, I work a lot with the brown-throated 3-toed sloth, which is the sloth that's common to all of Panama. And they're a very slow-moving arboreal mammal, and they spend their entire lives in the canopy. BCI is an amazing forest to work in because it used to be a hilltop before the Panama Canal got flooded. And now, with the canal, it's actually an island that's been cut off from the mainland. And no one is allowed on BCI except for scientists with the Smithsonian. So it's a really amazing place to work because it's completely cut off from the rest of Panama, and it's right in the middle of the Panama Canal. Because when they filled the canal, they didn't cut down the old trees. So right now, we're on the tops of trees. And depending on the water level, you can see they pop up a little bit, and the bad ones are the ones just below the water. And if you go over it with a boat, you can hit them. It's like a minefield. You know, boom, hit the wrong one, and it takes the engine off. So we swim back. Oh, there's a tree right there. Looks like a crocodile, but that's a tree. Jean. I think there's a sloth actually right in the top of that tree right over there. If we go right through this little canal, we can get to the back side of the tree. Boat actually, it's the easiest way to find sloths on BCI because you can actually see into the forest from the edge. Now, hiking around BCI, it'll take me up to 1 week to find a sloth. And that's a long time to find such an animal that's so common on BCI. But by boat, I can find several in one day.
This is really not an easy task. First, you need to locate a sloth from the boat. Then you need to get onto the bank and walk around trying to find the same tree. No, it really takes skill.
This is our tree.
Okay.
Right here. And I think I can just barely make out the sloth up there. Right at the top of the tree.
Where? I don't see it.
Just in the top of the tree, right in the sunlight, right up there.
We have binoculars, and Bryson tells us where to look. But honestly, I never saw it.
And what's this here?
Huh? Oh, wow.
Is it
That's actually, this is sloth poop. It's this really strange thing with sloths. They only go to the bathroom on the ground. They spend their whole life in the trees except to go to the bathroom. So they climb all the way down once a week and go to the bathroom.
A monkey. A real monkey.
It's normally dramatically slower. The running motion he uses, I believe, is something he came up with himself. It's very unique.
Hey, come here. Hey.
It's fun to watch.
Hey.
Grab the sloth real quick.
Okay. I have
Nice. Bryson has captured a female who shows no sign of aggression.
Go back with you.
There you go.
Nice. Well, here's our sloth.
Do they drink water or just by the leaf?
Just by the leaves, actually. It's amazing that they never drink water. And in the dry season, I wonder how thirsty they get.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
She's doing yoga.
Yeah. Okay. Females have a call. They're attracted to the scent of the males. Males have an oil gland on their back. And when the female smells the oil, they go real high pitch. Yeah.
Yeah. It's another friend.
And the males will hear that call and will spend days looking for the female.
And what's the use? I know it's a ridiculous question, but what is the use of a sloth in the jungle?
That's actually a great question. When Europeans first discovered sloths, they thought that they're the most ridiculous animal in the world. They have poor vision, they have poor hearing, they can't walk on the ground, they're totally defenseless, they can get eaten by anything, and they thought they were just ridiculous. But when you think about it, they fill a perfect evolutionary gap in the forest. They actually eat up to 2% of all the leaves in the rainforest each year.
Wow.
So they have a huge impact on the forest. And just the fact that they're so slow and so, what people would think is ridiculous, but they're actually perfectly evolved. The way that I study sloths on BCI is by using radio collars on them. And once they have been fitted with a radio collar, I can track their movements around the rainforest using an antenna. And that way I can find them over the course of different days.
She doesn't move, huh?
She's very calm. She's a happy one. Sometimes the sloths will fight you a little bit. They can be feisty, especially the big aggressive males, but she's happy. So before we let her go, we'll get a weight of her.
Equipped with a new radio collar, this female is now ready to return to her environment. Unwittingly, she will be contributing to science, helping Bryson to better understand how sloths move in the forest. The Smithsonian Tropical Research Institute is located on one of the islands in Lake Gatun, an artificial lake created by a dam on the Chagres River that was built as part of the Panama Canal construction project.
We're actually sailing over a submerged forest. There are trees, railroads, even old villages under the ship's hull. It was all flooded when the dam was built.
This man-made island is now a protected area, reserved for scientists. Biologist Megan Eccles is a specialist in bees. She knows the island of Barro Colorado well. She's been coming here regularly to do research for many years.
What's that strange noise?
Oh, that's the mantled howler monkey. The males have these specialized vocal sacs so they can make that huge growling sound that you hear. And the purpose of it is to announce to other groups of howler monkeys in the area where that particular group is located. One of the biggest threats to howler monkey personal security is conflicts with other groups. So to avoid conflict, the males in each group will howl at sunrise, sunset, before rain starts, and when they move into a new feeding patch. And it announces to the other groups, hey, we're here. So you can tell there's several groups vocalizing right now. It's because when one group announces its location, the others feel obligated to do the same so they can stay away from each other. I've got a bit of a reputation as the bee woman. So I collect colonies that fall in the forest or are located in inconvenient places, and it gives me a good diversity of species to work with. So I can look at community interactions, inter-colony behavior, that sort of thing. Bees are pollinators. They're pollinators in most major ecosystems. Forest systems are dependent on bees to get their reproduction done. Flowers have to be pollinated in order to form fruits. Fruits are needed to make seeds. Without any seeds, you don't have any seedlings. The forest can't regenerate itself. You take away the bees, you take away the forest's ability to grow and to heal if it's damaged. It's been shown if you deforest anywhere tropical, stingless bees and orchid bees don't adapt. So even if you have intact forests on either side of a large area that's logged, the bees won't be able to make the crossing. So if you lose them in one part of the forest, that forest is going to be in trouble.
That's the nest you were talking about?
Mm-hmm, straight ahead.
Oh, wow.
It's right here.
That there?
Mm-hmm, it's right here. Little yellow tube. What we're looking at now is a colony of a bee whose scientific name is Tetragonisca angustula. They actually don't have a common name like honeybees have a common name because there are hundreds of different species of stingless bee, far too many for each one to have an individual common name. This particular nest probably has about 1,500 bees in it.
Oh, yeah.
They're so calm and they're so serene. They're a very zen little bee.
And what is that substance?
The material that the nest entrance is made out of is actually a mixture of resins that they collect from trees, so just tree sap, and also a wax that they produce themselves. It's very soft, very pliable, and one of the reasons they leave the end so raw, mostly this yellow part is just wax, is because at night, this species will actually close their front door. They shut the nest entrance. And it's not so much to defend against predators as it is to defend against parasites, which are their biggest concern here. So there are a lot of species of bee that nest in the canopy, which is a little inconvenient. They're difficult to see. So one of the nice things about tree falls is they bring canopy nesting bees down to our level, so they're much easier to observe. Now be a little bit careful when we approach the nest. These bees bite, but they don't sting. So there's no venom involved. It's just like a little pinch.
But a little bite?
Just a little bite.
But
yeah.
they're gonna bite, eh?
They are gonna bite, yeah.
Great. I love jungle.
So this is a colony of Scepter togona. It's another stingless bee. Very social. They can live in absolutely massive colonies of thousands or tens of thousands of individuals. They are a bit aggressive, much more aggressive than the last bees we saw, but they only really respond to something that vibrates or shakes their nest. It's a direct threat to their babies and their queen.
How big it is?
This colony, it's probably several square feet, so very, very large space. They can get up to sometimes half a tree trunk if they're left alone and they're thriving. So those are the colonies that get into the hundreds of thousands of bees. The bees that are leaving are most likely foragers. You can tell which ones are foragers when they return. The ones that are searching for pollen have little balls of white or yellow stuff on their hind legs. Bees that are coming back with nectar, however, they're not identifiable when they're flying. They carry the nectar in their stomach. The pollen is for the larvae, the babies. They need protein to grow. The adults are fully grown. They don't need the protein. What they need are carbohydrates, sugars for energy. So the adults only consume the nectar.
Some are going out of the colony with something in their mouth. Are they cleaners?
They are cleaners, yeah. There's house cleaning going on today, apparently. So probably they are expanding the inside of this nest. Although some of the other bees who are leaving are probably cleaning out the bathroom, so to speak.
And what is the big problem with bees in the world?
There's no one problem. If there was, we might actually be able to solve it. In honeybee populations, something has been occurring in the last 10 years that scientists refer to as colony collapse disorder. It's this mysterious phenomenon where all the workers, all of the foraging bees in a colony will suddenly disappear, and they leave behind a healthy queen, healthy juveniles, but the workers are just gone, and without the workers, the colony dies. There have been a lot of studies that have tried to identify what is causing this, and we're really not that close to an answer still. There's a lot of research that suggests it could be fungus, it could be a virus, but the fungi and the viruses aren't found in every colony that collapses, so it's still unclear. There's a very famous quote by Albert Einstein who said that if bees were to disappear, society would collapse inside of 10 years. Fully 1/3 of the food that we consume is produced by bee pollination. So you can imagine we would lose hundreds of fruits, some vegetables, and it would have a huge impact on worldwide food availability. Prices would skyrocket for products like almonds, oranges, these basic things that people tend to grow relatively easily and consume readily. They're so dependent on bees that agricultural industry would grind to a halt in some areas. It would be devastating.
The team returns to the canal to locate the female sloth. The signal from its radio collar will guide the search and make it easier to recapture her.
On BCI, I worked on the behavior of three-toed sloths, looking at which plants they ate and how much they moved over the course of 2 years. So here's where we caught her before, and you can hear she's somewhere nearby. So that's the ping of her radio collar. But it's not all that strong of a signal. So what we can do is kind of do a 360 spin. Ooh, it's a lot louder.
On the island?
You can hear the difference in the signal intensity. So it sounds like our sloth actually might have left the one island and swam to one of these little islands right here, which is pretty cool.
Are they good swimmers?
They're actually really good swimmers, believe it or not. They swim much better than they walk. So a lot of times people see sloths swimming across the Panama Canal. So pretty exciting that our sloth actually sounds like she swam. The results of the big study is that actually sloths move a lot more than we thought. They're not just sedentary creatures that stay in the same tree. We found that some sloths actually travel hundreds of meters a day. while others will just sit in the same tree for 4 or 5 days and then maybe move 2 trees over. So their movement is actually very different based on which individual it is.
So she's right up there. I think I might see her actually. I think she's straight above me. Right above there. Wow.
Where's the face?
Her face, she's actually kind of sitting like this, upright. Like that.
So this time, Bryson climbs up the tree. He has no harness, no rope. I tell you, he's a real monkey. It's amazing.
Hi, John. Thank you. Okay, I got her.
Bryson uses a long pole to capture the sloth, which tries to escape.
Okay. There we go. There we go.
Wow. Nice.
I need a pole. Right like that. All right.
Whoa, is it a girl?
Yep, so this is our girl.
Yeah. Wow. Attack. I was going to say.
Oh yeah, they will. They'll
They
pinch
will
you.
attack, huh?
He's such a small creature, but still equipped with pretty sharp claws. I still have some souvenirs from my contact with sloths.
Well, they spend their whole life, in the trees,
Yeah.
so it actually takes energy to open their claws. They can keep them closed with no energy, so they don't expend any energy hanging.
Do they bite?
No, they don't really bite, but they'll definitely try to claw you. Especially mothers with their young, they'll be real defensive of babies. But she's pretty calm. She's pretty chill.
She's lovely. She's so sweet.
It's a really great animal to work with because you can hold them without sedating them. And so for me, it's so special to be able to get to actually hold the animal that I work with a lot.
Yeah.
So I get to develop a relationship with them. Whereas a lot of animals like monkeys or something, you get to touch them once when you initially catch them, and then you rarely ever see them again. 3.1 kilograms? Nice. So she has gained weight since we last saw her.
Oh, great.
So she's been eating.
Here you come.
The female can now regain her freedom. In her own way, she is contributing to the conservation of her species by allowing Bryson to study her movements. The brown-throated sloth is not an endangered species. In fact, it is the most abundant of all sloth species. But other species of sloth are not so lucky. The team heads to the small island of Escudo de Veraguas, where Bryson is studying the pygmy sloth. Many scientists consider it the rarest mammal on the planet.
But I'm really the only person in the world looking at sleep in wild animals in their natural environment. And the first thing we found out is looking at sloths. Sloths in captivity sleep like 15, 16 hours a day, and sloths in the wild sleep 9. So there's this huge difference just in one species that we looked at, and that's the first thing we ever did. So I'm trying to unlock the mysteries of sleep in wild animals in their natural habitat. We arrived at Escudo last night at about midnight and set anchor, and then we woke up this morning, and it's been really nice all morning. And we're gonna go out to the island probably in the next hour or so and go see if we can re-find some of the pygmy sloths that I have radio collars on.
Bryson and his assistant Sebastian have installed radio collars on 10 pygmy sloths. Now they need to find the animals again.
The sloths that I put radio collars on are all on that side of the island right over here. And to get there, we gotta go around the island this way, through the channel and into the mangroves.
Boat driver, ready?
I'm ready when you're all ready.
Let's go.
Okay.
don't actually know how many pygmy sloths there are, but estimates vary from as small as 63 to maybe a few hundred. And these pygmy sloths have been cut off from the mainland for almost 9,000 years. And in that time, they developed a very small body size, so they're about 40% smaller than the mainland sloths. And it just goes to show you how quickly evolution can happen in species.
Many scientists believe that the pygmy sloths on Escudo de Veraguas Island live only in the mangrove forests, the highly productive marine ecosystem that flourishes in the intertidal zone.
Mangrove forests grow between high tides and low tides on the coast, and that is where Bryson has installed tracking collars.
Just look straight in the middle of these branches. Straight in there, there's like a dark clump. It's on the back side of the branch. Yeah, it's right up there.
Really small.
You can see his face just looking at us.
He's looking at us. Ah.
Yeah. This is the same spot where I caught a sloth last month. So this could be her. I can't see a radio collar, so I'm not sure.
But it's not so tiny.
No, they're actually, I mean, they can be kind of big, but they are definitely smaller than the mainland sloths. And their skulls are actually much smaller and have different forms on the top of the skull. So because it's such a different developmental size in the skulls, they're actually considered to be a different species. You know, they're marooned out here on this island. They have nowhere else to go. And if they're only living in just the mangroves, that's a tiny habitat for the whole species. And right now, actually, a lot of times people cut down mangroves for charcoal, and that makes their habitat much smaller. So it's very difficult because they have such a small habitat to begin with. And every time they lose a little bit of habitat, it means less area for them to live. Really, every trunk counts in these mangroves because the pygmy sloths really do rely on them. For me, it's so exciting to be able to work with a brand new species because most people never get to do that in their lifetime. And this sloth was just discovered 10 years ago. We're just trying to find out the basic science of the species. I mean, we don't even know how long they live. We really don't know anything about them. And so working out here right now, the main goal is just to understand a little bit more about their natural history and their life. Right now, I'm going to try to climb up a little bit and bring him or her down and just do a visual inspection to see how big it is, and also if it has a radio collar. And if not, we'll just let it go. There we go. And if you grab him, just like a baby doll from the back.
Yeah. Okay. Like a baby.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah, you have to baby. Remember.
So that's a male, right?
This is a male sloth because it has this patch right here, and it actually has an oil on it that smells kind of sweet. And that's an attractant for female sloths. So they can smell that oil from a long ways away, and they know it's a male sloth.
We found ourselves in an area of the island where Bryson insisted we go to greet a family of local fishermen, Nobe Aboriginals, I think. They're Aboriginal people who have been living on the island for generations and have really developed a kind of harmony with nature. They live mainly from fishing. They manage to sell a little, some fish, a few lobsters. But it's marvelous. When we arrived, it was the children who came to greet us. That's often the case. They were playing on the beach, and slowly we joined in. We spent hours. Often, contact between scientists and local communities is difficult enough, but there I found it really interesting because often it's the children who actually introduce us to the adults. And then every time you can create a contact between scientists and local communities, I think it's really important. It was really a beautiful moment. Yes, a lovely moment.
Look, it's eating. There's a sloth right there. It's a female. Yeah, she's eating a leaf. She's got it right in her mouth. Oh, she's got a baby. Let's see if we're real quiet. Maybe we won't scare her. Ooh, she got my shirt. Hey, come here. Oh. Wow, look at her. She is beautiful. Oh my gosh, what a beautiful animal. And look, she doesn't have a radio collar, so this is a new sloth with a baby.
That's a good thing to, see a baby. If there's less than 100, that's good news.
Yeah, so that's one more for the population at least. Yeah. And a baby this size is probably about 9 months old, I'd say. So that's a pretty big baby. Oh, yeah. He's just holding on to her. All right, let's let her go eat some more. She looks hungry. Come back over here, mommy. Come on. Right here. Let's see, she was right on this one. Let's see. All right. It's one of the rarest mammals on Earth, and there's 2 of them right there.
What a privilege to be here.
Part of my research and working with pygmy sloths is to understand more about their life requirements, how long they live, and what parts of the island they really are using. So what I did is went out and caught 10 pygmy sloths, put the radio collars on them, and let them go back in their trees. And then we went out there to re-catch them and re-find them to see where they've gone in the past few months. And what I really wanted to find is that they weren't just using the mangrove patches, that they were actually using the rest of the island, because there's only about 10 hectares of mangroves on the island, but the whole island is 3.5 square kilometers. So that's a very small patch of mangroves. Boop, boop, boop. That's Leo.
Leo.
So he's back over this way. Oh,
Okay.
there he is.
Oh yeah, right there.
Yeah, look at him, just kind of, he's laying right on his back. They expose their bellies like that and kind of warm themselves up. Look at him just swinging around in the tree.
In the mangroves again.
Yeah, he's still in the mangrove, so he hasn't really gone anywhere in the past month or so. When I caught him originally and put the collar on him, he was maybe 10 meters over that way.
Oh yeah.
So he's not moving very much.
What's there?
Another sloth.
Yeah.
Wow. And like 5 meters away.
Looks like a male, eh?
Yep. You can see the orange on his back right there.
Yeah.
He's also a male. So Leo maybe has some competition next to him.
Yeah. Let's see if we can find some more.
And I've got 9 more to go.
Yeah.
The team traveled the territory, focusing its research near mangrove forests. In the days that followed, Bryson was able to find 9 of the 10 pygmy sloths equipped with radio collars. But despite searching for days, one was still missing, which worried Bryson.
When you have a total population estimated at about 60 individuals, of course, each animal counts. We really covered the area. We looked everywhere, but to no avail.
I can't tell which way the sound's coming from. It seems to be all over the place. I wonder, it could be bouncing off of the water or the mangroves.
Yeah.
I don't know. one signal that we just can't find. I don't know. Maybe with your guys' help, we can go find it.
Yeah. We should take the Zodiac. It's going to be easier.
Before leaving, Bryson wanted to speak with local families to get some help in their search. Sebastian, his assistant, knows the people of the island very well.
Está cerquita, así ahora los chiquillos se asustan. Por acá llega, hay mucho sol. Ellos vienen, sí.
What she says that she had a whale back there, and the slapping would come around because these are clean animals. They come down to the well, to poop in the well. She thinks that the one that live in a mangrove, they live in a mangrove, but there's a lot more right behind in the jungle here.
So let's check in the forest.
Yeah, definitely.
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
What an amazing revelation. According to these families, pygmy sloths can also be found in the interior of the island in the rainforest, so their distribution is not limited only to mangroves. Of course, this information is crucial for our search for the missing sloth, but it could also become essential for science itself.
So I'm marking the locations of the ones that I found so far, and number 5 is the one that I just don't know where he went. Hopefully we can find him. So Sebastian, let's check this cove right here, the Horseshoe Cove. It sounds like he might be right over here. Oh. All right, I got him on the 900 frequency, so he must be straight back that way.
Okay, guys, we're gonna have to tie the boat. Yep.
Good work, Sebastian. All right.
Thank you.
The signal that we were following with the radio collar led us into the heart of the island, deep into the rainforest. It was quite something. Oh yes, it was terrible. We sank deep into the mud. You could almost think the mud was alive. There were all sorts of insects that seemed to enjoy feasting on our flesh. I don't think wearing shorts was a very good idea, to be sure.
Sounds like it's just over this way, I think. I think she's right up here. Yeah, you could just see her fur right up there.
Oh yeah.
I'd like to get a closer look at her and just see how she looks and do a physical examination. It's been 6 weeks since I last saw her.
Hey, Bryson, watch out, man. Careful. Mind it break, man.
Hey, buddy. Okay. Ready? Coming to you. Sweet.
Great. Whew.
Victoria! Hey! Whoa, you're looking big. Oh man, she looks great. Look at her. She looks very healthy.
So she makes quite a distance from the mangrove forest to here.
Yeah, she moved quite a distance actually, over 800 feet in the past couple weeks, which for a sloth, that's a big distance. When I first caught her, she was in the top of a very large mangrove tree, and now she's spending her time in this beautiful tropical forest on the interior of the island. So it's hard to say which she likes better.
Yeah.
But here she definitely has a wider variety of plants to eat.
Yeah.
Kind of like going to an all-you-can-eat buffet with lots of different things to choose from. One thing I think that this shows is that even though the mangroves are being cut, that may not be as big of a risk for the pygmy sloths, because if they're able to eat other things in the forest, at least they have other food sources besides just the mangroves.
What is the size of the island?
The island is 3.5 square kilometers, and only I think 10 hectares of that entire island is mangroves. The rest is this type of tropical forest. So they estimated 63 sloths being in this 10 hectares. So that would be something like 6 sloths per hectare. The island is 3.5 square kilometers. That's 350 hectares. That's something like 1,800 sloths, potentially, if it's the same density in the mangroves as in the forest. So it could be that actually the pygmy sloth is not as rare as we thought. It's still only on this one island, but maybe more numbers, which is good.
What's the next step now?
The next step would be trying to figure out how big the population is in the forest and actually doing an expedition out here in the middle of the island. But finding them is very difficult. Even if you spend weeks out here, I think you might not have an accurate idea of just how many sloths there are.
Ready to go?
All right, Victoria.
Back to home, sweet home.
She's going her own way.
She knows where she's going.
She knows exactly where she's going.
Yeah.
It was knowledge of the territory by the local people that really guided Bryson on his quest, and it opened a new avenue for research. This is interesting because if the population of pygmy sloths of Escudo de Veraguas covers the whole of the island, well, maybe we will be obliged to review the status of the species, and this is great news. And good news about the environment is really needed. headed to the Cayman Islands in the Caribbean Sea. The archipelago consists of 3 main islands, Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, and Cayman Brac. Tourists and foreigners come here mainly because of the great beaches and the scuba diving conditions that make this place one of the best diving sites in the world.
Located south of Cuba and northwest of Jamaica, the Cayman Islands have an impressive marine biodiversity. On land, the population explosion on the island of Grand Cayman has reduced critical habitat for species that are threatened with extinction. This is the case of the blue iguana, an endemic species which is considered one of the rarest animals on the planet. It can measure up to 1.5 meters in length and weigh up to 14 kilos. The blue iguana can live close to 70 years, but it still has to survive in its habitat. In the 2000s, there were few more than a dozen animals in the wild. But the biologist Fred Burton has made it his mission to save them from extinction. A daunting task for a reptile that scientists have classified as extinct in the wild.
On Little Cayman, other conservation issues face the residents of the small island. Here, biodiversity issues are not apparent, but an invader has taken up residence in the pristine waters around the island. And since the islanders depend on tourism and diving, well, they are worried.
Thank you.
In the early 1990s, a few aquarium fish were accidentally released into the sea in Florida. Native to the Indo-Pacific, they began to reproduce and populate the Caribbean. This invader, which now threatens the age-old balance of the coral reefs, is called the lionfish.
In less than 20 years, this species has really caused incredible havoc. One lionfish living on a coral reef can reduce the population of other small fish from 80 to 90%.
The decline of the ocean's large predators, combined with the uncontrolled spread of the lionfish, is a recipe for disaster. If nothing is done to control the invasion, the tourism sector of the Cayman's economy is in serious danger. The professional divers of Little Cayman have watched as the lionfish spread throughout the island's waters. Now these dive guides organize a weekly lionfish hunt to try to control the dramatic expansion of the species.
The first lionfish was discovered in Little Cayman in about 2008, here on the south side of the island. And it was just one lonesome fish, and it was quickly discovered, and we went out there and grabbed it. And then we didn't see any fish for quite some time, possibly about 6 months. And then we started to see not just one, we started to see more than one popping up on different reefs. And that number just quickly escalated into tens and then into many, many, many fish.
It took just a few aquarium fish to cause one of the worst environmental disasters in modern times. The lionfish invasion continues to spread and now extends far beyond the Caribbean.
Genetically, in fact, scientists speculate that these fish could have come from common ancestors, the few creatures released off the coast of Florida. That's all it takes to upset the millennial balance of an ecosystem.
They eat a lot. Pulled stomachs out of fish and seen a large amount of fish and crustaceans, everything in their belly. Seen them hunt fish actively on the reef, and they just don't stop.
They have a foreign predation strategy, which means the fish here don't recognize it as a predator. They've got these really big, pectoral fins, and what they'll do is they'll sort of herd a fish towards the reef, right? And then they do something that's very unique. And what they do is they start to blow water out of their mouth towards the prey. And what they basically do is they point themselves right at the lionfish, and then the lionfish just sucks it in. This whole island relies on dive tourism, and we are the ambassadors to this environment, so it has sort of fallen down onto our hands to look after the environment.
The people of Little Cayman are worried because they depend on tourism. The spectacular beauty of the coral reefs and their colorful fish attract divers here from all over the world.
Each week, the population is mobilized. A squad of professional divers set out to hunt for lionfish. Their goal, kill as many as possible. Attempt to control the invasion so that other species of fish can continue to grow on the coral reefs.
The latest scientific study that's been completed this year in 2011 shows that to have an impact on lionfish, you have to have a large, concentrated effort on a small area to be effective. The industry that we're trying to protect services the Bloody Bay Marine Park, which is a small area of only about 3 miles long. So we have a high concentrated effort that we're putting into that Bloody Bay area to try and keep our marine park relatively free of lionfish so that we can maintain the biodiversity within the marine park. All right, we're going to Penguin's Leap. It's up on the north side. It's way past CCMI, so it's going to take us about 30 minutes to get there probably. Good?
Okay, great.
We have lionfish as well as the rest of the Caribbean has lionfish, and they've just invaded all of the Caribbean. And there's going to be no difference from diving here in Little Cayman or in Cancun or in Belize or anywhere else in the world. So I think it's going to be very important that we continue killing these animals, and that's the only thing that's going to keep this special spot different than the whole rest of the Caribbean.
Marine Park, we've done a really good job of eliminating a lot of lionfish to the point where we don't see them on a daily basis anymore, which is very good. But there's still lots of other parts of the island we don't get to. It's one we're going to get to right now, where there are still lots of lionfish that need to be removed. So hopefully we'll have a big turnout tonight.
That they have, where they put tuna. Even though the boat seems very busy, it's we've virtually got everyone that's left on the island to come out today to come and cull. With most of the dive masters being away for our shutdown during the hurricane season, it's very important for us to keep culling all the time. Whether it be inside the marine park or outside, wherever we get the opportunity to go, we have to go no matter what. Well, best case scenario, we're hopefully going to have a big catch. We've got 16 people in the water with 14 spears. So 14 spears, we're hoping for a fairly big number, maybe above 80. We're always hoping for 100. We have had days over 100, so we're always hoping for a big catch. Bucket. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5,
The efforts of the divers were successful, but despite their success, it is work that has to be repeated constantly because the reproductive rate of the species is very impressive, and if the effort is relaxed, the invaders will continue to eat all the other small fish, and there will be a complete degradation of the coral reef.
75. You know, that's 75 fish. If you average it out to 20 fish per day that they're eating, that's 75 times 20 is how many fish got eaten within the last 24 hours.
That's a lot of fish.
That's a huge amount of fish.
The work of biologist Fred Burton on Grand Cayman is truly inspiring. With a small team, he tries to reintroduce a natural species, the blue iguana, which many biologists already consider extinct in the wild.
So what do we have here?
So these are the original things. I always knew I wanted to get involved in conservation in some way, shape or form. Even as a small child, I was crazy about that kind of stuff. In Europe, it's very unusual to find an ecosystem which has not been influenced at all by humans. And here it was everywhere, and it was a very exciting thing for me to be seeing these things. And that was the time that I started getting involved with these crazy giant blue lizards. The first time I met one, I had no idea that these things existed. In 2002, we did a very detailed survey, and it was the most depressing survey I have ever been involved in, because all of the places we used to see iguanas, there were none. Optimistically, there cannot have been more than 12 left in the wild, and they weren't finding each other to breed. So the population was doomed. It was functionally extinct, as we put it, technically speaking. They were there, but there was no future. And this was shocking to us because we thought we had time, and no, we didn't have any time at all.
Fred Burton's task was enormous. In fact, there were only a few creatures left in the wild, and many biologists thought that Fred was something of a dreamer, that the task was too daunting for a single person.
He patiently tracked down a few wild animals and began a breeding program. Today, the Botanic Park on Grand Cayman is home to the last blue iguanas on Earth, and the captive bred population is healthy.
So this is the captive facility, Jean.
Yep.
We have about 300 iguanas here. Yeah, here's one. This is, we call this one Juan Lins. He's one of our founder males. These are the original wild origin animals that we are using to represent the genetics of the original population. They grow up to 10 kilograms or maybe a lot more occasionally. Rare dominant males can get quite giant. They're vegetarians. They eat almost exclusively plant matter. They eat leaves, flowers, berries, fungi sometimes. They're very intelligent. They quite clearly are able to think ahead, make a strategy, and then carry out that strategy. We've watched this with mating strategies of the male iguanas, and it's very complex, their behavior. They're not dumb creatures by any stretch of the imagination.
It all started here, in a small incubator in Fred's house.
If we'd left these things in the ground, it would be 50-50 whether they would hatch successfully or not, because the ground could get dry, it could rain really heavily, the pens could flood. So it's much, much safer to take the eggs out, put them in the incubator here, and here we have better than a 90% hatch rate. It's a very secure kind of way of making sure we get as many baby blue iguanas as we can from those nests. When they hatch, they're tiny, they're about this long, but they grow very, very fast. And by the time they're 2 years old, they're naturally predator-proof, effectively. They get too big for the native snakes. Jean, these are the cages where we have the 2-year-old iguanas, the ones that we're getting ready to release into the wild.
Scanner. $86661.
Correct.
All right, good. Let's get it in a bag.
So it will sleep there for tonight.
Yes, we'll keep them in these bags. We'll hang the bags inside our backpacks, ready to take in the morning, and they will cool down tonight, and they'll be very peaceful.
Fred Burton's great challenge now is to reintroduce the species in nature. His successes, but also his difficulties, have become famous around the world, which was what convinced the government of the Cayman Islands to set up a protected area where he can release the young animals in the wild.
But getting to the protected area is no easy task. We have to walk for hours in sweltering heat, on paths with razor-sharp rocks, not to mention the poisonous plants, cactus spines, and snakes.
So Jean, we are on the boundary now of the Collier's Wilderness Reserve. This is the protected area on our left now.
How big it is?
It's about 190 acres. That's around about very roughly a square kilometre. It's not huge, but the island isn't big, yeah?
Yeah. Rough trail, but beautiful.
Yeah, I love this environment. I think it's like a natural rock garden.
Yeah.
In 2008, we had a disaster. Some drug-crazed guy and a tame dog, a attack dog on a leash, came into the captive facility here and killed 6, 7, 8 blue iguanas. It was like a slaughter, and it was crazy. And the news got onto that, and it just went like boof all over the world. But what was interesting is as soon as it went public, the population of the Cayman Islands got up in arms. There were people raising money for us. Companies wanted to pay for a security fence around the captive facility. It was in the newspapers non-stop for 2 weeks here. It was the disaster and the media coverage that made the politicians of the time pay attention a little. So what I thought was, okay, let's make the world care about blue iguanas. And then we can tell the world if the blue iguana is going to survive, we must protect some of their habitat. It took a long time to work, but it is working now. At last it is working. Jean, this is our little home from home in the woods, yeah?
Home sweet home.
This is where our volunteers sleep when we have them camping out here. This is Larko. He's here to meet us. I didn't know if we'd see him today.
That's
cool
a
creature,
big one.
Yeah. This is the dominant male in this area. He's the biggest land animal around, so he's not afraid of us, he's not afraid of anybody. He was born, I think, in 1998, and we released him in 2001 in the Botanic Park. And he lived there very happily for a number of years, and then he got very big. And some of the people who visited got a little bit afraid of him, and it got to a point where it's, well, maybe he would be better out in the wilderness. So we brought him out here and released him with some females. His objective is to have exclusive control of as many different female territories as he can. I hatched this guy from an egg in an incubator. We reared him for 3 years, I think, in the cages in the captive facility. We released him in the Botanic Park, and then he became the guy who just hung around in our captive facility there. So we got to know him very well, and then we had to move him out here. So this is an old friend of mine. Yeah, he knows me. We have now 20 different unrelated wild iguanas, and that's good. That's enough to give us the genetic diversity that's necessary.
On Little Cayman, another expedition is being organized. This time it's Sedna 4 that will serve as a platform to reach a shoal called Pickle Bank, south of Cuba.
Researchers have wanted to come here for a long time. It's hard to get to, so local fishermen probably don't use it much. Scientists hope to find large fish like groupers and sharks here, and determine whether the explosion of lionfish populations is slowed by the presence of large predators.
Hey.
Hi. I'm Savannah.
Hi, Savannah.
Such a
Nice to
pleasure
meet you.
Katie, so nice to meet you.
Hi. Hey, man. Hey, John. How are you?
Nice to see you, man.
Yeah. Hi, Mike. John.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, Mariano.
Sedna's ready, so we should probably get things ready and leave right now.
Thanks first? Or?
Thanks first, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, here we are, Little Cayman, and here the famous Pickle Bank, where we'll be heading in pretty soon, actually. So what do you expect to find there?
We're expecting to see lionfish, but we're not sure what the population density will be. There may be a high population density, there may be a low population density, but we're going to go and find out.
And that's why it's so important for us to go there, is because nobody knows what it's going to be like there. And it's so important, you know, and it's so great to have the Sedna as this jumping off platform for us to really get out there and collect some data about a place that there is no data.
Do you think that because it's far away and that's a place where the human impact is, you know, lesser than here, do you think that we should find less lionfish than here?
Here on Little Cayman, we put a lot of effort into, you know, culling the lionfish off the reefs, getting them out of the environment. And at Pickle Bank, there's nobody removing them. So it could be that we drop down there and we find an explosive population of lionfish because there's been no human mediated removal of lionfish. But then what Neil was saying, the other side of it is that it could be that we also haven't fished out the other large predators that would be either competing with or preying upon the lionfish. So it could be that we go there and we find a lot of these large-bodied groupers of the larger predators, and then we find a low biomass of lionfish. So there's two opposites of the spectrum that we can see, and we don't know which one it's going to be yet.
It takes us 2 days to get to Pickle Bank. And then we have to fight with the wind and waves in the middle of the ocean to get our inflatable boat into the water.
We're going to do a dive today. It's an underground seamount which doesn't reach all the way to the surface. So it's an area that usually people do not go to. And hopefully we're going to be able to correlate that to the reefs back in Little Cayman and see how that differs.
Once arrived there, it was really strange for us because we could anchor the Sedna 4 right in the middle of the ocean. Normally it would be too deep, but as we are on a shoal, a kind of underwater mountain, we were able to anchor. On the other hand, these conditions create currents, so we will have to be very careful during the dives, because for the divers, it could get tricky.
We really hope that we come up with something that we can share with the rest of the scientific community about an area in the Caribbean that's very data deficient, unexplored, and even if we can't find a high density of groupers like we were hoping for, we hope we can still bring some light to what's going on here on the seamount Pickle Bank.
250 feet, stand by. 100 feet. 50 feet. We're on site now.
Sedna 4, Sedna 4, Musculus, Musculus, 906, 906, divers in water.
When we jump in, we don't actually know what we're going to find until we get down there. And that presents challenges for us because we can start, doing the science and then all of a sudden find out that the wall drops away from us and we just find ourselves too deep.
Our transects are 100 meters long by 3 meters wide. What we're recording are the species and sizes of large-bodied predatory groupers as well as the invasive lionfish.
Seeing large fish like groupers is already a good sign.
.6 meters. We are really on the wall, and if I move a bit, we'll see it going down, 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 and whoops, it's gone. It's very deep. And as soon as I shift a bit on the wall, we're back to depths ranging between 23 and 26 meters. What we have is the Caribbean Sea, so there's a lot of fish, a lot of life. What we want to check, of course, is whether or not there are lionfish here.
The invader has managed to establish itself here. But there are many more large fish here than around Little Cayman. That is good news.
Mike has a yellow buoy, and that's what really helps me to follow them in the wave, because with just bubbles, it would be extremely difficult not to lose track of them. So I always look out for his yellow buoy. That really allows me to know where they are.
what's awesome? Some Nassau groupers. More groupers than lionfish on that dive.
Sedna 4, musculus, musculus. 948.
948.
It was really fantastic that we were able to find this reef system that had a lot of groupers and not so many lionfish. We didn't really know what to expect going in here, and although all the data hasn't been completely analyzed and we don't want to draw any conclusions too soon, it is very encouraging to see a large biomass of groupers with a small biomass of lionfish and a lot of the intact, healthy small fish. I just keep thinking how few people have been fortunate enough to be here and do this type of thing, you know?
It'd be impossible to do this without the Sedna. It would be impossible. You have to have a staging platform like the Sedna. You have
to. It's a very pristine reef, and that makes it, next to the science, also very interesting for us to dive. It's a little extra benefit.
We saw less lionfish on this dive than what we expected. And it can just be because of the time of day.
You know, it's maybe good news also. You know, if there's less lionfish and big fish, that means that maybe the ecosystem can balance, you know, the invasion. But, you know, that's a big but.
That's a big question.
Yeah.
We don't know.
I've done most of my diving in Little Cayman, which is generally considered to be a quite healthy reef, but there were way more fish at Pickle Bank, and there was pretty good coral cover. We did see some coral disease, some coral bleaching, but not too much. I was struck by the amount of algal cover that was there as well as the coral cover, and it could be just, you know, it's the summertime and so the algae is in its peak growth season. I wouldn't say that it was algae dominated reef. I thought that there was overall a very good balance at Pickle Bank for sure.
For several days, we continued to dive at Pickle Bank. It's probably too early to draw conclusions, but the research has generated a lot of hope because we learned that those places that have not yet been fished still contain many large fish, large predators such as groupers or sharks. The lionfish is already established, but we wonder if the natural health of the ecosystem might not succeed in controlling the invasion of this alien species. It's still too early to draw that conclusion, but this expedition does produce a certain amount of hope. I think we really need environmental success stories. The work of Fred Burton is inspiring, but there are still many, many more steps to take. We wonder if the iguanas that breed well in captivity will succeed in doing so in the wild, for example. And will the protected habitats be enough to repopulate Grand Cayman?
All of the forces which drove them to the point of extinction are still operating. The population of the Cayman Islands is doubling every 12 years. What that means is the footprint on the land here that's taken over by humans is doubling every 12 years. And what that means is that the dogs and cats that people like to have around them will be at the boundaries of these protected areas. And cats, feral cats particularly, go wild in this island very easily. And they hunt and eat baby blue iguanas. And all sorts of other wildlife as well. But they're a huge threat to the iguanas. As the island becomes more and more urbanized, we have more and more fast traffic. And roadkill is becoming one of the big problems that we have to deal with. So we are going to have to secure the boundaries of these protected areas. We're going to have to put up some sort of a barrier that will prevent dogs and cats from getting in and will prevent the iguanas from getting out, because if they leave, they will be getting into harm's way. John, we will get rid of our packs here and we'll just take the iguana in. Matt, I think this one's in yours, yeah?
Yeah.
Here you go.
Okay, so that's 575.
75.
That's good, so we're in here. Okay, here's the box. So now this little iguana, Jean, is a very confused animal, and he's wriggling around in here, but once we get him out, we need to give him a minute to get used to his environment. Eh? So here he is. So these beads, the small pale blue, the red, the big blue, this is just an arbitrary colour combination that is unique to this animal. So anytime I see these beads, I know that this is this animal. And, oh yes.
Whoa!
So now he will spend all night inside this box. But then all the stress of today's walk will be gone, and this will be the safe place that he stays close to. And probably for 1 month he won't go more than 2 meters away from this box. Okay, next. And the population has gone from about 12 now to about 650, 700, somewhere around there. It's very important, I think, for people working in conservation to spend at least part of their time working on things that can succeed. It's important for personal motivation, but it's also important for the way that conservation is presented to the world. People get very tired of hearing bad news stories all the time. Joel, there's a hatchling.
Yeah, that's great.
That's the first wild-born young iguana we have ever seen in this area. That would be like Zarko's baby for sure, yeah?
So it is working.
It's working. It's
great.
Working.
So spreading the news.
Yep. I'm just texting John Moreau to let him know that we got wild ones running around out here already.
It's a great day.
It's cool. It's really good to see it.
I got a text from Fred, and the text said, just saw the first hatchling in the new reserve. Breeding is successful out here, and that just made my day.
Zarko had a big love affair with Juanita, and the female we released with him. And I bet you anything, this is Juanita's baby, and Zarko is the father. I played a part in establishing this botanic park. I played a part in so many things here. It's important, and it makes you feel that you've done something for the planet. Doesn't cancel out all of the rest that's going on, but at least it's my part.
Eliminating the lionfish from the Caribbean is a huge challenge. Everyone knows that this invasive species is here for good. But how do we control it? We need a natural solution, because we can't catch all the lionfish in the oceans. Neil and his fellow divers have developed a special relationship with groupers around Little Cayman. they are training them to eat lionfish. This solution probably won't work on a large scale. And who knows if the groupers will develop a taste for lionfish. But the initiative is an excellent demonstration of citizen mobilization to stop the spread of the invader. But the lionfish is also feared by local fishermen. According to an urban legend, the lionfish is deadly.
There's a lot of myths surrounding this fish, that this fish is poisonous. It is not poisonous. It is in fact venomous. These dorsal fins are the venomous ones, and it's not actually the spike itself that is venomous. That there is just the delivery mechanism. What is venomous is actually inside the soft tissue here, and as the spine enters the body, it pushes the soft tissue back, which compresses the soft tissue, and that releases the protein-based venom, which travels up through tiny little grooves alongside the spine. And that is how, once the spine enters your body, that the venom can then enter your body as well. So something that I think is important to point out is that this is the liver of the fish. And what's interesting to note that this liver is very large. It's because these fish, which are wild fish, are suffering from a disease called fatty liver disease, which is not a fish, it's not a disease that wild fish suffer from. This is a disease that aquarium fish suffer from. So why are these wild fish suffering from fatty liver disease? And it's because they're eating too much. They eat pretty much anything they want. They're indiscriminate predators. And because of that, they're growing too fast, and they now have fatty liver disease.
Another way of stopping the spread of the lionfish may be to eat it. The flesh of this fish is exquisite, and governments are trying to convince restaurants and consumers to put lionfish on the menu.
That's great.
A consumer market for lionfish would put even more pressure on the species. But it's a challenge, because local fishermen fear the venomous spines of the lionfish. And yet, it's delicious.
Toast to a permanent lionfish culling solution. Cheers.
Cheers.
The Caymans, like many islands in the Caribbean, face big challenges. On land, urban development weakens and reduces critical habitats for many species. At sea, the invasion of alien species such as lionfish now threatens the entire balance of marine ecosystems. Citizen involvement is important, and the colossal work of Fred Burton should serve as an inspiration. These scientists dedicate their lives to the preservation of biodiversity, and we must never forget that it is this biodiversity that allows our own species to survive on this planet as well. We're headed to Costa Rica in Central America, a country that is known for its extraordinary biodiversity. In fact, over 25% of the land is now protected, and tourists from around the world come to visit the country to enjoy its wonderful ecology.
Framed by the Caribbean to the east and the Pacific to the west, Costa Rica is located between Nicaragua and Panama. Its lush forests are home to one of the last big cats of the Americas, the jaguar. This mythical animal has suffered from habitat fragmentation and the continual reduction of its hunting territory. The jaguar's troubled coexistence with humans now threatens the very future of the species. The team heads to the highlands of Costa Rica, to a private reserve in the Talamanca region. In this protected area, scientists can study the jaguar's behavior. The farm also hosts Aboriginal families who are rediscovering their roots and an old harmony with nature. The team is meeting with scientists Jan Schipper and Jose Gonzalez of the Sierra to Sea Institute. Jose is a jaguar specialist and knows the reserve very well.
Jaguar is probably one of the most amazing animals in America. This is one of the last big predators we have. Only pumas share the same, like the same ecology and niche. Is their third largest cat in the world. And well, it can go from 30 kilos up to 100, 120. They can live around in the wild around 20 years. There's some cases reported of, like longer, but usually they die before because they get old and it's difficult for them to hunt.
Jaguars exist as a symbol for wild, as a symbol that we still have places where big predators can exist and prey base can exist.
Genetic studies have shown that jaguars actually belong to a single family, extending from Argentina to Mexico. However, as forests continue to shrink, jaguar populations are increasingly confined to isolated pockets, small areas that are often not connected by migration corridors.
We have identified so far in the farm 12 different individuals. It's a big concentration because there's no hunting, there's a good prey base, we have all the mammal assemblage, entire complete mammal assemblage. And so this is probably a shelter, a good shelter for them. So it's what we call in population biology a source population. So animals, breed here, produce here, and they move out and colonize other areas. So right now we're going to where we set up the trap and one snare and a couple camera traps. It's in the middle of the forest and the road is not very good, so it's gonna take a little while and hopefully not many raining. It's pretty hard to drive. Whoa. We saw this morning some fresh tracks, so I think we have really good chances, but obviously these are really, really smart animals, so well, you never know, it's a matter of luck. Hopefully we'll get the animal.
The biologists hope to capture a jaguar. They want to install a satellite transmitter that would tell them about how the jaguars make use of their territory.
We use some pheromones to attract the animals, and we set them in these small sticks all the way, so like pointing at the trap.
And you can see the two cameras right over here.
Oh yeah, so, yeah, two cameras, two here and here, and this is the trap. So it has a little mechanism like right in the bottom. It's just like a small table. If the animal steps on it, this gate just falls down. Yeah. We're gonna check it right now just to see if it's working fine. Ay, ay, ay.
These little cameras here detect heat and motion. So anytime something warm passes in front of the camera, it will take a picture. These will work day and night, and they can take video and still images. Okay, so we've got a couple of different kinds of baits here to choose from. What we put on this one so far is the fat cat predator bait. These are pheromones mixed with some urine and other things that we can use to try and bring the cat in.
And the cats like them. The
Well,
jaguars,
we don't know if they like it, but they're attracted to it. This attracts a lot of other things too. We don't just get cats, we'll get bees, as you can see, insects, butterflies are very attracted to this.
Even other mammals like tapirs.
Other mammals.
Yeah. It's something really different, and they're not used to these strong smells. So it's just something to attract animals in general.
Okay, what we're going to do now is just take a little bit of this other pheromone, which has a little bit more scent to it. It's a little bit stronger. And we're going to apply it here to the side of the tree. This way we can disperse the scent across the trail a little bit better. I can use a stick to sort of put it wherever I want, but this moss holds the scent nicely, even if it rains. So I can just take a little bit of this and just apply it on to the side of here and spread it out just a little bit.
Okay. So I think we're gonna use this place here. It's narrow, we can close it. There's a couple bakery entrances around. I think it's gonna be perfect.
This is to create a natural path for him.
Natural path, yeah. He's not gonna jump over that. He's just looking for the easiest way.
So, Jose, what are the chances that we catch one?
I think we have great chances. The place is great. I mean, this road, it's used lots of time by the jaguars and pumas. The place is really safe. There's only one path, so I think we have great chances. It's a great place, not harm for the animal, so it's probably fine.
With jaguars, it's like a game of hide and seek. Once you are there, you need to erase all traces because they can detect us from afar. They are very cunning animals.
During his years tracking jaguars of the reserve, Jose has managed to photo-identify many animals. He can now recognize them by the different pigmentation patterns of their fur. Approximately 6% of jaguars are melanistic, or all black. These are often called panthers. Cameras installed on trees allow biologists to photograph other animals of the forest as well, such as pumas or even the jaguar's prey. All this data is essential because observing a jaguar in the wild is rare. Sometimes the videos captured by these cameras are simply astonishing.
Oh, look at that.
Oh my
What's
God.
this? What is that? Is that a cow?
That's definitely a cow, and that looks like Cora.
Yeah, that's Cora. Amazing. This is amazing.
That cow's probably been dead for at least 2 or 3 days. You can see by all the flies and the entrails coming out.
Yeah.
You don't see that every day.
No.
These images are rare and valuable, but they also demonstrate the problems of coexistence between cattle farmers and forest predators, like the jaguar.
Yeah. That's amazing. That's amazing. Look at that.
That's a big jaguar.
Look at that. See the string in his
Look at that.
mouth. Wow.
And there she goes.
Oh,
amazing.
That is awesome.
That's great.
That is awesome.
To avoid possible injury to an animal, it is important to check the traps every 4 hours, day or night.
guys ready?
Yep.
Capturing a jaguar is certainly not a simple task. They are very cunning animals, but we are patient.
Nothing, eh?
Nothing. Oh, but wait a second. Look at that. Hey guys. There's a track.
Oh yeah.
Let's try to look for more, probably more tracks.
Careful stepping over.
Yeah.
Trap's right here. Oh, there's another track over here. Looks like he came in this way and went right up to the trap and right over it.
Oh, yeah.
We missed.
It's really frustrating because it's days we've been trying. We thought we were getting anywhere, and then we saw that there was a track just nearby, and we missed out.
So close. Ah, that was close. This. Look at that.
Converting forest into agricultural land causes a significant loss of jaguar habitat. Less forested areas means less prey for forest predators such as the jaguar. So it is not surprising to see big cats attacking livestock. Coexistence between jaguars and livestock farmers has become a serious issue for the conservation of large forest predators.
We need actually to work really hard with people, and we need to work on agricultural landscapes and, you know, like all the private lands, because we need areas where the animals can move between protected areas with no harm, not causing conflict, not getting hunted. We have passed the paradigm of working only in protected areas. Now we need to focus on the areas that are not protected but are critical.
Yeah.
The team has decided to widen its search area. Jose and Jan want to investigate every part of the farm to study the movement of the jaguars.
Yeah, this is a perfect place. Ah, look at there, look at there.
Oh, yeah.
Those are jaguar marks.
Wow, even there.
All the way up.
So that's a good spot for jaguar.
This is a perfect spot. Yeah. This is the place we should set up the camera. Yeah. You hold there, please. So usually we use this height because we can catch pretty much any mammal that comes in front of it. We always use these shady areas so we don't get sunlight direct to it.
Historically, native peoples lived within jaguar range for hundreds of thousands of years without a whole lot of problems. As populations of humans expanded, the parks sort of had to draw the lines and put fences up, and that's been the major problem. If you just fence these parks off, it's just not enough area, and you can't, especially in an area as small as Costa Rica, even 25% of the nation, put in some kind of protection just isn't enough because you have little blocks of habitat all over, none of which are really big enough to support jaguar.
Yes, I think seeing the farm from the air will give you a very good perspective of the work we're trying to do. It is the biggest private forest reserve in Costa Rica held by one person. Over 25,000 acres. Wow. Yeah, you see the border of the farm, you see? That goes for many, 20 some kilometers that way.
So from here, everything to the right is the challenge that we face. Everything to the right here is what we need to talk about in terms of connectivity. You can see there's only little patches here and there of forest with agriculture, clear-cut areas for cattle and so forth. So each one of those has a sort of value system in terms of what use they can be for animals to go through. Pastures obviously has very little value in terms of a jaguar being able to cross. But some of these agroforestry areas you can see here, which is a mix of trees and sustainable agriculture types, is actually something a jaguar will pass through. So we don't necessarily need continuous virgin forest from here to the coast. We just need a mix of forest types along with different types of more sustainable agriculture to connect it. And that's a lot easier to sell that to landowners instead of saying, oh, we need to take your land away and put it in conservation. What we need to do is teach people better ways to manage their land so that all the different species can survive here together.
Yeah.
The problems of the rainforest are not only caused by deforestation, there are a host of other factors. For example, in the neighboring country, Panama, the habitats are also threatened.
Panama is known for its famous canal, which allows ships from around the world to pass quickly between the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. Globalization and shipping are responsible for the ever-increasing spread of invasive foreign species. The arrival of a new animal, bacteria, or even fungus can often seriously upset the balance in ecosystems. For example, in Panama, frogs are disappearing. A mysterious microscopic fungus has invaded the country and is quickly killing off many of the rainforest's amphibians. The golden frog is the emblem of Panama, but you won't find any in the wild. It is now considered extinct, and only a handful of survivors remain in captivity. Biologist Edgardo Griffith is trying to understand the strange disease affecting Panama's amphibians. The team accompanied him to a river that he has studied extensively.
This is like prime golden frog habitat. This is like a very good breeding area because it's fast-moving water. The first time I came to this stream was in 2003, and I was impressed with so many frogs and large numbers of them. So in a way, to me sometimes was like, how can they, all manage to be in such a small stream and be successful and eat and breed in here? But it was just so many. I could spend hours, 10, 12 hours, just sitting, getting recordings of the vocalization. The water, the stream, especially like in quiet pools, the whole bottom of the stream was moving because it was just loaded with tadpoles, and by seeing that, you knew that it was a healthy environment. Watch your head here.
And then what happened?
At the end of 2005, beginning of 2006, we knew about this fungus that was moving from the west, coming, eastward. And we knew that it was going to get here. And we anticipated that it was going to arrive around 2007, but the fungus arrived in 2006.
The Kirtid fungus arrived in Panama in 2006, and it was devastating. Frogs started dying at an alarming rate, and scientists were powerless to stop it.
Some scientists believe that the fungus dates back to the 1930s and 40s, when a species of African frog, Xenopus laevis, was used to develop pregnancy tests. At the time, scientists found that hormones in the urine of pregnant women caused egg laying in this species. It was an important and promising scientific discovery. and Xenopus laevis was sent to laboratories around the world. Though itself resistant to the disease, the frog was a carrier of the chytrid fungus. So the fungal pathogen was spread around the world. It mutated to a new form and invaded much of the tropical rainforest, killing most of the amphibians in its path. Found mostly in wetlands, the fungus acts like a sealant on amphibian skin. Because amphibians breathe partly through their skin, the chytrid fungus causes a series of metabolic problems. Eventually, the frog suffocates and dies. Some have survived, but many species have gone extinct. Today, the disease continues to wreak havoc around the world. And unfortunately, there are no effective cures for the epidemic.
It's crazy when you think about it. Edgardo has already identified 56 species of frogs in this simple little stream. Today, finding one is a challenge. And the golden frog of Panama, the very emblem of the country, is considered extinct everywhere in the wild.
The fungus kill 90% of the amphibian community, in some cases 100% of the individuals of certain species. Came, kill, stay, and at the same time it's moving. It's moving eastward towards the Darien or towards Colombia, but it's also coming up from South America.
You cut the sound of the stream, few insects. I mean, it's really quiet.
Extremely quiet. For somebody that's been here before, that knows how noisy this stream was, frog-wise, it's remarkable not to be able to hear them, you know. And it's just, you know, it gets you. It gets you, and it's not just the feeling of, you know, that the frogs are missing, but to know that they're missing is really sad, actually. And, you know, a lot of us goes away when the frogs are disappearing, you know, and I don't want people to feel that way. In this tree, I found what I call the last golden frog 2 years ago. It was at night, and she was sleeping up there. Yeah. The animals that are left have no opportunity if we don't take them out of their environment and put them in captivity. And for as ugly as that sounds, is the only option. But if somebody can come up with another solution, I would be more than willing to try.
Captivity is the only option for the moment. So they built small, sterile laboratories where they housed the last forest specimens. It's a little crazy. Everything must be sterilized when you enter the lab, because just on the other side of the door is the fungus ready to kill. And it's also crazy at the same time to think that we've had to build modern Noah's Arks to save the last living examples of a species from the devastation brought on by humans.
The reason why we had to build this center was to reduce the risk of extinction of certain species of amphibians that were being affected by a fungal disease. So the only option for us was to go to the field and collect most of the time sick animals, and we brought them here and we applied treatments to help them get rid of the fungus. And the goal of this facility is to, you know, keep as many as we can in captivity until we can bring them to where they belong. Some of the animals that we have here are the last of their kind. They represent what's still alive of one particular species from around this area. Sad enough, you know. I'm a biologist. I used to be a field biologist. Now I think I'm like an extinction biologist. As you see here, we have a lot of tanks, hundreds of tanks, and within those tanks we have hundreds of plants and rocks. And one of our biggest challenge here is to make sure that the fungus that we know that's right outside that door doesn't get in here. So we have to disinfect constantly everything that comes into the facility to make sure that that fungus stays out there and not in this facility. The center in Panama City could be seen somehow as a Noah's Ark. Back then was God's will. Nowadays what's happening is because we are causing it. So we are the ones that have to come up with ideas, with Noah's Ark, and make sure that we bring those animals to where they belong, because they don't belong to a facility. They belong to this stream, you know.
The team scours the riverbanks for hours without finding a single frog. In the face of such carnage, scientists can do nothing. For the moment, they have no solution. They are merely trying to gain time, making every effort to capture and save the last individuals able to resist the disease.
There's one.
But it's a daunting task.
This is a male, Mylisca siwa. This is a species of tree frog. Normally, we don't find them during the day like it was here or like in the stream, you know. You normally find them on the side, you know, side pools, in the bank. But this animal, I don't think that's in a, 100% in a healthy site, because a healthy frog of this species will be trying to escape, to run away in a very energetic way. Like, they're really strong based on, according to the size. Some of these animals might have a heavy infection and they still survive.
So after more than 5 hours, he's the only one that we found.
That's how bad it is. 5 years ago, we probably already seen, couple hundred, 300-400 frogs in, the 200 meters that we have walked. And it's how bad it is. It's how empty this place is, one single guy.
Could you see some effect already, into that ecosystem?
Well, yes. First of all, in the water, you see a lot more algae growing over the rocks, and also there are a lot of parasites and mosquitoes and things that can easily transmit diseases that we don't even know that they exist yet, because amphibians were there to keep all these things in check in a way.
So the entire equilibrium is broken.
It's totally broken. It's compromised. And, but by saying this, I'm not saying that it's too late. Because if we come together, because I know we can, to find a solution, I think that not just amphibians will be back, but everything else is related to the amphibians, including the forest.
Some regions, such as the lowlands of Panama, are less affected by the chytrid fungus. For scientists like Roberto Ibales, it is important to focus research in these areas to try and understand why some species are more resistant than others.
We arrived at the river at dusk and started our trek. We began to hear frogs, and it was a sign of hope for us. Of course, we didn't hear much, but already it was very encouraging.
What species it is?
That is a glass frog. and it's a male that is calling and has a egg mass just next to it. The males guard the eggs once they are laid on the leaves.
That's a tree frog.
It's a tree frog, yes. But they are called glass frogs because you can see the bones through their skin and internal organs.
At present, this fungi is found not only in the highlands but also in the lowlands of Panama. Yet we don't know much about what is happening with the amphibian populations in the lowlands.
Right here.
Yeah.
Good. Qué bueno.
This is a very interesting species because in places that are already infected or that have declined, you still find this species around. So this one might be one of the species that we need to focus more into it and see why is there so bad, you know. And even though this is not endangered species, it's important to do this kind of surveys because it tells us if we have this fungus around this area. She might be infected, but she's not sick.
Yeah.
You know? All right, now we're gonna let this little guy go.
The export of organisms is a problem all over the world. And we know this because it isn't the first time we hear of it. Often organisms that are introduced into new areas become vehicles for pathogens or potential pathogens, harming the ecosystems into which they are introduced.
One morning at Edgardo's research center, the news was not very good. A specimen of a very rare species had died of an unknown cause. Obviously, captivity is not an ideal solution, but right now it is the only one scientists have found.
You know what happened? I think that because she was gravid and we didn't put a female in the tank. You know, the eggs got bad. We used to have 3 of these species, or at least 3 animals that look similar that were collected in the same stream. So this is a big, loss for us. What we're gonna do is try to get as much information from this animal as possible that we can use to make sure that the other 2 that we have stay alive and with us. And if they turn out to be a new species, they will be even more important than they are right now. We don't have a cure for this fungus. We can cure the animals once let's say I come here, I find a frog, I collect the frog, then I go to the lab and I give a treatment to that frog to help the frog to get rid of the fungus. So voila, yes, the frog is cured. But if I bring that frog back here, she will get reinfected and die. It's a fact. We've seen it many times. They are important. They are as important as an elephant, as a tiger, as the white shark. They all have a role in the environment, and they all belong to a place, and they are all part of something. So we need to make sure that amphibians continue doing the dirty job for us.
But I think there is still some hope. For example, in Costa Rica, where we work with jaguars, a species of frog is defying the prognostics of science.
One day, in the Talamanca Reserve, a child came up to Jose. In his hands, he held a strange little frog he had found near the river. The scientists were astonished.
Here are some marks.
So that's the site?
Yeah. We have found a couple here, so we probably may be luck. There.
Wow.
It's a beautiful little frog.
Do you know when they discovered the fungus around here?
Yeah, actually, the last time it was 17 years ago. When they discovered this population, there was already declining, and they reported actually the extinction and disappearance of the frog in the river. And that's where they discovered the fungus here. It is officially recorded as extinct here and in all Costa Rica right now.
Do we know why this population is resilient?
That's exactly what we're studying right now, actually. This is a unique opportunity because we don't know if it's resilient or if it's tolerant. Maybe the fungus also changed. So this is like a live laboratory to study amphibian decline and why this population is recovering, as in many other parts that they disappear and they're gone.
So this frog, in a way, is bringing lots of hope.
It is lots of hope, because if this one is recovering, there's hope for other species in the country and in the neotropics to be recovering. And also this part is really important in amphibian diversity. So that means that if we found this population, probably, eventually, and hopefully, we're gonna find other species that were totally and considered extinct in Costa Rica.
The rainforest is threatened from all sides, but I think it is important to understand the critical role played by each link of the food chain, each species in its ecosystem. The jaguar, for example, is what one would call an umbrella species, in that they control other populations that interact within the same ecosystem. The role of the jaguar is very important, just like that of the frog.
So? Bad news.
Nothing?
Nothing. We checked all the traps again.
Well, that's life, I suppose.
Yep, we're obviously very concerned about what might be causing this. We're looking into it. I think the next steps for us are to put out some more camera traps and just re-survey the entire area, because we know how many individuals there are and which ones are around. We can actually go back and see which ones are missing from the population and maybe do an estimate of what's happened. Yeah. Even if we have all this conservation momentum behind us, it can just take a few people to come in and maybe snare some animals, which is what we're hearing. Maybe using some of the bear snares that they use in the U.S. that are kill traps. It's depressing.
That's sad.
It's the reality we live in.
Yeah.
No, nothing. No tracks.
No tracks around.
We didn't see signs. We were on trails in an area we've been working for 5 years with very positive signs for jaguar and puma and a lot of their prey. We had no signs whatsoever that they were jaguar in that area. And because that's the low part of the farm that borders with the outside world, we're very concerned that maybe poachers have been coming in there and using some illegal snares to kill the jaguar.
It's early morning in the small village of the reserve, and the people are on alert. Rumors are circulating that poachers may have come into the reserve. Everyone lends a hand. Every effort must be made to protect the jaguars.
We actually have a picture here.
This is a picture that came off of Facebook.
Oh, that's sad.
It's a shame. I mean, they're really rare, and this was just for fun, you know.
And these are young kids. I mean, look how young they are. These are the people we need to be reaching out to make sure that the next generation doesn't grow up like the one that we currently face.
Yeah.
They can be teaching their parents, but I think if we can convince them that this is a problem and that they shouldn't be taking pride in posting pictures like this on Facebook, that maybe we can change the future for these species.
A private militia is preparing to go hunting for poachers. Here, conservation measures are not just expressed with words.
It's actually kind of worrying because there are some rumors of heavy poaching and hunting in the area, and in general in the country recently, so many jaguar deaths, and unfortunately that could be affecting the animals and the population in general. It's something really worrying, and we need to find out what's happening with the population.
the farm has had anywhere between 9 to 16 armed guards protecting the borders during night and day, and they've done a really good job at keeping out the poachers. It's a reality that we have to face, because if we don't do that, then we're going to suffer from the syndrome that the park suffers from, and that's this repeat poachers coming in over and over again and removing the animals from the park. On one side, we have this paradigm of having a set-aside reserves, but I don't think that's going to be the future of our planet. Setting aside reserves and parks that don't allow people to go in there is nice, and I think it has to be done in some areas, but we really need to start figuring out how to get these 9 million people into the forest so they can appreciate what's going on outside of the cities.
Bueno, ¿es aquí entonces? Sí, es aquí.
I know of at least 3 jaguars that have been killed just outside the property. They've been confirmed, but there are actually rumors of 11. That's a lot. Recently, there seems to be a growing business for jaguar skins, so we're trying to find out who is behind it. I was telling Fernando how sad I am, because it's as if they were threatening members of my own family. I don't know what we'll do with these hunters. It worries us. It's really frustrating. So many years of work, of love, of sacrifices, just to witness our jaguars being killed.
The introduction of invasive species, deforestation, loss of habitat. The menaces to the tropical forest are numerous, and quite frankly, we may be running out of time.
There's no time to feel sad about this situation, because that's not going to fix anything. I think we can work together mainly for the animals, but also for future generations, so that when they look back, they'll say, yeah, those guys knew that it was a problem and they came up with a solution, and they will be thankful for that.
I'm optimistic because I believe we can change things, and if people and human being realizes the importance, there's still something we can do, but we are right on the edge. If we protect jaguars, that means that we can protect a vast majority of biodiversity.
Fortunately, everywhere on the planet, there are scientists who are organizing to protect habitats. And I think we should heed them more, because these men and women really dedicate their lives to saving the planet's biodiversity. And they are all saying the same thing. If we organize, we are capable of great things. But it is important that we act, and that we act now. Our expedition around the world led us to discover and appreciate the extraordinary biodiversity of our planet. Of all the species encountered during our travels, there is one that particularly impressed us, an animal that looks like a siren, and that has been the source of many legends over time, a creature that continues to fascinate mankind. This creature is the manatee.
The manatee is a marine mammal in the order Sirenia. Sirenia for sirens, which in some languages means mermaids. The mermaid legend likely first arose in the thoughts of lonely sailors who imagined the body of a woman with the tail of a fish. This history also links the manatee with the siren song, a kind of luring marine lament, which some believe is the origin of the French name for the manatee, Lamantin. The manatee lives in coastal areas, environments that are becoming less and less wild, which is why coexisting with humans has become a problem. Coastlines are increasingly inhabited by humans, destroying essential habitat for this threatened species. The implications are troubling. Manatee populations are threatened with extinction around the world. Located south of Mexico and east of Guatemala, Belize is home to a population of manatees that use the country's bays and lagoons as essential habitat.
Belize is a popular tourist destination. Each year, the country hosts tourists from around the world. And when you say tourists, you're inevitably saying boats. Lots of boats. Since manatees are rather slow creatures living near the coast, it's almost inevitable that there will be collisions between manatees and motorized vessels. This is probably the main threat to the survival of populations of manatees at this time.
But Belize has decided to participate in efforts to protect manatees. Each year, scientists gather in the tiny village of Gales Point near Southern Lagoon, which opens directly onto the Caribbean. The scientists work closely with local residents, whom they involve in their research. Some scientists travel great distances to study manatees here. Biologist James Buddy Powell is in charge of the research, and he has worked with veterinarian Bob Bundy for decades.
It's going to be a good day to go out and catch some manatees today. It's a lot of preparation, takes a lot of people.
It's made in China, like
and we're ready to do it. We have a lot of experience catching manatees, so a very experienced team. It's not very risky. The weather's perfect, and we're almost set to go. Let's take the poles and move them up to the... Let's actually take the poles and move them to the other boat. This is Southern Lagoon, lots of manatees here. What we'll do is we'll take the boat, there's a small channel that winds up to this smaller lagoon, and it's called Quasi-Trap, which is an excellent place to catch. It's usually very calm in there, shallow enough, hard bottom, and there's some holes there that manatees go into and a food that they prefer called haloduli. And so we're going to start there. It's a good place to start. It's very safe. It's an easy catch if we find some there. It's a good place to start for us.
Great.
Okay.
Basically, we're on patrol. All the eyes on the water help us to see the manatee. When the sun's out and it's nice and clear, we can use our polarized glasses and we can see disturbances in the water. We're looking for mud plumes and things that might be associated with manatees foraging, feeding, or cavorting. And then when we see something, we'll drive into that situation, assess it, and then set the nets.
To find a manatee in the turbid waters of the lagoon is a real challenge. You're forced to rely on ripples in the surface of the water to try to figure out where the animal might be. Or you look for some kind of mud cloud in the water, a mud cloud created by the movement of their tail fins. And, if you're lucky, you'll see a small part of its head when it surfaces to breathe. So, it takes a lot of experience, sharp vision, and I must say, a bit of luck.
When the team spots a manatee, Buddy quickly begins to circle the animal with his specially designed boat. The net is quickly deployed, and everyone involved, biologists, veterinarians, and local residents, prepare to dive into the lagoon to secure the net.
Everyone jumps in the water around the edge of the net to stabilize the net to make sure it doesn't drift. And then once we get all the boat situated and the net situated, we put more people in the water with a small net that we just go in and sort of scoop them out with that small net in principle to bring them into our capture net, which is where we do all the medical work. This is such a great spot, not only because it's a good place for manatees, but the bottom and the conditions are just perfect for these types of captures, which is what has allowed us to do such a long-term study like this.
One, two, big one. Pull, man. Pull, man.
Bring the board. How many places can you go and find yourself next to an animal that weighs 1,000 pounds, kneel down and pat it on the back without getting trampled to death or bitten or speared or whatever? I love manatees. I didn't learn anything that discouraged me not to. In fact, every day I get up, we learn something new. They're a marine mammal. They're very aquatically adapted. So they're quite different than most other mammals, so different that they're in their own order, the order Sirenia. Now they're more closely related to elephants. If you look at them, the teats are underneath the front flippers here. The nails are similar. The skin is a little bit similar. But rather than having a trunk like an elephant that they can use to pick up a peanut and bring it up to their mouth, manatees have this very prehensile muzzle, and it's used to grab vegetation, cull it up out of the bottom, and bring it into their body. Manatees have these hairs on the body, and we see the vibrissae on the front of their face, which are like a whisker on a dog or a cat. But these are also whiskers on the body, and they act like a lateral line. So this manatee doesn't need its eyes to see you in the water. They're using the sensory organ on their body that enables them to basically visualize what's going on around them. They lost their hind limbs. Of course, they don't need them to propel through the water. They use these for steerage, their front flippers, and the tail is a spatula that helps them kind of push and propel themselves through the water effortlessly.
From afar, the strange silhouette of the manatee may explain why sailors once associated this marine creature with the mermaids of their imaginations.
Once the manatee is caught and brought on board the research vessel, biologists and veterinarians set about their tasks. And they are truly impressive. They have a very well-established work protocol. It's almost as if we were in a hospital and a dozen doctors gathered round to produce a complete health diagnosis.
You just go right here, and you have to kind of feel in the gum. There we go. We just placed a temperature probe between her gum and her last molar, just so we can get a sense of her body temperature, her oral temperature. So if it rises too much, we'll know to keep her cool. Okay. So if she needs to breathe, just over the nostrils.
1116. Austin or 1115. We're measuring the subcutaneous fat layers, and that will give us some information about our nutritional condition. It doesn't tell us the condition of the fat per se, but it gives us the thickness of the fat.
Sticking. Zero, zero.
A sort of microchip is implanted under the skin of the animal to facilitate identification. With the aid of this chip, the scientists can then identify each animal by its unique number. So, if a manatee is recaptured, the medical team will be able to monitor their patient over a period of time. It really is medical care applied to animals.
Belize certainly has been very proactive in terms of trying to establish protected areas for manatees. By protecting manatees, you're also protecting habitat, and very important productive habitat like coastal estuaries and lagoons. So manatees are known as a flagship species that helps us be able to protect these types of habitats that might be threatened.
Before the animal is released, it must be weighed. A delicate operation that requires special care, since the normally docile manatee can sometimes react violently.
Okay, we just need...
$8.32.
Bring it on, bring it on. Let's go. One more.
Buddy Powell has been fascinated by manatees since childhood. This Floridian encountered these strange marine creatures at an early age. They lived in the waters surrounding his hometown. The manatees of Florida are probably the best known of their species on the planet. They have become particularly well known as victims of collisions with boats. One day, someone was fascinated enough to make a film about the manatees. That person was Jacques Cousteau, and Buddy Powell's destiny changed completely after he met the captain of the Calypso.
When I was 14 years old, the fellow named Daniel Hartman was working on his PhD from Cornell University, and he came to my hometown, Crystal River, which is now very famous for manatees. So he was out on the water, and it was obvious he was out of place, and so I was kind of curious because I was on the water all the time, and finally went up to him and we started talking. And we ended up becoming friends. He sort of took me on as his field assistant, and I worked with him for a couple years while he was doing his PhD work. And then a number of years later, he had written an article for National Geographic, and the Cousteaus saw this article and wanted to do the first documentary on manatees. And so he told them, get a hold of this kid in Crystal River, which they did. And so I ended up being their guide for over a year when they were doing this first documentary. And that's really what began the momentum for all the conservation work and protected areas and measures that we have for manatees today.
Manatees are very docile creatures, and they're docile because they're very intelligent. And we use an adage, an elephant never forgets. Well, manatees have to remember. They have to have rote memorization that allows them to go back to a place and find it later. And the training starts when they're very young. The mother trains the baby, and then the baby picks up on that and emulates that. They don't produce a lot of babies, one baby every 2, 3, 4, 5 years. So they invest a lot into making sure that baby has all of the tools it needs to meet the challenges in the environment. If it doesn't, if fall short, the animal will die. So these animals, to be long-lived, have to invest a lot of effort into the rearing of the young.
Pull, man! Pull back!
Okay, let's pull that net that way, bring him over slowly.
This time it's not one, but two manatees in the research boat. The small vessel is getting a bit crowded, but the biologists and veterinarians have a well-established routine, and it is amazing how efficiently their work is accomplished, particularly impressive when one realizes that their research will serve the scientific community of the entire world.
Manatees are great. I think that I am passionate about because it's something unique to my country.
Okay, hey guys, we need to roll her a little bit.
With Buddy Powell and Bob Bundy and the whole team, it's been wonderful. We've built up this data set like no other for manatees, especially the Antillean subspecies. We're getting information that we can apply for management decisions in this country, and we've been able to take advantage of what they have learned, and we can implement it. So that's a great advantage for us.
And you can always scrub a bigger and then alcohol.
We're going to take a tissue biopsy that we use for genetics to tell us the fingerprint of this manatee, basically. And to get that sample, we just use some Novocaine. We apply it with a needle into the skin here. This is the same medicine that numbs the skin that the dentist would use to extract a tooth or to do dental work, and we use it on the manatee so that it's less painful when we take the biopsy sample. We use it for several things: stable isotopes to look at the food the manatee's been feeding on and what his chemical makeup is, and then we'll use it for genetics in pedigree studies and fingerprinting studies of individuals. We've actually done quite a few studies that have been published on these Belizean manatees to tell us a little bit more about evolution of manatees in general.
So it's pretty special this morning. Two females, one of whom may be pregnant. And it's really amazing to see how well all the veterinarians and biologists have been trained. They can do a whole series of procedures in about 50 minutes. It's really a well-oiled machine. And it's extraordinary to see how quiet and calm the animals are.
Are we ready?
Okay, ready?
We do call this a cookie, and we do that because it resembles an Oreo. Dark on the outside, white on the inside. It's not meant to eat, but it gives us the food for knowledge, and we learn through studying this little piece of tissue. It gives us some information about this manatee, which helps us to understand about manatees literally in general.
And right now, how's the population status here?
Yeah, well, actually, it's pretty good. You know, they don't have a lot of allelic diversity, so there isn't a lot of variation. A lot of the individuals are similar-like, but maybe they're similar-like for certain reasons, that they perfected this habitat, this environment, and that their DNA is best used and utilized to achieve that.
I'm here. I made it.
Okay, now bring that.
Things got a bit out of hand during the weighing. Our two manatees became a bit edgy and knocked overboard everything that was nearby, including the huge structure that was used to weigh them, along with some biologists, veterinarians, and even members of the film crew. Really an impressive display of strength. With their caudal fins, they can break your bones in a flash. There are occasions when it's best just to abandon ship.
he's going to be trying to flap all up in here. I'd rather his tail be back here.
What is surprising is to see how these remarkably calm animals can become so aggravated. They're able to lift their tails approximately 1 or 1.5 meters. This is extraordinary, so it's best not to be too close at such moments. The manatees weigh 1,000 pounds. Because it's so quiet and 4 or 5 people are around, everything looks okay. But as soon as it starts moving, it's not long before everyone's overboard.
Amanda, do we have a temperature?
A lot of students come from abroad to gather data, to collect and do analysis in the US in particular, but it's an opportunity for Belizean students as well. And what I'd like to see is more Belizeans getting involved, more Belizeans on the ground, collecting data and using it for advanced degrees, but we haven't been able to capitalize quite as much on that as we'd like to. So that is something that I'd definitely like to push for the future.
When we first started the study, or early on, Jamal would show up at our dock at the morning, sort of looking at us. He was about 11 years old, and he kept wanting to get on the boat, but he was too young. We found out later that Jamal, with some of his friends in the village there, that they, instead of playing cowboys and Indians, they'd play Buddy and Bob and take turns on who would get to drive the boat and who would catch the manatees. And so they would pretend that they were circling the manatees. And later on, he was just so enthusiastic. We invited him to come on board as a volunteer, and then just one thing led to another. He was always part of our crew, and he continued every year. And I think it enabled him to sort of see that there was more out there besides just what was in his village. And so he's continued on through his high school and now gotten his AA degree from the university. And he adores manatees and science and research and learning.
This conservation field, I think, is something that I was born to do. And it's not necessarily a job to me, but it's my playing field. It's where I like being. It's where I'm in my glory, and it means more than anything to me. Because this is where my passion is, this is where my heart is.
As a scientist, it's extremely important to write scientific papers and publish. But what's really fulfilling, but also extremely important, is the people you leave there and leave behind and what you can contribute. Just like Daniel Hartman, again, did for me when I was 14 years old.
Jamal, a child of the village, grew up and today is living his dream. Acknowledged internationally for his work as a biologist and manatee researcher. Just as Jacques Cousteau once did for a boy in Florida, Buddy Powell. Dreams come true, and careers are forged out of passion and determination.
Despite conservation efforts in Belize, despite campaigns to try to reduce the speed of vessels, collisions are inevitable since these manatees are slow animals and they use the same areas as the boats. And collisions with boats may have truly catastrophic consequences for manatees.
This young manatee lost its mother when she was hit by a boat. In poor health, the orphan was rescued by Jamal, the young local biologist. Fortunately, today it is doing better, thanks to the care of a manatee rehabilitation center, Wild Tracks.
Wild Tracks is a non-profit organization, and under that we have a number of programs, including the Manatee Rehabilitation Program, that cares for injured and orphaned manatee calves throughout the country. They're brought in here when they need care. So our role with that is to raise them up, give them the skills to be able to then survive once they're released back into the wild.
When did you start Wild Tracks?
The actual overall programs we started in 1990. Back in 99 we started the manatee rehabilitation program as one program under the organization as a whole.
And how many manatees did you have since?
So far 10. Thankfully not huge numbers, which would be a really bad indication of the status of the wild population, the pressures, but yeah, it's normally 1 or 2 manatees here in care at any one time.
And how long are they staying in average?
About 2 to 2.5 years. So here we're going to have the crew forming a line. We're going to move him through the gate and catch him on the other side here. So it takes enough people to have going up here, one to make sure he's not in a corner, move him through the gateway, and then we'll guide him into this corner for actually lifting him out. This guy came in very emaciated in February of this year. His condition was critical, so we had to get food in. So he's been nasogastric tube fed, so a feeding tube up the nostril down into the stomach, and stayed on with that. So it's rather invasive, but it is what saved his life. You know, without that, there's just no way we'd have kept him alive.
The residents live in a natural basin within the lagoon that has been fenced off. Because they do not suffer the stress of an artificial environment, it is easier to reintroduce them into the wild.
Bring that forward. Right, you ready to lift? Flip this first. Yep. Okay. I'm gonna count 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Lift your wing a little bit higher. Leo, keep him straight. A little bit higher, keep his tail off if you can. Take him head in and then turn him round. Okay. That's good. Great. Now, Leon, if you could do the feed net, maybe if you do the water. Okay. So we wait for that breath, insert the tube whilst the nostrils open. You see the valves closed, and then we push the tube in slowly and carefully, trying to ease it to make sure it goes down the esophagus into the stomach. We have the tube measured against the back end of his flipper to make sure that we're reaching into his stomach about here. When he came in, we were feeding him twice a day. Now we've cut it down to once a day, even once every second day, because we're trying to encourage him to eat more of the seagrass himself, because this is obviously a pretty invasive system, but when you've got a very emaciated animal, you have to get food in as fast as you can and get the condition up. He's still probably 80 to 100 pounds underweight as compared with what he should be at this age. They'll lose weight really fast, but it takes quite a long time to put it on, and this is one way of getting the food into him. He came in at just under a year old, just pre-weaning, minimum weaning age, which is a very difficult age to get onto a bottle. So he refused to take a bottle. His condition was so poor, we had to get nutrient into him immediately. The only option we had was to start him on nasogastric tube feeding. We can make up a very high energy, high protein milk mix such as this, and we know he's getting everything apart from the dribbles I'm spilling out here.
I suppose that, you know, every survival animal are very important because the population is pretty low around here.
Indeed. As an endangered subspecies, you know, it's critical to get as many back into the wild population as possible. estimates vary for the Belize population anywhere from 500 to a maximum of 1,000 animals. Even if it's 1,000, that's not a very big population, and that's the biggest population of this species in its range. So getting each individual back into the breeding population is clearly a very important task.
So she will be happy to go back in the water.
Indeed. Yeah, it's always straight down and take that breath of air and done for today. Okay, well, let's move him in. Okay, ready? And down. So he'll probably go down and come up about halfway along the pool for a fresh breath of air, I suspect.
Another resident was waiting at the door of the enclosure. In fact, every day when the darkness sets in, Twiggy, a former resident of the center, returns to spend a night safely inside the enclosure.
So now Twig is fitted with a radio transmitter that floats up. It makes it a lot easier finding out where she... In fact, there she is, just over there. You can see her just coming in. So we'll have one of the girls open up, let her in, then someone else can feed her down here.
And this one is an old friend of you.
Yep, she's been here for 3 years now. She's accustomed to us and vice versa. And actually the last bit of rehabilitation is standing back, so they're learning to step back from people. In the first 6 months after release, it's also, okay, no one anywhere near, because obviously as a wild animal, she's got to keep away from people rather than coming in, the way she's still accustomed to coming in for feed. She's been on learning to live out loose for about 18 months now, so one of our assistants from the village started taking her out loose, supervised, taught her how to eat seagrass. He'd actually pick seagrass and eat it himself to show her. Gradually would step back, so instead of being with her, we'd leave her alone for an hour, 2 hours, until now she's let out about 6 o'clock in the morning. She'll go out all day grazing seagrass, and then about 4:30 in the afternoon she's coming back in to have a little banana shake and stay in her sleeping area for the night. So yeah, it's quite a good routine she's got, and we're just gradually extending, taking her further out, letting her explore further out, and hope she has a transmitter so we know where she is, until eventually she'll be going out through the creeks out to the bay itself.
Buddy, Bob, and their team have left Gales Point for the busy waters of Belize City. Here, maritime traffic represents a real threat to the manatee population.
Hunting is what has caused the population of manatees in Belize and generally the Americas to be at a threatened level. Sailors, pirates that would use the waters in Belize used to hunt the manatees, and there is evidence around these keys as well, where Moho Key, which is not too far off Belize City, was a hunting site. Probably the Mayas also hunted them.
Now the hunting has been replaced by them being killed by boats, and so I feel like more than you can study an animal and watch its decline, but at this point, the information that we gather and what we do is aimed at trying to reduce those threats. All right, guys, let me assign boats. Okay. One of you go on the capture boat. You decide. And then the other person can go on the fisheries boat. You're on the capture boat. Trenton, you're swimming. You guys stay where you are. Maureen, you're on the fisheries boat.
We get about 20 to 25% of deaths that will be positively identified as being from a watercraft. And we can identify that either from external injuries where the propeller will severely scar the animal where it would open up the animal, or we would open the animal during a necropsy. And when we open it, it looks fine from the outside, but when we open it, we might find a broken rib that has maybe punctured the lung. And the only thing that would cause that would be a boat.
So if we were in Florida, this entire coastline would just be condominiums and houses and boats going this way and that way that the manatees would have to contend with. You would never see an animal without one boat strike. One of the reasons we're doing this study in this particular place is that there are boats going into the Belize River. So we were trying to find out through our radio tracking, how often they are moving over towards the river to be in harm's way. And so with that information, then the government of Belize can act by putting up speed zones where it's necessary, where there's the most chance of boat and manatee conflicts. So they can make sure that at least in those areas, boats are going slowly enough so that not only do they not disturb manatees, but they don't hit them.
There's no Sharpie.
No Sharpie in there?
This time, the team hopes to install a satellite transmitter on a manatee to better identify which areas the species uses and eventually to regulate maritime traffic.
In the future, if they're not already, these animals are having problems with interactions with humans and boats and those kinds of things. We don't see evidence of a lot of scars like we do in Florida, but eventually we will. Once it's scarred, it's either scarred for life or it's dead. And when we see these scars, they came close to dying, but they survived and persisted. But they're going to carry that scar the rest of their life.
Flipper 3 now.
Tourism certainly is a wonderful thing for Belize. It's one of our biggest income earners for the country. But we try to make sure that we are informing tour guides in particular where the hot spots where manatees are, that they should be careful when they travel. For instance, the Belize River. That is a very beautiful location in Belize. It is used very heavily by tour boats, and it's also used very heavily by manatees.
Putting together, inserting the batteries for the satellite transmitter. This is what we will deploy in just a few minutes. It's all full of air, so it floats like a buoy. It has two transmitters. One transmitter transmits up to several satellites, and it has another transmitter that allows us to be able to follow it on the ground, on the water.
We're going to wait to see this. Garbage?
How long will it last?
It'll last about a year. The satellite part, it actually has a salt switch so that when it submerges under the water, it shuts it off. And then when it comes up to the surface again, it starts transmitting again, and that helps us save batteries.
Once a year.
Excellent.
Protecting their habitat is the only real hope we have of saving the last survivors of this endangered species.
Despite these conservation efforts in Belize, there are only between 500 and 1,000 manatees left. A very small number. Research must continue. The use of satellite transmitters will allow a better understanding of manatees' territories and come up with measures to protect habitats essential to their survival.
one of the things we're trying to find out are where the most important areas are that they go. And we do this so that when we're trying to establish protected areas, it's fine to protect one area here, but if the animal spends 50% of its time someplace else, you want to make sure that both areas are protected. So, and also the corridors in between. So this allows us to be able to find out what its critical habitat is and the corridors that they use to move in between. A number of them that we have tagged and with a collaborator in Mexico have come down from Mexico to Belize, to Southern Lagoon, for example, which we think might be an important nursery area. So this is the tether I was talking about. It won't knot. It's semi-flexible, and this prevents it from getting caught on and knotted up in mangrove. It's got a the belt has a weak link in it, and there's also a weak link inside here, so that if it does get caught on something, it will snap free. Okay.
We're just making sure that the tag works. So when you release the animal, you don't come out here and not able to find the tag because the frequency doesn't match the tag before we put it out. Because once it's out there, it's gone now.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
We can figure out the areas that they spend most of their times, and that will give us an idea to better manage the area that they hang out and protect them better.
Some people have asked that question, why is it important to protect manatees? These animals are resilient, they're tough, and with protection and with a buy-in from the community and the people, we will have manatees around for future generations to enjoy.
Buddy and Bob's team have captured over 20 manatees in under 2 weeks. This population is a model for research around the world, and this fantastic work will help us learn more about it. Manatees are excellent indicators of ocean health, especially in coastal regions. But they face the same threats everywhere: habitat degradation, pollution, and obviously collisions with boats. Fortunately, there are scientists who dedicate their lives to protecting threatened species like the manatee. And the next generation is taking up the torch. Young people like Jamal, or Buddy before him, are passionate about the environment and protecting biodiversity. Dreams and passions often inspire great stories. When young people decide to save a threatened species when they grow up, it inspires hope. Dreams like these can be contagious and inspire others. That's what happened to Buddy years ago, who was inspired by Jacques Cousteau. And now Jamal, from the village of Gales Point, is taking inspiration from new mentors like Buddy and Bob. With every dive, we are struck by the extraordinary biodiversity of the oceans. The goal of this mission is to document this biodiversity and appreciate its astonishing beauty. But we are also seeing the fragility of the balance between species. Unfortunately, we are in the process of quickly destroying what nature has taken millions of years to perfect and adapt.
The extraordinary diversity of life on Earth is expressed in a variety of shapes and colors. The result of slow evolution, plant and animal species interact in equilibrium to form the great tree of life. Present in our waters for probably more than 400 million years, sharks are valuable predators that contribute to the vital balance of the oceans. However, nearly a third of the 64 species of sharks and rays in the world are now threatened with extinction, mainly due to overfishing. And they are not alone in this unenviable list of humanity's victims. Sea turtles have likely inhabited the oceans for over 100 million years. Of the Earth's 7 species of sea turtles, 6 are on the red list of species that are threatened or vulnerable. Among the oldest creatures of the sea, turtles have survived all of the natural disasters in Earth's history. But today, they are threatened by pollution, poaching, loss of critical habitat, and accidental entrapment in commercial fishing gear. In the space of just a few decades, humanity has managed to endanger the world's sea turtles, species that have withstood every other assault in the Earth's past. Fortunately, scientists all over the world are organizing to develop effective protection and conservation measures.
We headed to Cocos Island, famous for its pirate legends and the hidden treasure from Spanish ships that is said to be buried here. It's why we also call it Treasure Island. But for scientists, the real treasure is found in its exceptional biodiversity.
Located off the coast of Costa Rica in the Pacific Ocean, Cocos Island is a veritable paradise for divers and scientists. Known for its abundance of sharks and turtles, Cocos Island is home to a remarkable diversity of marine life. In these crystalline waters, the crew of the Sedna 4 were able to capture their first turtle, a real challenge for the divers. This green turtle will become part of a large research program to determine the migratory route of the species.
The power of a green turtle's flippers is truly amazing. They are excellent swimmers, and their evolution has produced a huge muscle mass around the flipper joints. Obviously, this makes catching one a difficult operation.
This feisty male is refusing to cooperate, but the scientists have met his kind before. This turtle will be equipped with acoustic and satellite transmitters, which will help us better understand the migratory routes used by the species.
Once we got the turtle aboard the inflatable boat, we brought it to the Sedna 4, where a team of biologists was waiting. We have a special lift for large animals, so we lowered it into the Sedna's workshop, where biologists could attach the various transmitters. We invited 2 eminent turtle specialists on this trip to Cocos Island. They often work in this region of the Pacific. These biologists became activists out of necessity because they firmly believe that taking real action in the field is the only way to change things.
Oh, let me see. Is there any 406.2 there? No.
Biologist Randall Arouse has devoted much of his life to the protection of sea turtles. He is accompanied by Todd Steiner, a biologist with the Sea Turtle Restoration Project, an organization dedicated to the conservation of sea turtles and their habitat. Todd and Randall organize yearly scientific expeditions to Cocos Island to monitor turtle and shark populations.
Okay. Okay, we hold it here.
Okay, so take the measurements and then you do the tagging and I'll tag her. And you can tag her and I'll...
Yeah.
Okay, so hold her there, Cheapo.
Okay.
Okay, put this right there where the skin starts and the shell ends, or like right there, okay.
74 and a half.
Yeah, 74 and a half, yeah, let's say 74 and a half. And width?
What do you got?
72.
72. This is the first time we've caught this turtle. Hasn't been marked before. Putting a tag on now, permanent tag.
Okay.
Check the lock.
Check. Perfect. PE 312.
Where are you going to do it?
Same place. Wait. Okay, it's locked. PE 313.
This is an acoustic tag, and these are the same tags we use for the sharks. And since we already have a system of listening stations around the island for the sharks, then we use the same system for the turtles. Okay. Okay. We've had turtles with the tag on for over a year, sometimes a few months. And so sometimes it seems like they're pretty permanently in there with cables and everything, but they do fall off.
In the old days of sailors, couldn't keep fresh meat on board for very long, so they would stop at islands like this, grab turtles, put them on their back, and they could last for months. Come down once a week, just pour some water on it to keep it from drying out, and then they could use the meat as they needed. So turtles played a major role in the exploration of the world.
Okay.
The green turtles of the Caribbean that people are more familiar with are purely vegetarians. They eat turtle grass, which is an algae. So they grow very slowly. This satellite transmitter will send a signal up to a satellite up in space, and then that will send the signal to my computer, and I'll know right where this turtle is every day. We're trying to understand what the migration routes are. So when this turtle's here at Cocos Island, it's protected because there's a 12 nautical mile no fishing zone. As soon as it swims out of that, we don't know. It could get caught on a fishing line and be killed. So our goal is to understand where these turtles go and then create marine protected swimways. So if they're swimming to Galapagos, we want to connect their swimways. We want to understand their migration routes and be able to protect them by closing fishing areas. So as you're doing that, we want to try to keep it kind of as hydrodynamic as we can. We've had turtles go as far as Panama. We've had turtles go to Costa Rica. We've had turtles go to Costa Rica and then swim up the shore all the way to El Salvador and then head back out to sea. And a lot of our turtles like it in Cocos and stay right around here.
The juveniles, or the young ones, they definitely stay here for a number of years. For instance, we have turtles that we tagged here 2.5 years ago, and they're still there in Dirty Rock, for instance. So the young turtles live here, and the adults just swing by, and then they take off and continue their migration.
There are different policies to protect turtles, for instance, special hooks, circle hooks, which they're less likely to swallow. But the best way is to protect the ecosystem, protect the habitat that they need to live. So if we can close those areas to fishing, then we'll have turtles for our kids to see and our grandkids.
After a few hours, our guest can return to the sea. Randall and Todd check that the transmitters are working so this Pacific green turtle can regain its freedom.
Now we have to be careful with the satellite transmitter. So let's do
The transmitters on this green turtle will provide scientists with data on its movements.
Okay. I'm basically, yes, in love with turtles.
This adult male has nothing to fear within Cocos Island National Park, but the protected area extends only about 12 nautical miles around the island. Beyond this border, turtles and other migratory animals of the island risk getting caught up in the baited lines of the long-line boats.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks to you.
I think we can say mission accomplished. The data gathered by the satellite transmitter will tell us more about the turtles' movements and may one day be used to establish protective corridors and areas where fishing is banned. But we must continue to raise awareness because there's still a lot of work to do before these essential conservation measures are put in place.
Good.
The Sedna heads for the Guanacaste region of Costa Rica. Known for its white sandy beaches, the area attracts tourists from all over the world.
Beaches are an essential habitat for our planet's different species of sea turtle. They have served as egg-laying sites for millions of years, and they are vital for their survival. No beaches, no turtles. It's simple as that. But in recent years, beaches have undergone major changes, due mainly to a population boom of one species in particular, human beings. Not only do we use and transform beaches for recreation, but real estate development is constantly destroying this essential turtle habitat. Once female turtles reach sexual maturity, they return to the very same spot where they hatched to lay their eggs. This may be 15, 20, 30, even up to 40 years later in some species. After all those years, the turtles often return to find the beaches occupied by houses, lights that disorient them at night, or hotel patios. So the turtles often have a hard time laying their eggs safely.
The problems of coexistence between sea turtles and humans are not new. You have to go back well before the arrival of tourists and the Costa Rican real estate boom to understand the origins of the problem, at a time when the beaches were a meeting place for local villagers. They did not come to enjoy the white sand and the waves. In fact, they would come mostly at night when turtles came ashore to lay their eggs. Some Costa Ricans still remember that not-so-distant past, when local traditions contributed greatly to the decline of the turtle population.
What do the leatherback turtles mean to you?
I feel there's something beautiful. They're so natural to me, a part of my life that I would never want to disappear. I remember that when I was young, my dad used to take us to the beach. He would say, "Let's go to the beach to collect eggs."
It was normal to do that?
Yes, but only to eat, never to sell.
It was part of the culture.
Yes.
What was it like with the leatherbacks in those days?
It was beautiful. There were so many of them, so many leatherbacks. It was incredible to see them on the beach at night. Biologists used to say that the leatherbacks would disappear, but we didn't believe them because there were just so many. Every season they'd say that we needed to protect them. And they were right, because we started seeing less and less.
The economic hardships of those days played an important role in the illegal collection of turtle eggs. While the consumption of turtle eggs has long been a family tradition, it is their trade that continues to cause irreparable harm to turtle populations. Poachers can still fetch high prices for turtle eggs, and this threat is not a new phenomenon. One repentant poacher agrees to talk about it.
Those were very hard years for everyone around here. There wasn't much work, and most people dedicated themselves to agriculture and animal farming. There was very little money to be made working the fields and fishing, so people had to find a way to make a little extra to help support their families. And an easy way to make money was by collecting turtle eggs. It was well paid. I also did it. You'd set up a stake and then walk 50 to 100 meters, maybe even more, and then put up another one, which meant that all the turtles within those boundaries were yours. In just one night, around 200 to 300, maybe even 400 leatherback turtles would come. Nowadays, sometimes 1 or 2, maximum 5 come. People would come to the beach, wait until the turtles laid their eggs, and collect them. On your way out, the egg buyer would be waiting on the street. In one night, you could collect 100 to 120 dozen eggs, and in some places more. If I remember correctly, they'd pay 400 colones, sometimes up to 600 per dozen. So as you can see, 100 dozen at 400 colones was good money.
We just met 2 policemen, and of course, I took the time to ask them about the problem. They obviously were reluctant to talk in front of the camera, but what they told me was clearly that there are poachers, especially in the area on the other side of the bay, and people are selling their eggs throughout Ostional. Ostional is a place about 2 hours from here where there are huge beachings of turtles, and there is a big laundering of turtle eggs in Ostional. They say all the eggs come from Ostional, so it's okay to sell them. I'm told that there are bars where for $1 you can have a cold beer with a beautiful turtle egg with Tabasco sauce. They drink it, and it's ecstasy. So the community still has a special relationship with these eggs.
Rodney Piedra Chacon is director of Las Bolas National Park. Rodney and his team will spend the night on a small, isolated beach. Another long night spent protecting turtles from poachers seeking to steal the precious eggs.
Tonight, I'm going to take you to one of the most important beaches for green sea turtles, at least in our country. It's called Nombre de Jesus. It's a very beautiful, undeveloped beach by a forested area. It's a great nesting ground for this species. To protect endangered species like this one, it requires commitment from everyone. We all understand that there are many interests at stake: scientific, community, development, and fishing interests. Nonetheless, it's very important that we find a common goal so we can support each other in this struggle for conservation. Reducing poaching to protect the eggs is an essential factor for conservation.
Is the only way to access the beach?
By vehicle, yes. This is the only route. There's a way to get there by foot, but you have to go over a mountain, so it's difficult to access.
This is tricky. Maybe through the middle. One wheel there, one over here.
Listo. Made it. In our country, there are protected and unprotected areas. At present, this is a very important nesting ground. So to ensure the conservation of this species, we're putting a lot of effort into creating a management strategy for this area. We organize ourselves every night on the beach. One of the first things we do is walk the whole length of the beach together. This way, we can get an overall idea of what is happening on the beach, of whether there are people and turtles or not. The idea is to have some time to calmly analyze the situation. When we find tracks, we stop and follow the trail to see what the turtle is doing, and immediately we all get to work.
Those lights over there, what are they?
The main reason we all come together is so the egg poachers see a big group of conservation workers and know that we're here to back each other.
3, 4, 5 están respaldados todos juntos. No. Sí, ya vi.
Esas luces en el fondo
We think they may be egg poachers, so we'll have to be more careful from now on.
We decided to use the night, too, to witness the spectacular sight of green turtles laying their eggs. But in certain areas of Costa Rica, it's not a good idea to walk the beaches alone, because poachers are still very active. So we decided to accompany a team of biologists from Las Bolas National Park in their work to protect egg-laying sites. In recent years, turtle egg poachers have started working with drug traffickers in certain areas of Costa Rica. Poachers can earn up to $300 a night by selling eggs on the black market. The eggs are worth about $1 each on the street. In 2012, a heavily armed group of poachers got into a turtle egg nursery, a place where turtle eggs that have been collected by volunteers are placed until they reach maturity. The volunteers were tied up, and the poachers made off with over 1,500 eggs. The message is clear. Poachers do not want turtle conservationists on their beaches.
We'll start by measuring the length and then width of the shell. You can check on the other side to see if the turtle has a metal mark or tag. If it does, read out the identification number so she can log it.
LO628.
Listo. Escriba ahí. ¿Cuánto?
Así, sí. Oh, wow.
I'm going to dig a bit so we can see better. It's a little complicated right now because there are many roots.
Do you want help?
No, that's all right. Today we're going to move the eggs to a different location here on the beach. So you'll be able to see how we move them. If this were a protected area, the nests would remain untouched because there would be 24-hour surveillance.
Normalmente, si es un área protegida, entonces los niños quedan in situ. Entonces tenemos protección.
But at this time, we can't protect the beach 24 hours a day. So we have to move the eggs to a safer location.
How many are there?
There are 56 at the moment.
How long does it take?
She can last 10 to 15 minutes. She's still laying eggs.
Como las baulas tienen, ella tiene el momento que está poniendo los huevos, tiene un momento de...
Is the turtle in a kind of trance as she lays her eggs?
Yes. Actually, all turtles go into a trance-like state in order to be able to shift their muscles to lay their eggs.
Por esa razón.
That's why. When she's done, we have to leave because she starts moving.
It's very moving. Oh yes, it's amazing that she does all this work. A half hour of preparation, and she closes it up all with great care, and the eggs are not even there. She does not even know that eggs are not there.
What we're going to do now is bury the eggs in another location on the beach. The others at this time are digging the cavity where we'll put the eggs, a spot we consider much safer.
En este sitio que consideramos que es bastante seguro.
How deep will it be?
La idea es que
The idea is that the depth of the nest has to be similar to the depth the turtle gave it, so between 45 and 50 centimeters.
a 50 centímetros.
Once we've reached the right depth, we'll carefully place the eggs into the cavity.
Adecuada, vamos a moverlos en el sitio.
What's great is that, for generations, these young people would normally have learned to become poachers. But this is a new generation, and their mentality has changed. It's the young people who are taking things in hand and trying to save the turtles. It's great.
After, we'll place an aluminum tag that will allow us to identify the nest in the next 45 days, when the hatchlings emerge.
Que es cuando se da la exhumación de los neonatos. Ahora lo que vamos a hacer
Now, we'll bury the nest.
es echar arena en el nido.
And Luis will pack down the sand as best as he can to protect the
La idea
eggs.
es compactar lo más que se pueda para que los huevos
After that, we will mark the nest in relation to that stake over there.
Vamos a marcarlo con respecto al mojón que está allá.
If the poacher find the little stick.
Ahora lo que hacemos es que
What we do now is bury the tag in the sand so that when we find it, we can see from which nest the hatchlings emerged and which turtle laid those eggs. That's how we can determine what this turtle's hatching success was in regards to this nest and all the nests.
Con respecto a este nido y todos sus nidos.
Of these 82 eggs, how many will make it into the water?
The hatching success last season was between 80 and 90%.
It's great to see young people involved in protecting turtles. Their work on the beaches will save many turtles, but will, above all, help change people's mentality. This is essential if we want the new generation to change their ways and condemn poaching. I think the new generation is ready to do everything it can to protect these threatened species.
There aren't many egg poachers left.
And then, what has changed?
People's mentality, and the fact that Tamarindo has developed into a tourist destination, creating more job opportunities.
What's your job now?
I'm a tour guide. After poaching, many of us became tourist promoters, and we learned a bit about the biology of the turtle.
There are far fewer poachers on the beaches around Guanacaste now, especially since Las Bolas National Park was created. Today, tourists come from all over the world to witness turtles laying their eggs. But poaching is still a serious issue in some areas of Costa Rica, and illegal egg trafficking still threatens the survival of turtle species. If we want to save them from extinction, we must continue to educate people.
Our objective is to maintain the turtle population that nests in the area. And to do that, We need to make sure those eggs are laid and hatched here. We believe that our efforts are essential if we want to preserve such an important and beautiful species.
How do you see the future?
I believe that we're very committed. And we're convinced that we can recover these populations. It's been a very long process trying to educate people. It has required strong commitment. But by the number of people now getting involved, I think Costa Rica is becoming more environmentally conscious and committed. Not just the organizations, but the communities themselves are becoming involved in protecting their resources. They are becoming empowered by making this struggle their own. I think the fact that we're out every night, 6 or 7 hours trying to save these nests, is so very important. I know we might not see the results of our efforts in the short term, maybe not even in our lifetime, but most likely our children will see the results in 20 or 30 years. And they'll know that all the efforts of conservation made by those who started this were worth it, and that they must continue.
Bueno, ¿vamos a dormir?
Vamos a dormir.
Vamos a dormir.
Vamos.
Por favor.
The magnificent Playa Grande Beach in the Guanacaste area is a favorite destination for day tourists. But at the end of the day, the tourists must leave because the beach is now a protected area. After nightfall, no one is allowed on the beach, with the exception of a few biologists and volunteer patrollers. At night, this beach belongs to one of the oldest and most remarkable creatures of the sea, the leatherback turtle. At high tide, this female leatherback turtle comes ashore to lay her eggs, just as others have done before her for millions of years. For over 20 years, the organization, the Leatherback Trust, has protected the turtles of Playa Grande. Biologists James Patilla and Frank Palladino have been part of the organization since its beginning. In all those years, they have fought many battles.
It's an animal which has a flexible shell because it's not hard bone. It's got little bones with cartilage in between. It's got a leathery shell, that's where it gets its name, a skin like a dolphin on the shell and on the flippers. It has a pink spot on the middle of its head, which is where the pineal gland is. It has some signaling for hormones. The skull's only half as thick there. They can dive a mile deep like a whale, so the shell collapses when they do that, gets compressed. And they only eat jellyfish. So they must be our friend. We don't like jellyfish.
She looks to be about 145 centimeters long, probably around 18 to 20 years of age. And she's finished nesting. She's now in the process of early bearing. But you can see how delicately she's using her hands to pat the sand down and to pack it so that the eggs are in a nice location. And then she will start to camouflage and cover all around here.
When we came here, the number of turtles nesting per year was 1,500. And then it declined exponentially, so by big steps. To the present time, there's about maybe 50 nesting a year. But it's bottomed out the last 3 or 4 years, so we think that we're due for a comeback. The new turtles that we see now are as a result of these students and volunteers who are on this beach for 20 years. And so, yeah, those are our turtles who are coming back.
You have an opportunity to see a dinosaur come out of the ocean and do all these very intricate behaviors. And I don't think there's anybody who ever walks away from this beach after seeing this experience that hasn't been awed.
The first time we came on the beaches here, Frank Palladino had to pay the local poacher for permission to work on a turtle after he took the eggs. Then he was okay if we studied the physiology of the turtle. After the park was founded and we got more involved and Frank taught the people English and we taught them some biology, now those poachers all became guides, ecotourism guides, so they make more money, cleaner. Now at this point, their children are the guides.
Right now, this is a national park. There's national park guards. We have very good protection. There's an occasional poacher, which is usually a stranger who's come into town, and a lot of times they're Nicaraguans that come down here to work on construction of homes and so on, and they want to make some quick money so they can catch a bus and go back home and visit their family. But for the most part, the local people are no longer the poachers. As a matter of fact, whereas before they were against the park, it is the local people who are the strongest supporters of the park.
When we first came here, the people used to be poachers. They hated us. They didn't like us in the local village. Now we're friends. Our students are friends with the young people. And I think it made a big difference. So the people see that these turtles are a benefit to them. I think it's very important.
The relentless work of Frank Palladino, James Spotilla, and countless volunteers is truly inspiring and proves that mentalities can be changed. But in certain areas of Costa Rica, much work remains to be done. For example, in 2013, a 26-year-old biology student named Jairo Mora Sandoval was kidnapped from a beach in Costa Rica along with 4 other patrollers. Drug traffickers and poachers were fed up with turtle protection campaigns and wanted their beaches back. That night, the young biologist was tied up, beaten, and shot in the head. Jairo Mora Sandoval died simply for wanting to protect a threatened species. This tragic story made headlines around the world, and environmental groups responded by offering a reward to find those responsible. The government of Costa Rica has promised an inquiry. The protection of turtles and beaches is often spearheaded by the work of passionate people and volunteers who come from around the world to get involved. Unfortunately, the weapons of poachers everywhere are often intimidation and violence. We must continue to highlight and support protection efforts and encourage volunteers to patrol the beaches in order to change people's mentality. This is probably the only true hope for the future.
Les changements de mentalité qui constituent probablement le seul véritable espoir pour demain.